here watching our Battle Cats player.
Oops. Is it on? Oh, it's not on. Hold on. Oh, it is on. Fuck off. All right. Hello, everyone. I am back. It's on. We on. All right. Hello, Sasunju. Hello, Silent Fox. Hello, Gex. Do your gas your balls. I know. I'm reacting to that information. Hello, Mary Cheese. First, indeed. Yeah. Pants grab. React to this. Okay. All right. Yeah. You guys are super funny. Hello, potato. Hold on. Let me fix something. I didn't feel like playing video games today, so we're just gonna react. There's a bunch of backlog in the suggestion channel anyway. We are super funny for that. Don't worry. Brought it. Comedy dog. To be honest, wow, it's like a repetitive joke. It's not like super unfunny. It's more like familiar. Like I know you guys aren't like possessed by aliens if you make that joke. What are we eating? Mashed potatoes, corn, and vegetarian lasagna. It's Ergy. Yeah. So we're just doing React. We're gonna play. Oh my god, did I just mute myself? Oh my god. Hey Don, how's it going? Basically, all I was saying was, if I was gonna share, I'm not. I wish I was Jesus, who can like, you know, multiply loaves of bread and fish. Nice. Balls. Hey Bard, how's it going? I'm kind of eating, so that's why I'm a little stalling. But we've got some LC videos. We've got some Triff videos. I don't know if we'll get to the Triff one. The Triff one is very brazenly titled "Why All Yu-Gi-Oh Players Suck" or something. I don't know if we'll get to that. Apparently, it got uploaded to Billy. That specific video. Don't ask me my sources. I want to know why I suck. There's actually is another video about why you suck. But I'm sure it's not like formatted in the I don't think you're going to get the same. Yeah. I wonder who could have told me. I'm sure it's not going to be like Triff. Triff would be in your face. He would be like calling you ass and then like drop like a 5-minute motivational speech. Because you watched one podcast with Walter Goggins in it. Okay. So I think I'm mostly done chewing. Basically, okay, this is the first video. I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in 15 years, and I learned the hardest deck. Here, you guys can have the Metafy plugin. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, we're missing the Metafy plugin. He would plug in his Metafy too. Yes. But arrive, yes, but arrive. I forgot about the Metafy. Yeah, here, I'll pin this. Should be a pretty okay. 35 minutes. Okay, so what am I expecting? Hardest deck. It could be Sky Strikers. It could be some kind of combo deck. Recently, I did see a VTuber. Okay, I don't know why I specify VTuber. It actually does not matter. But they were on Fire Kings. Nif shared the link, and I was like, "Oh, this person, this is quaint." And they got the basics of Fire Kings, but obviously, like not all the the Plant Link. Yeah. If it's Plant Link, that's another one. Plant Link is a pretty good one. But yeah, that's what I imagine. If it's Sword Soul, I'm out. I fucking love plants. Nice. That's all I'm gonna say. If this is Sword Soul, I'm out of here. If it's Cheerlemans, I can see that. All right. Let's go back to the beginning. Oh, take a look at this lion down here. Oh my god. This guy's got jokes. I love growing my seed into 20 man. At least you have a green thumb. Infernoble, yeah, Infernoble. Yeah, that's a good one.
A lot of people don't recognize me as a Yu-Gi-Oh YouTuber or anything like that, and maybe a lot of
What they
people
do? Battle Cats? Demon Slayer? Battle Cats? Yeah, this is like 90% Battle Cats. This looks like Pokemon to me, mostly like Ultra Necrozma, but this is probably Battle Cats. Dogmatica the dog, yeah.
here watching our Battle Cats players, but okay, I just want to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! The past couple of months I've been really into Yu-Gi-Oh! And just for a very short, quick explanation for the sake of players who aren't too familiar with it, basically, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a turn-based card game. There's a big anime around Yu-Gi-Oh! Which is pretty much the origin of a lot of the cards and everything. You've heard of like the Exodias, you've heard of Pot of Greed, the Blue Eyes, the Duel and stuff, you know, that's all from Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. The goal of the game is to simply deplete your enemy's health to 0 by any means necessary. There are alternative win conditions aside from putting your enemy's health to 0, like the famous Exodia. Simply by having the 5 pieces of Exodia in hand, you will automatically win the game. I'm jumping ahead, but basically you take turns using cards in your hand. You can summon monsters and attack with it, maybe the opponent can activate their trap cards, and you can activate your spells in your return and whatever. Of course, there's a lot much deeper topics.
New player discussion when a new player walks in.
Specific types of monsters, specific types of spells and traps and side deck.
Dude, everyone except new players joins in the new player discussion. It's so fucking funny. I mean, I don't like it. Just I don't know. It just seems people are like. I mean, I have my opinions when it comes to new player experience and all that stuff, but I recognize as someone who's played the game for so long that I don't even remember what it's like to like pick up the card game. I know there's like inklings, like like you could read a card like this and be like, what the fuck does this even do? Like you wouldn't know that you're not even supposed to read this card. When parsing Junk Speeder, this last effect doesn't really come up at all. But it's still, as you're processing this information, you would still take this in. But you wouldn't know it's irrelevant with respect to what this card does for the rest of the deck. Watching people play monsters is actually really fun. Nice. What do they do? Is it just like the habits? Like, do they like freak out? For me, it's like Pokemon too. I like watching people play, like specifically the Pokemon games, mostly because like they're probably seeing that region's Pokemon for the first time, and it's like it's just cute. They have like something funny to say or. Like I think of what's her face, the Boom Boom Pow. I forgot her name. Hazama. I forgot the. Oh, fuck. She's a VTuber. She has like purple color scheme, yellow hair. Nine of people just complain when playing. It's super clunky. You don't need HP bars. You have no idea if you're doing well or not. Oh yeah, I would complain for sure. 100% I'd be complaining. Hajime, that's the VTuber. When she was playing Scarlet and Violet, it was super funny to see her reaction to like Garchomp. I think it was Garchomp. She was like Gabba and she was like Gabba. She was like, Gibble's cute because you know its mouth is open, but I think when it becomes Gabite, its mouth is closed, and she's like, "What the fuck?" You know, like evolve back into Gibble, please, or something like that. I forgot her words exactly. Yes, it was Hajime. Yes, it's Hajime. Yeah, so it was pretty. I like just like those are pretty funny. Um, anyway, I love my new players.
And whatnot, but for the purpose of this video, so I'm not going to go too deep into it because that's not what this video is about. I'll still try to make this video somewhat understandable for people who aren't too familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! This new journey of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Started January this year.
No,
but
not
this
that.
wasn't the first
Not
time
that
I ever
Hajime.
touched the game. I opened
No,
playing
you
Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in
fool.
my primary school.
That is not
I
what the
usually thought it was
catchphrase. That's not.
kindergarten
We're not
rules
talking
where
about.
people generally don't really.
Did you guys know I'm banned from DK's channel? I don't think it's a directive by DK himself. I'd have to check the moderator list, but I think it's probably something like I might have pissed off one of the moderators, and I'm banned. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't think DK gives a shit about me. That's what I'm saying. I think it must. It's probably something like personal. Let's go purely coin. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I don't know the answer or the reason. I don't. I'm not gonna submit a ban request, an unban request anyway. Like whoever did it was probably I don't know who moderates. I'm still banned by Josh. Okay, but Josh has a reason. You actually pissed him off. I don't interact in the chat. You got negate. Banned for being too based. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like the reason why I know is because I clicked on Master Duel meta, and then you know how Decade has his like Twitch stream embedded in Master Duel meta. I was like, oh fuck, you know, because there's like a tournament going on, and then I see like on the embed like you are banned from this chat. I'm like, this says it for everyone. I'm not even logged in. How do you piss off Josh? Josh was having a rough time or something like that. I don't remember. It's been a long time. And then Sun Sunju was like, please lock in or something. Because I think Josh was playing a fun deck or something like that. I think he was playing like Fiendsmith Control, but Josh was getting his ass blasted by like I think a lot of shit. I think he got like Shifter, he got Talented, you know. Oh, Malice. Yeah, okay, there we go. You don't think it's Donkey Kong's doing? Is there like a bug or something? Mullis, yeah, Mullis. Yeah. Josh was getting his ass blasted. And he was like having, you know, if you've ever watched Josh play Master Duel, he gets like he used to not get tilted as much, but now he does. The tilt overcomes Josh pretty easily, which is understandable. I'm not gonna like. I wouldn't tell bro to lock in. I'm gonna get banned. Yeah, I don't think he would go out of. Yeah, I don't think he. Yeah, so I imagine it's. Oh, you mean second in command as in Gia? Yeah, I don't think any of them care about. It has to be something petty, like one of their like moderators. But I'm not gonna like speculate too further. But it was just funny. I was like, oh fuck, I'm banned. I don't even use Decade's chat, so it's okay. That's what you meant. That's what you meant. I see.
Understand how the game works. The thing I remember the most was that my most valued card in my deck was Marshmallow. Back
it was
in
me.
School,
My
nobody
bad.
really
My bad,
had
bro. Sorry if I
cards
pissed
with
you off.
removal by effect. Kids just use big numbers to beat over big numbers. So Marshmallow being a card that is indestructible by battle was like OP.
Dude, this is like everyone like runs into this. This is like a rite of passage. Either someone plays it, calls it broken, because you know extra damage and a guy can't die by battle, or you run into this card and you're forced to problem solve. This is like a tutorial boss. Live, laugh, love, Malice.
I also often cheated by shuffling my deck in a way that I'll always have Marshmallow like
Dang,
somewhere
power
at the top.
crap by
Doesn't have to be in
Mokoko,
my
yeah.
opening hand.
Moko
Just
Moko.
like high enough in the deck that I know I'll eventually draw it out in like a couple of turns. I mean, back then Yu-Gi-Oh was pretty popular, and you know there's the anime and stuff too. I was watching that a lot as well. The anime was hype as hell, but eventually we kind of just stopped playing. Children gets bored of the same game pretty quickly. I stopped it around, I believe, right before when synchros were a thing. Stuff like synchros and tuners are one of those terms that I've heard, but I never really know what it does. I didn't.
Yeah, I feel like you have to be really into this game to keep up with it. There's like a lot of games competing for your attention, you know. I mean, it's happened with people who play Call of Duty too. Like they got every release. Same with Pokemon too, and they just move on to other things. Sometimes there's like social pressure, like Pokemon is for babies. And then, or they have an older brother who like called them, you know, a homophobic slur for playing something like that. But yeah.
Was at that point. Over the years, maybe I have seen, I don't know, like popular Yu-Gi-Oh memes and memeable cards and whatnot. I might have seen like a couple of clips of GX, and I definitely know about Jaden, but I didn't really get into it that much, and I didn't really understand most of the game.
Today
so
I
that was
faced
my
a flute
experience
player.
of Yu-Gi-Oh before this
Literal
whole thing started
fossils.
back in January. So if you're wondering what got me back to playing the game again, because I wasn't even like a card game guy or anything like that, like I played Battle Cats, but I was a Dragon Ball FighterZ player, and at December last year, a very talented modder by the name Kongmang made a whole modded character.
There's no way this mod made this. That's so funny. There's a lot of random stories like this, so like this makes sense now that he's explained. Now that he mentions it, but I would never have thought like just a mod. Like this is the gateway. There's always something random. There's always you can never guess someone's like story. I think the more common one I see is like they played Legacy of the Duelist on the Switch, and then they gave like Master Duel a chance or something like that.
Of Yami Yugi and Dark Magician in Dragon Ball FighterZ. It was an absolutely bonkers mod, entirely new character with its own unique gameplay and playstyle. Things that people thought wasn't possible in modded Dragon Ball FighterZ, and done so beautifully too. Naturally, I started watching a lot of people play this mod, but most importantly, of course, are that the Tree Idiots also covered the mod. The Tree Idiots, Dododoya's...
Oh yeah, these guys are pretty... I've seen people... These guys are like a gateway. There's a mod that adds Kid Sasuke to Xenomorph. Bruh.
Syriax and Rhyme Style are Dragon Ball FighterZ YouTubers, but they also play Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, side note, Dododoya is the funniest man on earth and should be appointed as the representation of humanity.
I do like Dododoya. I still remember the Invitational, Master Duel Invitational, where he showed up with the flip deck and got destroyed by Shiggy's Math Mech deck. And I just remember the server I won was so upset that Dododoya didn't take it seriously. I'm like, dude, you guys gotta chill. This is the most like casual server ever. You guys do not... When did you guys give a shit about competitive play? Like, when did you guys care? It's like, why did Konami stop him from doing his coin flip? Why do you think this guy would let... This guy brought coin flip, okay? Do you think he's gonna let something as dumb as that? They probably gave him feedback, but I don't think he would have listened. He played this deck to send a message. Anyway, the whole server was mad. He said they forced him to take skill trade now. Should have brought Enneacraft? Yeah. So, like... The whole server was against me. They were so mad at me for being like, I don't think it's that bad, basically. And it's like, everyone's telling you that this is negative content. I don't know. I'm laughing at you guys reacting. I don't know. He got his ass beat. It wasn't that entertaining of a duel. I will admit that. But it's just the concept of bringing going and then activate circular. I like Dododoya. I like.
Alien visits Earth. But anyways, these three have loads of Yu-Gi-Oh videos in their channel.
They didn't know who he was. That's the other thing. So I get it.
And watching them play the Yami Yugi mod just kind of made me nostalgic about Yu-Gi-Oh! So I started watching their Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos. Eventually, YouTube just recommended me way more Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos, whether it be anime clips or videos about the modern game itself. There's many things I watched, but I wasn't really that interested in playing again until I started watching one particular video series. And that series is
Don't care
Magic the
to put
Gathering,
on
where I react to
Master.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards or something along those lines. There's many videos like that on YouTube, but the one specifically that got me was the ones from Simo. Essentially, the idea of these videos are people who essentially
How
know
we
very
doing?
little about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Saw
react
you,
to Yu-Gi-Oh!
but
cards.
how
And I
we
find
doing?
these videos to be very entertaining.
body's
'cause I'm
aging.
also
We are
someone who don't
aging
really
for
understand
sure.
how modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Plays or what modern Yu-Gi-Oh! cards are like. And Simo
There are
has
so
explained
many
the cards to
characters,
the
I
other
hate
person
reading
who's
them
also
all.
unfamiliar with
True.
Yu-Gi-Oh! The explanation itself helps me understand the appeal of talking about certain cards without being completely clueless. And before I know it, I've watched like every single video in the series. Eventually, YouTube starts recommending me way more Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos, whether it's just skits or shorts or some video series like Table 500 or loopholes and whatnot. Most of the time when I'm watching these videos, I still don't understand what's happening.
Yeah,
but
MD's
the
in
more and more I
maintenance.
watch, the more
But I'm
and more I
not
got
planning on
intrigued
playing
how modern
MD
Yu-Gi-Oh! is like.
until
And so,
stage
at one
1
point,
DC.
when I was on stream, I talked to my chat and I was like, I'm kind of interested in trying out Yu-Gi-Oh! And I started asking for suggestions on where can I start. And after some discussions and weighing all the options, Master
And that's
Duel
not
was
for, like,
chosen as
another
the
6
medium
days.
to start playing. I installed Master Duel off stream and booted up Master Duel for the first time on stream, and then it turns out I need to download like 11 gigs worth of game after the tutorial. My internet wasn't that fast, and so like I think the first 40 minutes or so of the stream was just me downloading the game. While waiting for the download, I used the time trying to learn about what I missed.
Oh my god. I will say Wikipedia is somewhat helpful because it actually adopts some of the slang we use. So if you like are aware of this and then you type in the slang, it does explain some of it. I don't know if it explains it the best, but at least there's something you can point to. Are you going to at least pull some packs when maintenance over? We'll see. I'll look over, but I don't know if I'll pull packs, especially if it's like a craft FNV angle. Look at his chat explaining the game. These materials are in a different dimension, not the field. These materials aren't considered a field. They're in a different dimension. You know what? Good enough. That's not the explanation, but good enough. You have so much homework to do. What class is this? Biology, calculus. If it's like social sciences, I'm out. I hate writing essays. I don't mind social sciences at all. Like history is pretty interesting, but having to write about that, oh, use Roach to watch your opponent crash out.
pages and stuff. And also chat gave me some interesting cards to read, like the Gunkan Suship.
Oh my god, he was reading the exception of Gigantic Sprite being able to use it as these material. That's so funny. I feel like you shouldn't be reading those yet. So this was actually, yes, they literally opened the overlay network, which is just like a portal from another dimension, and they shove the Xyz materials inside it, and they come out as, and then the monster comes out of that portal. That's literally Zexlo. Social scientists, damn, okay. That sucks. Because it's like reading, essaying. I prefer like multiple choice or like something I can punch into a calculator. Major balls, bruh. Oh my god. Do you hear that weird effect he's maintenance into the grave? Yeah. Unfortunately, I learned that one really early, so it's like breathing. That one does not weird me out. But if you see it for the first time, it's like what the fuck? Because then if you run into Macrocosmo, it doesn't work. You're just like what the fuck. 1/4 that one, yeah. A lot of writing. 07. Good luck. Oh my gosh. Sorry, just grabbing something. He loves Gunkin Sushi? Yeah. The concept's really good.
Cards. And that one
Sushi
card seems to be infamous for having long text, though. In hindsight, I feel like I had less time understanding this Endymion card than I did Small World. But anyways, the biggest important thing
I feel like Small World is just a lot of text. If you see someone use it, it probably doesn't give you all the everything. I don't know, what Small World forces you to do is like pay attention to you have to pay attention to stat line. This is some information you don't really care about unless it's battle phase. Level you probably care about, and attribute, but it's just like you have to bring them up all at once, and then you're just like, what the fuck? You know, when it doesn't work out the way you did in your head. Took me a long time. Yeah. Don't make me use my Good morning. Yeah. I feel like, but like how you process the information is still kind of tough. Even if you know what it does, you can still get gooed by like overlooking attack and defense. Just having to remember 5. You have to remember type, attribute, level. All of, like resolving the card is just like, you know what, fuck it, I need someone to just tell me what to do. Probably just easier that way. But like actually resolving the card, like the effect itself is not that hard. But working hard to grasp. Yeah, that too. There's just a lot at once. But once you like understanding what it's asking you to do is half the battle.
Was how the different
I still see people misplay it.
Also just how extra deck works in general. Fusion, I kind of already knew. You need fusion spell and the monster's materials to fuse them. Then synchros require tuner and non-tuner, whose total level must add up exactly to the synchro master level. For Xyz, you need.
I hate fusions because fusions have a lot of exceptions. Like you have contact fusion, you have Phantom View Bell, you have like alternative summons like Demog now. So like going in, you're probably thinking, oh, I just need to have like a. Even that concept of fusing from deck to summon the guy is also kind of weird. Not the hardest thing to grasp, but you just have to be aware. You're not Link 1, yeah. It's just, there's a lot more exceptions. It kind of sucks because these exceptions are. Every mechanic has something that cheats it. Yeah. Especially to keep up with Link monsters, because Link monsters like Chaos Angel. Chaos Angels is another one. Okay, I think Xyz has been simple, but it's not super obvious. I think I've had people not understand Typhon. Look at Asmina Link 1 goddess, true. I hate those so much. Oh yeah. You told me. You didn't tell me. I remember you were telling Arya. Cheater, yummy. Makes sense. Has a lot of weird hacks. Yeah.
Same level as that Axis monster strength to summon the Exit monster. Link monster usually only requires a type or archetype of monsters in the field, and pendulums aren't exactly extra deck monsters, but it is their own thing, and I don't think I'm qualified to explain pendulums. Even till now, I can't say I'm confident I remember everything about how pendulum rulings work, but yeah, that's the initial learning experience before I actually started playing Master Duel. Once I'm finally in Master Duel, I go through all the tutorials and they teach me again about the extra deck mechanics. I have read how the extra deck mechanics work, but actually trying it out in-game does feel different, so I very much appreciate that. Also, real quick, I just gotta mention, Master Duel overall is just a very beautiful game. It's visually very appealing. The UI is very intuitive.
I love
XYZ. Buttons that lit up when you know you can do something.
I love
XYZ. It's like a big meme nowadays, but damn, it helps a lot as a new player knowing what you can or can't do. But anyways, after that, I played some of the solo modes. The game recommends me to play this Goblin story mode, and the bot in there uses the Exodia deck, and I got Exodia like twice by the bot.
Bruh. I'm not saying this is hard, but the Goblin solo mode actually is kind of challenging to get a win condition off. Because they like a Jackpot 7 deck is not super obvious what you have to do. Which is give your opponent the morphing, whatever, the jar, and then force your opponent to flip it. So that you mill your entire deck, or whatever. And then you trigger Jackpot.
Anyway, this Jar of Greed. So it doesn't even matter if I have MST anyways.
Yeah, the Jackpot 7 deck, yeah.
To draw a card. Oh my fucking god, there's actually no way. There's actually no fucking way. What the fuck? This is the tutorial! I thought this is the tutorial, what the fuck? Oh, I have to uninstall, dude. I actually have to uninstall. In fairness, this bot's deck is like giga illegal. When you have 3 copies of Cloud of Food and Graceful Charity, those cards are banned. And 3 copies of Exodia pieces each. What the fuck? You can't do that. Anyways, for the rest of the stream, I mostly just played on solo modes, but I've been actually quite enjoying my solo mode experience. But okay, man, I gotta
play the
game. Not about the game. Because so far, I was very much enjoying the game itself. But the chat experience was sometimes just miserable. Now, let me preface by saying that I probably wouldn't have been able to learn the game as much as I did if not because of chat. Chat was a very, very helpful part of the learning experience. They were able to lead me to what I'm supposed to learn, and certain terminologies, it's just easy to ask questions on them and whatnot. The game doesn't fully tell you everything, so that's nice, but at the same time, man, it's kind of a miserable experience when chat just constantly screams at you for not learning or playing.
That's so annoying. That's actually what bothers me when it comes to, like, people don't recognize this part as a new player experience. A lot of times they put a lot of blame on Master Duel. To be fair, not everyone has access to chat or whatever. Having, streaming Master Duel and having a chat is a very unique thing. But it should also go for someone who's coaching you at the game, I haven't had someone who actually was like that, though. You're watching the video wrong, true. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you for the advice. I think when I started out, I was just super stupid and just bang my head against the wall, like for 2 months in Dueling Network. Hello, Von Vandra, Scuba. I didn't actually I actually just met some people, like, I didn't even get yelled at as a new player for, like, stalling or not knowing how Dueling Network worked. They just quit on me. So, but yeah, I just played and Googled everything. Yeah, I was on forums, though. But, like, it wasn't like... I just absorbed all the threads and stuff like that as I could. Like, the only time I ever got yelled at was, like, I posted a list that was completely illegal. I had, like, 3 potted greeds. And they're like... I didn't really get what they were saying in the first place. They're telling me, like... Oh, there's a ban list or whatever. I had no idea what they were trying to say. They're like... this, you cannot play this deck at all or whatever, But they were, like, using jargon. I had no idea what the hell... Like, I still didn't know what was wrong. Besides that, I could have played 3 potted greeds. There's no, like, source. There's no, like... Eventually, I Googled it. I was like, okay, I understand this now. When I first started playing, I was playing on, like, index card. Why'd you play our Azrael? Yeah, so what? This is one thing I have misgivings about the Raran thing. I think people accuse Raran of, like, not really giving the game a chance, which he didn't he only played it for 3 hours and then quit. He was like, I'm not gonna give this 10 hours like he gave every game, which is probably antithetical. I guess it's supposed to speak to how hard the game was, that within 3 hours he's already. But I think part of like what also contributed to that was like chat being like, here's a YouTube short of a Salamangreat combo, and he still didn't get it. I think the way he described it was like, you guys are telling me like the ending of a movie and I haven't watched the movie yet, you know. But whatever, however you feel about Ran, what's called, I will at least say him not playing for 10 hours was like pretty lame. Chat, tell bro to play Sal deck. Yeah, he didn't get the Salamangreat deck, unfortunately. He did get the Soul Swords Look deck though, so there wasn't like. I'm not gonna blame chat or anything. I'm just saying like he was getting mad at the chat too. So I guess he just wanted to avoid 7 hours. He got really pissed. He was so mad. Okay, I understand if he didn't want to deal with 7 more hours of that, but it is a little lame. It is a little lame that he stopped after 3 hours.
The game right. And by that, most of the time when I was doing the solo modes, I kept on getting messages like, stop playing solo mode, this is not how the game's supposed to be like, this is bad for you, this isn't gonna—
What the fuck? I'm not against people playing solo mode if it's comfortable. Like, what, are you gonna go ranked and then get their ass blasted by fucking Malice? I don't know what time he started playing. It's like, chill. You must know all the speedrunning techniques. Before See, this is what I mean. This is the weird part. Like, I get that sometimes like people want to see people learning succeed, but like the curve takes a while. As long as we recognize that, I think there's nothing we can do about the learning curve, you know? But you're not going to get there if you just like don't pace yourself. I don't know. He's going to go into rated or whatever, or ranking or something, rank duels, have zero clue what the opponent did to him, and then he's going to be expected to queue again and then repeat the same process. It's like worse. If we go through one duel with no vaccine, I will buy whatever you guys want from the shop, and he got vaccinated frame 1. Low key, my experience, yeah. No fun is mental, no dice rally. Yeah, don't even dice rally. You can't even play dice rally. You this is not Yu-Gi-Oh! With Brandon's structure deck? Holy moly. I mean, I'm not like there's a point to like, there is some point, you know, there is some truth to saying solo mode doesn't teach you what the game is. But like, I don't know, I feel like you got to ease into it. When you feel ready, you feel ready. Oh, yay, 45 stream streak. Backseating his dreams, backshots on the other hand. Yeah, no, you have to go to the back rooms for that one. 40 card deck and 5 extra deck, yeah.
To teach you anything. Stop having fun. Build a meta deck. Stop playing. Roll for meta cards. Like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, people get really pocket watchy about the how new players spend their resources, which is like, I kind of get it, because sometimes those initial resources that you receive as a new player aren't easily, like, you can't get those back. But like, we also claim that you could just make a new account whenever something happens like that. So like, at the end of the day, like, is there like loaner for rank? Yeah, they were temporary. You're talking about like the tactical try decks? Yeah, those didn't last too long. I think they were like for like a couple months. Like Cyber Dragon, Eldlick, Sprite or Light Twin. It was Light Twin. Yeah, those are temporary. Yeah, people get really pocket watchy. There's no regrets. The Pharaoh's Temple looks sick. Yeah. Like, if it comes down to it, he could just make another account. Like, you're not gonna get everything right the first time. And like, I don't know. A lot of people, like my friend, he like played Dragon Maid. I mean, he has some experience with the game, but like, he didn't actively play Yu-Gi-Oh! He just collected cards and opened packs, you know, and then kind of whatever I was, you know, rambling about, he kind of absorbed through osmosis. But like, his experience was basically, you know, getting Dragon Maids because it looked cool, and he kind of stuck with it. But he should do whatever with it, what he wants. Yeah. Dragon Maids winnable, your steel pose can get you there. Yeah. I mean, he didn't go. He wasn't planning on going all the way. He did get the highest rank a couple times, but that was back with. I don't even know. I think that was back when Diamond. I think he just decided like it wasn't like, it wasn't worth the time because it is a long time. Gavi would just collect the cards. Yeah, I think when I first saw Arya streaming, I think she was just like, I mean, when Arya was first streaming, I remember she was like just following a guide for a Marincess deck that one of her mods supplied her, and she was just like collecting like cue cards and stuff like that. I mean, she still was trying to get to through ranked or whatever, but damn, that was a long time ago. What is this topic about? I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in 15 years and learned the hardest deck. Wait, we don't even know what deck he learned. All right, he's just going through all his like new player experience.
I get that this comes from the place of wanting me to get better, I get that. But at this point, I just wanted to play the damn game. Like, yeah, of course the bot isn't gonna be like the real thing, but like, I'm still having fun right now, just let me play the damn game. I get there's way more to the game, and I get that solo mode is a far cry from the real Yu-Gi-Oh experience or whatever, but I also wanted to just take my time, and it felt like everyone was rushing me to just mindlessly craft a meta deck regardless of how or what I want to play. It was miserable. I'll talk a little bit later about the new player experience later on, but I just kinda had to do that quick rant. I'm just gonna end this here for now, and move on to the next
Master with
topic.
Tenpai? Nice. When
Anyway,
Arya
to
was
make a
young
long
and
story
spry,
short, after I
Pokemon,
eventually
yeah.
got more comfortable with the game, I finally decided to look around for any decks I might be interested in playing. I mostly got suggestions for the current top tier meta decks and whatnot, but I figured I'll just
Yeah, I feel like this is how I wouldn't be opposed to just like picking something, see if you like it. Unfortunately, Master Duel's economy isn't that forgiving. You'd have to wait like another month to get all your resources back if it turns out that the deck you're playing. But you kind of, I don't know, if I give someone fucking Salman Great just because it's easy, and then they're like, this is ass. You know, the art is some cheeks. That's my opinion, by the way. I by the task bar Windows 95. Oh, I think that's just their overlay. I think that's their stream overlay. If you see their window here, you can see the little. Oh yeah, their chat too has a little.
The packs and cards myself before making any decisions. Mostly just browsing the secret packs and reading through the main boss monsters. Most boss monsters in an archetype are like...
Yeah, like, okay, we know Mayakashi, alright? If you know what Mayakashi... If you think this guy is sick, go for it. Maybe Mayakashi bridges into some zombie deck into... Or like Eldlick or something. Yeah. He likes some robots but doesn't like other robots? Bruh.
Big guys with big stats, can't be destroyed, can destroy other cards easily, etc. But going through the packs, there was one boss monsters in particular that really sticks out to me.
Am I surprised? I'm not surprised. I told you Dragon Maids is like a popular one. There's no way it's Dragon Maid. Mayakashi's really cheeks? Okay, yeah, the hope is you like other zombie shit. I think he's 6'7".
And that is Traptrix Reflection.
Fuck! I got baited! Alright, also common one.
Traptrix Reflecia has one very relevant ability, which reads, once per turn, you can detach one material from this card and send one whole normal trap. This effect becomes that trap card's effect when that card is activated. Reading this for the first time just sounded funny for some reason, the whole activating whole thing. I know, I'm very mature. But at the same time, it sounds pretty cool as well. If you're not familiar or understand what Reflecia does, first...
How is this the hardest deck, by the way?
The quote-unquote whole normal trap is...
Okay, well, we're gonna get there. Wait, is this...
Easiest example is the first and most...
Okay, it's not clickbait. ... and learn the hardest deck. So, okay, now I'm understanding. This is... New player eventually got good enough to learn the hardest deck. Red flag? People are drawn to it.
Iconic trap hole called, well, trap hole. Trap hole reads when an opponent normal or flip summons a monster with 8,000 or more attacks.
Are you gonna make like Banshee search Rice?
Other hole trap are kind of like that, where when a monster with a certain condition does something, destroy that card, or negate that card, or something along those lines. So Traptrix Reflecia essentially can replicate any effects of the trap hole cards in the game by simply sending that whole card to the graveyard. Traptrix Reflecia is such an immensely funny card because it essentially just surprises the opponent with literally any holes in the game. And there's a decent amount of hole
good
cards
for
in the game as
beginners,
well.
yeah.
It's just an extremely funny...
But like, if they don't like Detonator's art, I genuinely, I'm not a huge fan of it, but that doesn't, I can't speak for everyone. You can't really lead a horse to water and expect them to drink, you know? But yeah, Raizo's not bad.
ability, but also kind of cool. And Rafflesia is just one of the trap
Right,
cards.
very
There's a lot of other trap monsters, and they all revolve around utilizing the trap hole cards too. They got a whole archetype based on trap hole, and it's cool too that the trap tricksters are all based off mostly plants and insects in real life that utilizes a trap-like way to get their prey. Mermelio is an antlion, Nepenthes is a pitcher plant, and my favorite is Arachnocampa, which I've only learned about its existence thanks to trap tricks. Cause look at how they are in real life, they look so pretty. Anyways, I ended up deciding that trap tricks is gonna be the first thing that I try to learn and focus on from now.
Oh, Mitsu, you know, I can see someone like thinking Mitsu looks sick, and then be like, beginner watching 10 hour. There's that person does not exist, but that's pretty funny.
From just sounding hilarious, I'm also a weeb, so that's part of the deciding factor. But on top of that, and most importantly, I was also told that the deck's actually decent, which, as far as I'm concerned, is good enough for me. This, spoilers, eventually evolves into kind of a plant pile deck of some sort. How'd that happen? Well, let's get into that. Fast forward 2 days later, and many things have happened already. The main things are that I've done my practice and researches, and started my online journey with trap tricks. All things considered, it went pretty well. I think I was holding on fairly nicely against most enemies online. And that aside, it's also really hard to make the deck that I actually really want. I was still missing some copies of trap tricks cards that I want, and frankly, I couldn't really dare to dust most cards for crafting points, because, well,
oh, you got a little Oro Mage. He's got Pumates. He's got Pumates. Okay, yeah, this looks pretty close to I'm surprised there's no Ragnarok. Oh, there's a Ragnarok right here. Now, this is exactly, dude, this is how I used to build my decks back when I first played. I really like this Chain Material Hero deck. I understood enough. Surprisingly, I understood enough to play like 3-ofs with cards I wanted to see, which back then was a very, very novel thing back then. Yeah, this is like, he's got Charmies. Okay, he could be playing 3 Fua instead of 2, but like, I assume that's just a resource thing. Yeah.
well, I'm still new. I'm afraid, what if I dust cards that turned out to be a staple? What if I at one point got interested in some archetypes that the card is related about? But it's also just not realistic to like do research on every single archetypes in the game to figure out whether I'll ever try those archetypes or not. I don't know, it's a little bit hard. Still, I think the deck building
you can't play a
main
main
duel is honestly very interesting. Personally, I do kind of like it. It does get a little bit frustrating sometimes.
I think they just don't want like people being active on their servers so that they can. I actually don't know what they do. I actually don't know what they do in the back end. But I imagine they want their servers to not be overloaded by player activity or whatever while it's going on. I don't know if they do like a shutdown and reset or diagnostics or something like that. But I mean, if they let you in, they have to let everyone in, and it's probably like slows things down for them. Load to summon Loci. Oh, he's playing this. Okay, Skull Servant. All right.
To like, you know, not roll the cards that you want, which happens quite a lot. I wasn't able to get Trap
They
Tricks
rigged the
Sarah,
packs,
like, the
I
most
see.
important Trap Tricks cards in the deck for like quite a long time, and I just kept on rolling like multiple copies of Alamera.
What happened with Minions?
But sometimes I think it's kind of a good excuse to try out certain
new
cards
pack,
that are
right?
lower rarity that could turn out to be hidden gems. And finding and using those low rarity cards always feel good when you figure it out. One of my personal examples was when I was researching cards that could be put in my Trap Tricks deck, and I found out about the card Retaliating Sea, which not only is a really good hand trap, but is also an insect search.
We're gonna Imperm Sarah in
and is
2026.
a level 4 that
True.
can be used as an exceed material. Now some of you may say, well, okay, but like Retaliating Sea is a very well-known staple. Like, everybody knows that. But at this point in time, I have never looked up what staples there are or deck examples of what a Trap Tricks deck is supposed to look like. I just researched cards in game for like any level 4 plants and insects and came across Retaliating Sea naturally. And it felt
That's
really
pretty
good to figure
fun.
out. Also, speaking of, I now know that copying deck 1-to-1
I think people confuse this as a refusal to not net deck, but I think that's kind of why, like, that's a sign that you are drawn to the game, where you like look at the cards on your own independently and see what works. And if you can't do that, you can always go back to those examples of people already built. So like, to me, that is a sign that these people. That's like step 2, having someone who's willing to play the game more than just how to describe it. Motivation, basically.
Apparently it's the norm, but back then it just never crossed my mind that this is a thing people do. I just researched all of the cards myself.
Oh, yeah,
and
because I was
basically
missing
how
other
I
cards
ended
in
up
the
with
combo
plant
tier.
pile cards.
Nice.
The plant part of my deck is when I'm trying to just look at other plants and insect support cards. And when I saw some Avalon cards, I was reminded that there was a chatter on stream that mentioned Sunseed Jess. Jess is a European Yu-Gi-Oh champion and a YouTuber that primarily uses the plant deck.
See,
So
like,
past 2 years,
eventually you'll draw that connection. You know, that neural pathway will open up, and you'll be like, oh, okay, now I feel ready to like reference, you know, these already established, you know. Clicking up weird combination on the scene. Oh, someone thought of this too. Yeah. Like, if you start, I mean, you thought of it, so you're more motivated to, you know, try it out and test it. And if it turns out someone else tried it out, you can probably, hopefully it's like a compare notes kind of thing. Is that Ka? Yeah, for the main combo.
He was mostly using Rika cards, but has been using Mitsurugi as well? I'm not actually entirely sure.
The
My point is,
Mitsurugi
she's like
style.
the plant player and has popularized plant for having a reputation for how they can create an insane board off of one singular normal monster, Sunseed Genius Lokai. And so that got me a little bit interested in testing out the Sunavalon cards myself, even though I never actually looked up what their combos are. Eventually, I figured out myself that the one main key card for plant pile is Aromaseravi Jasmine, and it's very easy to trigger both her effects of being able to summon any plant from the deck, and also to search any plants from the deck using Sunvine Healer. Side note, now that I'm months in playing with plants, I think it's insane that Jasmine have never been hit. Like, this card is actually broken. Why was, like, Sunvine Healer limited in TCG, but not Jasmine? Anyways, the search and tribute that Jasmine does leads to, like, a bajillion different possibilities of combination. But early on when I was testing some Avalon cards, I just couldn't really integrate it this nicely into Trap Tricks. I mean, I could, but it was not really synergistic. It was like two different decks in one. Also, I talked about how I didn't copy decks online, but I did eventually look up deck examples to try to find some inspiration for card choices. But there's so few decks online that does this particular combination, plus most of them feels like they ran to the same problems that I had, or are already running cards that I've tested anyways. So I had to do my own testing and research. Eventually, I found a very nice bridge with the help of some cards like Ragnarika, Rika Princess, and Caddycorn somehow. Okay, I'm getting to the part where people who aren't familiar with plant cards might get lost, and I would love to explain what every single one of these plant cards do and how they work together, but I think that's gonna get out of hand really quickly. So instead, what I'll do is I'll tell you my current combo line. This is a combo line that I eventually figured out after months of playing with Sunavalon, Traptrix, and Ragnarika in a deck I call Suntrix Rika. Look, these aren't important. I just want to have an excuse to show off my combo, okay?
Bruh.
Anyways, here goes.
Did you guys see that? The last action he performed? This motherfucker.
Deck I call Suntrix Rika. Look, these aren't important. I just want to have an excuse
W plug, yeah, W plug.
to show off my combo, okay? Anyways, here goes. This is my Suntrix Rika combo. Summon Lokai, link to Dryas, grab Sowing, use Sowing. Summon second Lokai, yeah, I don't have Twin in my deck. Dryas heal, summon Healer. Healer Dryas, link to Jasmine. Jasmine tributes Lokai for Lone Fire Blossom. Lone Fire tributes itself for Ragnarika Evil Seed. Evil Seed grabs Beetle and Bloom, banish Beetle, use Bloom, grab Evil Seed, back, Seed and Beetle link into Skeletal Soldier.
Can we skip
Beetle
this
revives
part?
Lone Fire,
No,
tribute Lone
this
Fire
is
with
the
Caddycorn.
state-mandated
Caddycorn grabs
React
Traptrix
part.
Garden, use Traptrix Garden. Skeletal revives Evil Seed, link both into Malias. Malias grabs Lokai from the graveyard, link Lokai into Healer. Healer targets Malias. Jasmine triggers, grab Rika Princess. Healer and Jasmine into Aroma Lilith. Aroma Lilith grabs Aromaseravi Angelica. Special summon Rika Princess from hand. Overlay Rika Princess and Caddycorn into Traptrix Pinguicula. Pinguicula detached to grab Traptrix Mermelio. Link Pinguicula into Traptrix Sarah. Normal summon Mermelio with Traptrix Garden. Grab any trap hole you want to set. Sarah
Oh, that is
sets down
cute.
Holotea. Activate
That is super cute, actually.
Holotea, discard a trap hole.
Like, going to the Xyz into Sarah.
Summon Holotea. Sarah activates special summon Dionea. Dionea activates, sets down the trap hole. Overlay Mermelio and Holotea.
Ooh, eh.
Strenna detached.
Too many steps, I know. I'm pretty sure you can tell there's like jump cuts and like a lot of editing that was going on into this section. Yeah.
Angelica, Aroma Lilith tributes Strenna to banish anything, but if the opponent got nothing, you can banish Evil Seed. Strenna triggers special summon Hyperton from deck. Angelica special summon itself to the field. Traptrix Garden activate, chain Hyperton. Hyperton attaches spell from the graveyard. Traptrix Garden banish Angelica to special summon Mermelio from the graveyard. Overlay Mermelio and Dionea into Rafflesia. Skeletal Soldier bounce Lilith, revive itself. Link Skella and Malias into Bengal Lancer. And that's basically the end board. Honestly, a fairly humble board given all the work. Hyperton is a monster or spell negate. Bengal Lancer is a bounce. Rafflesia is a wild card. You have a trap hole. And Sarah can grab Mermelio or Pudica, which is either a spell trap card destruction or banishment. If you've detached Mermelio from Rafflesia, you can also special summon it using Holotea in the graveyard. It's pretty decent, but still pretty breakable. There's a lot of other alternative starters or slightly different end
I'm
boards,
not
but
reading
general gist
this.
of the deck is just an example of it. And of course, this is from just a summon of one normal monster, and you can special summon this using like Unexpected Dire Primate Roar. Man, this Lokai do be a genius. But yeah, funniest part is this is not even the best.
So many
ever.
lines,
Very
yeah.
breakable. I didn't even implement Regulus or Cactus Bouncer or anything, but I also don't want to craft Tyrion cards. I'm still very proud of just
The
figuring out
positioning is super. When I first played this, like the positioning is super annoying, especially like the Sunvine cards punish you so bad for like missequencing. It's not a fun deck to brute force that I found. I don't even know if I call it rewarding. Like it's definitely, I feel like it kind of sucks for me to like. I feel like it's probably easier to just copy like a Sunseed Jess combo and just like 1-3-5 positioning. I'll feel better.
combo by myself, especially after knowing that pretty much nobody else in the world ever runs.
Actually, this isn't the hard
but I just
deck.
fell in love
This
with like, the
deck,
researching
that's
and the
true.
combo making and whatnot of this deck. It's just really fun doing research. I don't think
Go
combos
Malice?
that I
Yeah,
do in my
I
game
think
right now,
Malice
big amount of, like,
isn't like the Apple combo was genuinely like brain dead. Like you're not like exercising, you know. Your neurons are not being challenged. I'm trying not to be like but I think to like play Malice like optimally, I think there is some elegance to that, especially knowing how to chain block a white binder. Barely anyone knows how to do that except for like Ryan Yu level players. Well, that's not true. You could probably queue up Challenger Cup and someone does that. But like that is not like common knowledge. And like I think I would understand like Malice has like one simple combo, but like to like play it perfectly, it's like yeah, it takes a lot.
Playtime in
Well,
Master
playing
Duel was
around
literally just
Yu,
me
yeah.
staring at
Yeah, it's more
card cards and
interesting.
researching
Yeah,
cards.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
Ryan
pretty
Hughes
sure
just
I've
like
read,
me. My
every
bad.
single playing
Sorry.
cards in existence at least 3 times over now. There's so
Sorry,
much shit to
Tusk.
talk
I
about
didn't
plans,
mean
man.
to.
Rika Princess, Captain Bouncer,
I didn't mean to
Victoria
forget you.
Rosewhip, God bless his soul. Running out of time online with this deck, running out of space for my summons, about how I know a lot of the Rika cards are probably better to end on than Trap Tricks, but you know, Trap Tricks being my first deck just have a sentimental value for me, so I wanted to stick with them and make them work, you know. But anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. That is my
Also, how
experience
the
with
inform on
plans.
ally
I just
code,
love
bruh.
researching cards, man. It allows me to research a lot. So at this point in time, if you ask me, is Yu-Gi-Oh fun? Then I gotta say, yeah, it's pretty fun. It's actually really fun. This game and this deck in particular just scratches the right itch for my brain. I don't know, maybe I'm very weird in this regard, but
The
I just
combo
love
where
researching.
Ban Gallon starts throwing on Riku Queen, Aroma Fusion, Nurturia Spell, bruh. Oh, hell nah. Once you mention
Deck
Naturias,
building
I'm
and
out.
seeing it work firsthand online is a great joy. I mean, of course, the game's not all perfectly fine either. The learning curve is steep, and sometimes playing online just stresses me out. Sometimes a little stress can be part of the fun, but there are times where I just want to play games to chill, and those times I just log into the game to just play solo mode or testing combos or reading cards instead. That being said, a lot of the most stressful online games are usually the most memorable ones. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is at its peak when it's a grindy game where you go to like turn 5 or more, and then you just know you've basically exhausted all of your optimal options, and so do the enemy, and you have to just scramble through whatever options you have left to make things up on the spot. Those makes like the best games. But on the other hand, if you've gotten into this situation and you just lose, and especially if you know you could have won but you misplayed, those sort of things will haunt you forever. And it sometimes just makes you not want to play for a couple of days. But at the same time, that's the beauty of Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, I'm not saying that short games aren't fun. They can absolutely be, especially with some very interesting interactions of countering your counters and knowing exactly when to counter and negating the negates and whatever. And it does get a little
We
bit
pulling
corny
pack?
sometimes,
I'll
but
check
there are a
out
couple
what's
of
going
macro
on.
ways
I don't know if I'll pull a pack, but I will have to look at what's available to be determined whether this is like, do I craft Fallen Virtuous and dip? Or do I pull? Because I don't think it's, if I just want, if there's some other things I want, then I'll probably pull, right? But if it's just Fallen Virtuous, pull this pan scrap. Okay, that actually works.
that's just really cool, and that can lead into some really cool moments. I know people say that like, oh, you.
Oh, dude, the zombie vampire alternate summon condition. That's sick. That's sick. That's genuinely. That's like a aha moment. Pull this
Too
scuba.
fast, it's too complicated, everything ends in like 2 turns and whatever. And it's like, to an extent that's true, but that is just part of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's part of the appeal. People make fun of Yu-Gi-Oh! For being too fast, but if you play the game, you know that those 2 turns are very eventful. I mean, if you're like using a real deck versus a real deck anyway, but you know, a lot of things can happen in 2 turns. Sure, it doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes it can be a very one-sided victory, but in like a real actual match, there's so much interactions that happen in both players' turns that the amount of interactions that you have in 2 turns can feel like 10 turns worth of interactions in other card games. And coming out on top in this fast-paced strategy battle just gives you serotonin that like no other game can give you, man. The amount of satisfaction you feel from pulling some crazy genius move out of your ass is like, it's like nothing else, man. There's nothing comparable to that. This game is so special in that regards. But aside from that, if we're talking about like the state of the game, there are definitely some cards that are actually really unfun to play against. But at the same time, I think either I'm not exactly qualified to talk about how to balance the game, or a lot of my opinions are already popular opinion anyways. You know the ones. Ban Floodgates, ban Droll, fuck Shifter, fuck
Wow, these are so controversial. Wow, I can't believe. Someone would.
Herald. Retaliating C, you're fine. Also, errata max C so that you can't use.
Hey, fuck off! I saw that. Retaliating C is also kind of gigafucked. But whatever.
From your hand for the rest of the turn, so if anyone wants to take the Maxi challenge, then they can do so without interruptions. Because damn you, I know that my plant deck would be able to do the Maxi challenge if I just have the right cards and they don't interrupt me. But anyways, yeah, I find Yu-Gi-Oh to be overall a very pleasant experience. But there is a subject that I also want to touch on in a little bit more detail, and that is a bit about the learning experience of a new player. Unfortunately, there's kind of a lot of things here, and also unfortunately is that it's kind of hard to fully blame Master Duel in this sense, because I think this is just how games that are 25 plus years old are, but the learning curve of the game is definitely steep, and it's not exactly all answered in the game. There's definitely a lot of researching that you gotta do, and chat helped me a lot in this regard.
I'm not gonna sit
imagine
through
that
a
trying to learn the game
combo
without the help of someone else who's already knowledgeable is gonna be way more difficult. Master Duel definitely could do a bit more. Maybe explain a little bit about the idea of engine and non-engines. I think those are one of the most important things. I mean, they did sort of touched upon like some non-engines in the gigantic sprite solo mode with how they teach you on how to play around around Nibiru, that was definitely a step to the right direction. But I also think they definitely could have put more focus on
Doro
the non-engine
bounce.
cars themselves. The Mermail Fire King solo mode was also a pretty good learning experience since it includes a lot of staples. The bot even have Maxi, Ash, and Colt buys in their deck. Legit, every time I try to test my deck around the solo mode bot, I go through way more interruptions than I did in a lot of online games. But yeah, I think it would be nice to have a solo mode or some training challenges specifically explaining non-archetypal, non-engine cards and so on. Just put like Pot of Greed as an example to get your point across easily. Then gradually introduce new players to like newer staples and why it's good in many different decks. I think new players from Master Duel would benefit.
I feel like that's by design. I feel like if they have like a less informed player base, that's like they're more likely to spend money on the game for like fucking up initially. Even though the option to start a new account is there, not everyone does that, right? I feel it's by design, like in my opinion, but that's not something you can verify. But I mean, they've shown meta decks and like their combos before, but like a lot of those feel outdated. You know, like the Sprite solo mode or whatever. It also is having less fun and feeling lost. Maybe. I feel like they don't need long-term players. I think it's still sustainable to have like people who show up, maybe spend or something like that, like, and then move on. That's actually like I feel like that's the vendors are pretty big part of like the TCG ecosystem, but I'm pretty sure a lot of their revenue also comes from people who just show up to Walmart, buy a pack, and then dip.
A lot from these sort of stuff. Now that I'm here, 4 months later, I've still been.
Oh, the Fabled one. Oh, that was.
A lot of people opinion.
That was like weird. That Fabled. I did the Worm one, and I'm like, oh, you could just make Psychic and Punisher and just OTK the opponent. Like that's all you had to do in that. You just go Psychic and Punisher, go battle phase, and then he gains 36,000 attack or something. I forgot. It gains a lot of attack, and then you can almost one shot. Like that was like this was like the easy with the loner too. I was like, wow, that was so ass.
And views about the game now, and there are some commonly talk points in the community that I want to talk about and give my own opinion on. One of the main things that I want to talk about is what kind of deck should a new player make? So far, from what I've seen, it feels like the unanimously agreed on answer is to just go with an easy meta deck, which I think at this point everybody would recommend Dracotail, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know if I fully agree with that. By default, I do agree that if a player don't have any preference whatsoever, then an easy meta deck would probably be the way to go. But I think the story is entirely different if the players would want to look at their options first. The way I see it, and I know a lot of people are probably gonna disagree with this, but please listen to my explanation, but I think your first deck should just be whatever interests you. Whether it be something that interests you in a visual standpoint, or the playstyle, or just description of the cards that you read. I think it's important to go with a deck that you think is cool, but it's also as long as they're decent enough. When I first started, before I actually get to pick decks, I mentioned on stream that I kind of want to try out Toons, since that's an anime deck that I thought was cool back in the days. Before then, I was told that the Toon deck is heavily outdated and is near unplayable, so I scrapped that idea. I know Toons got upcoming new supports though, I'm looking forward to that. Anyways, yeah, I think the deck that they choose should at least still be playable. But my point is more so that while how good a deck is or how easy to learn a deck is, they're definitely part of the big factor in choosing your first deck. I also think that it is more important that you're actually interested in your deck first. I think it's completely fine to choose a lower powered deck or a hard to learn deck as long as you're actually interested in those cards. Even if it's something like some gimmicky FDK decks or whatever.
Toon, yeah.
Cards and you're interested in doing it, then I think it's fine. Go for it. Learning like meta cards and whatever and winning games with it, that's great. And you get to play Yu-Gi-Oh, that's great. But you're not gonna find the kind of enjoyment you have when you revolve your whole deck around trying to make like one card resolving, even if it takes you 500 tries. Because like once it works, oh man, there's like nothing else that makes you fall in love with the game like that, man. Not saying you should be like doing some FDKs or whatever as your first deck, but I just think you'll fall in love with the game more when you put an effort into your deck trying to make your deck work. Ultimately, what I'm saying is, I think people would be more motivated to learn the game if they're playing decks that they actually fancy. Of course, if you're actually interested in...
Yeah, I mean, there's many ways to word that, But basically, like bottom line, it's like motivation. You pretty much need to find the reason to continue playing the game. And I think that's what kept me in when I was first starting out. I played this shitty-ass hero deck. I didn't really have anybody really discouraging me, from playing it either. I found people kind of in my, like, I mean, some of them beat my ass. They brought mermails or some shit. I'm like, bruh. Talking about that window, yeah. But like the whole time I was like, it didn't matter to me because I was so obsessed with like, finding out cards that would help improve this. If it didn't, if I couldn't find it, I would just keep looking. And once I found something to make work or whatever, I would try it out. And if it didn't work, I would keep looking. And like that kind of fed itself. And eventually, the whole like being able to play better decks came with, as I gain more confidence and knowledge in the game, and I, got more exposed to other people, like there wasn't really anyone forcing me to be like, oh, you got to play the best deck. I mean, I don't even think it was like that. There wasn't like a modern mobile game, with an economy that kind of like makes you lean towards that anyway around that time. So at the end of the day, it just comes down to that individual, And if it's like a deck that looks nice to you, and as long as it's not like Cloudians, bro, like okay, Cloudians are not going to get support for like 5 billion years, and you're already uphill. It's okay to have a deck that's uphill. You know, I feel like in fighting games, if you play a character that you like a lot, you're gonna like put in the time to learn the combos and stuff like that. There's still more to that character, such as matchups that you have to learn anyway. And if you're just gonna be, I didn't take my time to enjoy the fun decks or decks I saw enter like tunes. It's fine if you understood the gameplay. As soon as you understand the gameplay loop and all that stuff, I think it's fine to transition, make that jump. But it's just like to get there, I think you need like motivation. Oh, this video was made from 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, details pretty recently. Even in TCG, it's still technically like been meta for like almost half a year, maybe a year and a half. But I don't think like maybe in Master Duel you don't see it that often, but I still feel like people will talk about it enough to like they haven't been forgotten. Is what I'm saying. Blue carried my ass, yeah. Still meta thanks to your VIP whale, yeah.
Playing meta, then yeah, there's no problem for that. That's probably for the best. But I don't think meta cards are for everyone. I'm not saying you shouldn't play meta, but my point is new players shouldn't feel forced to not learn about decks or cards that they're actually interested in. But yeah, anyways, moving on from that, another thing that people talk about Master Duel specifically is how does this easy and making a deck is easy. And now I get where it's coming from, but this feels like it's always coming from a player who's already experienced with the game, knows exactly what deck they want to make, knows exactly what they're not going to make, knows exactly
I feel like even though you get a flood of gems, if you don't know what you're making, you could still misappropriate how those resources. And like I said, they're not easy to come by unless you spend like a month, but they'll come back. So it's not like you're completely out of luck when it comes to the economy. And especially if you compare to other gachas, I think it's way, way, way more forgiving. But if you don't know what you're doing, there's not that much like opportunity to experiment. I think you generally do have to make like another account to make up for any like accounts that made like a mistake. So like that is something like I wouldn't overlook. Or, I think there's a little bit more nuance to like the free to play. But for sure the free to play experience is way better. I've seen other gachas. Other gachas just do not give a fuck. That's what I did too, yeah.
They knows exactly how to abuse Master Duel system to their advantage, and so forth and so on. But that's just not how new players are going to experience the game. New players are going to go in, get overwhelmed with the billions of packs, roll whatever random banner pops out, not understanding how secret pack works, would be unable
I know I waste a lot of resources, yeah.
And I get why experienced player would say, it's very free to build decks and whatever. But for new players, this is like hell. And by the time they got more
Yeah, another thing that's kind of shit is like not knowing whether what you just dismantled is good. I think one of my brothers, he's not new to Yu-Gi-Oh, but he's returning, right? He did not know, so he's not aware of like all these powerful cards that came in the time he was gone. He just dismantled Destroyer, Phoenix, Enforcer, and like he just didn't think it was good. Like it was like, I mean, I didn't give him shit or anything. It was not a moment for me to be like, wow, you fucked up or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, like don't worry about it. It's like, how are you supposed to know? Like at the end of the day, like Dogeron and Crimson Dragon, yeah. Even experienced people will dismantle some bullshit that comes back later because this game just revives the most random ass cards. Fuck DP. It was relevant during that time. No. When DP came out a month before, DP was good during that time. This is like we're not. This isn't like. Is Max Luchenko's back in the day? 07. No, DPAE was literally he did not get washed 1 month later. Okay, now he's washed. Okay, like we are everybody DPE about it. True. Now we can say he's washed. Okay, but during this time DPE was the goat, or he was one of the goats. But yeah, he didn't know. So, it's kind of like 5 Royal Stables. I didn't know they were good. Royal Ash and Emperor. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it happens. And I think that's kind of shit to experience. And as soon as you start, like, when you're starting out and you don't know shit, that's why if you go to new player chats or whatever, or like discords with new player channels, like 90% of the questions are like, should I dismantle this? What can I dismantle? That's like half the questions from these new players, because they don't want to get, half of them don't want to get, like, it just feels like shit too, like dismantle some bullshit. Dragoon replaced the DP Andes. 07.
The game, it's too late. The game doesn't give you gems anymore. Now, another thing that I want to talk about is people saying card effects are too long, needs to be simplified, which I get is a concern, but I also don't feel like it's possible to change anymore. So much micro interactions in the game happens or can't happen due to very specific wordings, and changing the wording in any way is a high risk of potentially changing the way the card works entirely. You know, the ones like once per turn versus card name once per turn, ifs and whens, negate activation or negate effect, target and non-target, requirement and cost and effect, etc. There are some really old cards that could have maybe their wordings changed, but that's really about it. There's also suggestions saying that stuff can be shortened with terminologies, but I'd argue having to also learn terminologies is...
This is actually one of the reasons why I don't like Magic. I mean, when people explain it to me, it's like, okay, it makes sense. But I still don't know, like, the gameplay ramifications and stuff like that. Like, I'm going to overlook these if I start playing. Eventually, I'll get it. But, like, this is, like, one of the, like, small little things that annoys me about Magic that makes me want to buy back. Let's see, pay an additional cost to return the spell to your hand after it resolves. Ah, okay. See, like, this is not that... I get it now, but it's like... They explain the keyword on the cards, but I don't like it either. Oh, you know what? I played Monster Train, and they do that too. Yeah, Monster Train does that. See, that's different. That's different, yeah. I don't mind that too much, but... That's so much? Wow. Maybe some of these aren't even that, like, relevant. I think I've seen Hexproof, Haste, Flying, Flash... Mill we've already stolen from Magic. Trample I see. Ward I see. First Strike I've seen before. Death Touch I've seen. A lot of these don't feel very common though. I can probably guess what that means. Yeah, this is less text. 3 pen cards. Well, the relevants are easy to grasp. Yeah, the relevants are probably fine. What the fuck is horsemanship? Okay. I don't feel like this is like learning pendulum. This feels like this keyword does not feel that I think I've seen Menace before. I know Shadowverse also has similar. I think Shadowverse has Ward, actually. I've never seen that. Yeah, there's no way there's got to be some random bunk pendulum deck. Hello, Prince, how's it going? Ward I've seen in Shadowverse. Taunt, I've also seen Taunt in Shadowverse. Yeah. But yeah, these aren't too bad once you learn them. But it is also kind of like it does feel like a barrier.
More
but it's not that bad.
So I don't really know if that's the right call. Another thing I want to talk about is how there's a lot of people that says modern Yu-Gi-Oh is way too complex and impossible to get into. Players who
Goal
just
ship
learn the game
they
get
got
their ass beat online. But like, isn't getting your ass beat online in the new game you just played essentially the universal online game experience? Disclaimer, I'm not saying Yu-Gi-Oh isn't complex compared to the average games, but it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like you should have expected this. Obviously, Master Duel could have used some improvements to facilitate new players into the real online experience and whatnot.
For PvP, yes. I think for PvP it's kind of daunting. Like, but it is kind of an expectation. So, I mean, I understand if someone who doesn't play PvP games or whatever. Though I guess if I played Fall Guys, I wouldn't expect to get, like, win my first Fall Guys match. But at least I'd expect to at least do something. You know, at least win one event before getting eliminated or something like that. And then, like, Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't really have that much, you know, much forgiveness in that sense. Maybe you win going first when someone scoops or something like that.
All that before. But I think people slightly exaggerate how unfriendly the game is to new players. I think people should just accept that you probably should do like a bunch of the offline solo mode first before and getting used to your cards in the game and whatnot if you don't want to instantly get curve stop online. But I also feel like that's just how almost every PvP games are. Master Duel could definitely do better in this regards, but I also don't think it's as bad as a lot of people say. One last thing I wanted to mention is that if you are someone who have played Yu-Gi-Oh before or wanted to play it now, but find the new stuff to be too daunting, too different than what it was, scared of getting curve stomped by a 15-minute combo into an unbreakable board, I do have to say it's really not that bad. The new summoning mechanic does take a bit to remember, but once you've learned it, it's honestly very simple, all things considered. Synchros are simple maths. Exceed are just combining same level. Link barely have any requirement. If you think the game is too fast and therefore you don't get to do anything, remember, there's many action you can do in your opponent's turn, even if you're going second. That's what hand traps are for. Put them in your deck. Chuck in a couple of Ash and Imperm to your deck and you'll find yourself in a much more interesting game. People keep on saying like, oh, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Bad. Old Yu-Gi-Oh! Good. But if you earnestly try to give them a chance and willingly learn how a modern deck and a modern game is like, you'll find yourself enjoying the game way more than you think. You're never gonna enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! If you're just stuck in the past and hoping that setting Marshmallow and past will lead you to a fun game. Frankly, that's just not the same game anymore. I mean, you can still try to settle in with like Goat format or the new Genesis format, which both are not in Master Duel. Truthfully, I think if you give modern Yu-Gi-Oh! A real chance without getting chained by nostalgia, you'll have a much better time with the game. So, what's my plan now that we're at this
No,
point?
we don't
What
mess
am
with
doing now
Ash
Yu-Gi-Oh?
anymore.
mentioned
I don't
Ash before,
believe
but I
in
haven't
banning
actually been
Ash.
using my plants deck in a while, and that's because I've currently moved on to something else.
But if you
inside
got,
another
if you're
deck.
saying like
It has
Ash
been 4
sucks
months
this
after all.
format, then
Surely
sure.
I'm finally gonna start to play with a meta deck, right? So I'm currently playing Skull Servants. I mean, look, the deck have like Tearlament cards, right? That's a bit
No
meta,
Genesis,
right?
dude. Genesis would be so good, and I just don't like. I could probably play Genesis in TCG, but I don't want to like buy shit and then like have it pointed later. That's like the annoying part. Like just having to upkeep. I don't know. It's just annoying. I have to retrack everything and stuff. Like I don't know. It's like dice right type thing. Yeah.
Have like Halfness and like Tearlament Kashtira, but Tearlament cards.
That's the
they're
3-no
good.
side
I'm not
deck?
gonna
Let's
lie,
go.
going from plants into basically like this
Bet.
zombie pile deck, it has been a blast. Low-key, I'm having more success with the zombie pile deck than I did with my plants. And it's just such a different deck, and it's very fascinating. Plant is like a very linear going first deck where you just set up as much negates as possible.
Though I will say it is a little bit interesting that like the side deck counts towards the 100-point value. Maybe it doesn't matter as much because you just play unpointed shit in your side, but at least it's not okay. I don't know. But I wouldn't mind if you just get rid of the floodgates. You don't have to worry about floodgates post side.
Zombie deck is like almost entirely opposite. It's a going second deck mostly with a lot of gambling sprinkled in. There's no true linear combo. As of writing of the script, I was at plat 1 with my zombie deck until I suddenly had to fight against Retaliating Sea, then a Kashtira deck, then D Fisher, then another Kashtira deck, then D Shifter, and then Solfa Yummy with Herald. That wasn't even an exaggeration. Those are
Herald. That explains a lot with all the cards he wanted banned earlier.
the decks I ran into back to back to back. Not a surprise that my graveyard focus deck gets stomped by forced banishment cards. Except the Solfa Yummy one, I actually managed to win that one. But yeah, those were with my zombie deck. Also, what's really funny is despite how different the plan and zombie decks are, you know, one is going first, the other's going second, one is setting the gates, the other is
Plants want to go first, sending the gates consistent combo. Whites want to go second, just pure damage. Let's go gambling. All right.
pure brute force. What stayed consistent in both decks are that I ran a 60 card decks for both. And if I could have more than 60 cards in my deck, I would do that. 60 is consistent. I probably could have reached diamond with my plant deck, but I wasn't able to get that much duels in. That was around when there was that like one dice rally thing. I stopped
They
playing
want to keep the
ranked
illusion that you
month
can play
with dice
Yu-Gi-Oh!
rally,
on your
so I
lunch
didn't
break
really
and not
time
get
it
trapped in
well.
one
It
hour
was
over
worth it,
someone
though,
playing the
'cause I
worst
got
deck of
the
all
boost
time.
down, which I've been using
Are you
ever
playing
since,
Paleo?
didn't get replaced by white being that being said, I think by the pace that I'm playing, it is a bit hard to climb ranks since, you know, the rank reset every month, and I don't even play online enough with the games that I have for ranks, but I'll try to climb it. Also, outside of Master Duel,
Have you seen my
I recently
55
went to a
turn
local
game
tournament. Not like
replay,
participating,
bruh.
I just kind of watch them and talk to the players after the games. It's really cool, I get to learn about a lot of things from them. There's so much things that I wanted to talk about, but I think that's basically all of the important ones. This has been so far my experience with Yu-Gi-Oh! This game, man, I didn't expect this game to have such a pull on me, but it has just been eating up so much of my free time, getting me to keep thinking about it whenever I have free time. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron database and Yugipedia has been some of my most frequently visited sites recently. This game has been rant.
Yugipedia is a nice site. I think that's like it's better than Yu-Gi-Oh! Wikia.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron database.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Wikia used to not be ass too, and they got purchased by fandom. And I don't know what the fuck fandom was. I don't know what the fuck fandom is. I hate that shit. Chandra. Was there a Chandra featured? Oh, thank you for the raid. Holy moly. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hold on. I will shout you out in a bit. Ghost Bell mate so cute? Yeah. Da, 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 da. Shout out, shout out, shout out. Yugipedia? Yeah, like the, you know, yeah. Like the Wikia, the wiki. React Slop? Yes, React Slop. Yeah, I decided I'm gonna not play any Yu-Gi-Oh until Duelist Cup Stage 1, so we're gonna do React and then probably play some Pokemon. Though I will check the update, the post maintenance update whenever that comes online. But scam title? What scam title? What is this? What is the scam? React Gem. Goat Moo. Yes, Goat Moo. Stage 1 is next week? Yes. Well, yeah. Today we're doing. I'm not playing Pokemon. Maybe tomorrow or something like that. But I have some. I mean, if you played Moemon, I wanted to play Mariomon at some point. I've seen Moemon before. That's pretty funny. But like out of all the ROM hacks, I think Mariomon made me the most interested. But right now I've been playing Pokemon XD, and I got through the first arc. Regen is dogmatic. When Megamon. Oh, I was thinking about Mega Man Star Force 2, but we started Pokemon XD like 2 months ago. I think we should probably finish that. You should try Mormon. I should play Mariomon? Yeah. Have you seen the Yu-Gi-Oh Pokemon? It's got some. Oh yes, I gotta do that too. Wait, don't you have to do that too? Digimon? Oh my gosh, I'm not too attached to Digimon, but I'll take a look at it. I haven't. I won't make my I won't make my judgment yet. Yeah, I heard like the Yu-Gi-Oh Pokemon has like. I heard it was peak. My sources tell me it's peak, but it also got got a lot of good updates too.
Wikipedia has been some of my most frequently visited sites.
When is Pokemon Champions, Ramic? Pokédoll, yes, Pokédoll, yes. We're talking about Pokédoll.
Might maybe make some more Yu-Gi-Oh videos if people are interested. If you want to see
get
more,
attached to
please
Digimon.
comment and tell me if you want more, because I'm honestly not.
One of my favorite artists did some crazy art of Beelstarmon.
Chamber making Battle Cats videos until the heat death of the universe. But yeah, anyways.
Then the next day they did a art of Kenny from South Park.
Some Yu-Gi-Oh streams as well. Make more Yu-Gi-Oh videos if you comment saying that you want more.
So that's my impression of Digimon Goon. The lines are funny now. Yeah. The sprites on the sprite work is really good on that ROM hack. Anyway, so we just finished. I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in 15 years and learned the hardest deck. So yeah, another mandatory monthly new player experience. It wasn't too bad. I feel like these are kind of boring for me because it's just like they mostly echo what I've already like, you know. Can you submit? Sure. Why? Okay, I'm like going on my channel and marking this as watched. And my most react. Okay, these are my most react. My most react are fire emoji, joy emoji, and 7. This match for every Yu-Gi-Oh monster. Who's the editor? I did not know that. Okay, if you submit something, you're gonna save us from what's called this guy? Vlad. Oh, Vlad. I see. Makes sense. Oh my god, this is an hour. Holy shit. Okay, Enneacraft is coming. So actually this is more relevant. The Santoli video about Enneacraft. I just want to see what he said about trap tricks. Yeah. Oh my god. Bro's like wondering if he should call a hotline. Enneacraft is coming, but yeah, all right. Oh my god, okay, another one got submitted. Another new player experience by Gen TCG. We already saw the first video. This game is hard. I played Yu-Gi-Oh for a month. So we already saw the first video, which was like where she was talking about her playing strikers or whatever. Another Karibo video or Hagrid. Tourist? Oh. Definitely not tourists. That would be another, yeah. How many recent TCG bans been disappointing? Okay. You can submit something. These are the choices, though. Losing is good, actually. 36-hour branded video. We tried watching it. It's not like I got bored or anything. I think I just like didn't end up playing branded. Oh, here's a good one. Let's watch the new deck video one. The Enneacraft one? I need to delete that. Okay, you saved us from potentially 2 hours of Hagrid. Losing a good tree. Okay, this is a good one. Yugi. Oh wait, I'm not watching the Farfa reaction to this. Where the fuck is the real? Okay, I'm not watching Farfa react to the original video. Where's the real pan video? Okay. I genuinely could not give a fuck what. I don't need Farfa to supply an opinion for me. I want to post this one. Fuck off, bro. Oh yeah, I see the Billy link. I'm going to. Oh, you already put 2? Oh my gosh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yu-Gi-Oh should be less interactive. Okay.
This is one.
All right, here we go. All right, I'll put that. Put Furfa instead. Yeah, Furfa. Okay, we'll click on the Billy. All right, thank you for the submission. Okay, they're sleeping up. Okay. Oh, Toons! Uh-oh. Did they break? Okay, this guy breaks. Okay, what about this guy's hand? Oh, he didn't break, actually. He has terraforming. Don't tell me this guy has Delta. Okay, it goes through. Okay, you got the field spell. That's not a brick. What the fuck was that? It looked like he okayed the effect, and then he like picks up his deck, and then he Ash Blossoms. Okay, I don't know what you do with the hand if that got ashed. You streamed in a pursuit for a sub goal? I never watched Farfa. Well, I did watch. Okay, OG Farfa heads know his former channel name was Glasgow Yu-Gi-Oh. That's the OG. I think I fell off when he changed his icon to Farfa. Yeah, Glasgow Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh my god, are we gonna go on a? Oh my god, here, dude, his intro was so ass. His old icon was just Glasgow and like that really typical, you know those like I don't know how to describe it. Oh, we don't have to. Oh, it's just Farfa. I guess we go oldest. It was like this was his intro, but his like it was just his name, Glasgow Yu-Gi-Oh, and that weird like I don't know if you've seen those bots who say they can like, you know, create a title for you or something like that. That's what it was. Glasgow, yeah, Glasgow. I think he's I don't know what nationality, but I think that's like where there's his place of residence. Watch one of his old table 500s. I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just gonna just bring up how ass his intro was back then. Holy shit. The thumbnails is so... Oh my god, this is Dueling Network. Glasgow's in Scotland, yes. His wife and they live in Scotland, I see. Alright, where's the intro? Holy shit. Oh my god. I never got this. You had like another one that was like actually like formatted or something. Here, this is what it was. This was his former icon. Was that supposed to be Infernity Archfiend? Oh, I don't know the voice line. I don't know. I don't know what this is. Anyway, Farfa side. I don't know who's laughing. I don't know. I never understood it, so I was like, this shit's ass. Okay, he has Toon Table of Contents. Surely, if this gets answered, he can still play. It's from World of Warcraft, I see. Okay, Ogre. Ash Blossom. Delta, okay. I don't think his hand can play. I see like Dark Magician, Fua, and something else.
不行，不行，对，场上，这我的，对，没能，申通的。
I can't tell what the hell this is. Is this the rabbit? The rabbit plays.
好快啊！有泡也不叫泡眼。
I was playing OCG. This is definitely OCG.
泡不了啊！
This is like the new tune stuff.
PS 在干嘛呀？他不开 PS， 我看目录啊，我目录开呀。啊，我目录场地啊。来，一局就泡过15秒。他泡猫必须得泡猫呀，他泡猫他就跟你讲。
This is like how fast it. No, for sure. I can't imagine. Because like once that field spell resolves once, you just die. You explode. The engine can play through 3 hand traps after the field spell's up. Like it's just kind of crazy. Is it normal? I've seen this before. In the North America, probably not. I've seen people play it without this. I mean, it like keeps the sweat and the skin, the dead skin. Like for people in North America who don't do this, they need to wash their mats. Because you have dead skin accumulating sweat, oils, and shit like that. You only need to machine wash them and then air dry. Is it normal? Okay, yeah, there's Goon too. Yeah. I can't speak on how normal it is to Goon, but you probably have to watch out for that. But like I said, most people I know don't do this, but I've seen a couple people. But like you just have to machine wash it every now and then. Depends on what deck and what format. 07 Enneacraft. no one gooning to that. Matt isn't good enough. It doesn't lose its value. I see. Oh, he did the activate effect. Then he banishes itself and comes back of this card. Yeah, this guy should be winning. I don't see how this guy wins here. Yeah, he has a trap here that reveals hand. I don't know how you even win here.
不是，哎，我有一季。
I hope it's gonna be better, as people say. I'm not gonna fearmonger about tunes or anything like that. They seem pretty annoying though. Like if they're not as bad, they're probably on some level as cool tune. All right, second link, second Billy link. Dark Rabbit. Toon World or something. Is this Blue Eyes? Oh, I see. For what it's worth, they did semi-limit this card. Wait, did they limit it? No way they limited this card. I thought they semi-limited it. Everyone's saying 3-1. The draw. They limited it. That's why. Okay, that's why everyone's saying 3-1. People, when people heard this news and before tunes, I don't remember people were like super happy to see draw to 1. And people, I mean like the OCG players from Master Duel that I follow. Some of them play the the OCG. And then Tunes came out and they're like, what the fuck? They're like, bring this guy back. Gotta sell these tunes. Yeah, am I surprised? Yeah. They're fun. This card's evil. Oh my god, shout out to the one guy. I know, okay, I found out who said this card was ass. Shout out to that guy who said this card was ass. Like, because I don't know what he was smoking. I don't think he read the rest of the cards. I'm not gonna put him on blast, but I know exactly who said that. Because I remember when I remember this clearly, because this card was when I first read this card, I was like, bro, this card's broken. Because you can just summon it multiple times. It it loops from spill the tea. Someone said it was ass. Yeah, I remember because you came in chat and said someone told you it was ass. And I thought someone specifically in your chat did. But it was probably on Twitter. And if I go on Twitter and I see the tweet, I'm just like, I'm not surprised. This guy, I've always not liked this guy because of his takes. And this is like the first one where he's like absolutely wrong that I can be like, finally. I forgot that image, I don't remember who. Don't worry. There was one guy who made a short that got like, I'm saying it was ass. Okay, that might be not who I'm thinking of. But if someone did that, shout out to that guy too. Every day I'm happy I don't have Twitter. I mean, for sure, but I'm like, you just discern information, It's easy to filter. For me, it's easy to filter all the bullshit. So I can cook this guy for his take. Rage bait be like, no, he was dead serious. That was not rage bait. He was dead serious. Didn't read the tune books. Yeah. I told you when you told me that someone said that this card is that. I was like, this card's a fucking demon. I mean, to be honest, I was like not sold on tunes until Please in chat pointed out that the field spell lets you tag out immediately on your own effects. I assumed it was only in response to your opponents because I don't know, in the anime, the tunes dodge when your opponent attacks them. I assumed that was the case, but what was the fact, by the way? I can pull it up. So it's Please fault that tunes is good. Yeah, it's Please. Yeah, Please in chat. Because it was already good, solid, right? But then once he pointed that out, I was like, oh, fuck, this is broken. Yeah, let me see. This is Blue Eyes Toon Ultimate Dragon. You can activate your own effect and then dodge. And then, like, for some effects, it will reset them. I don't remember which ones are soft OPT that matter. Toon, sir. Ermi, yeah. So, hey, must be special for your extra by shuffling above the cards from your hand, field, or graveyard in the extra deck. Your Toon monsters can attack directly. Once per turn, you can add one Toon card or one card that mentions a Toon card's name from your graveyard to hand. So I assume the person who said it was ass was hoping this card would add from graveyard. Sorry, from deck. And then, like, was, like, pretending this card is impossible to summon. Or something like that. During damage calculation, your Toon monsters attack, you banish them. So yeah, people were like, probably, oh, this has no good effects. Yeah, this is soft OPT. Yes, this is soft OPT. Which is part of the reason why it's broken. And then this card can be summoned from almost anywhere. You just need to be able to loop the Blue Eyes Toon. The card is ass and loses the D barrier. True. This is like Phantom Yubel tier of summoning. And like the summon itself is not OPT. Like I feel like if you know what the Phantom Yubel does, like you should at least have some clue that this is not ass, Maybe mid, I'd be fine with, fine, okay. But this person was like, Konami has no clue to how to design Toon monsters. This card is absolute trash. I was like, you are lost, my friend. Card is ass. It loses the slurp up. Yeah. Commit crime. Yeah. As soon as you see soft OPT, your alarm bell should be ringing. But I guess people assume like this should have been. You just add back Toon table of contents if you really want to add something from grave. By the way, add something from deck. Toon table of contents just grabs everything. So it's like that's not the problem. That's not the problem. I think for me, the worst part of the card is having to play Blue Eyes Toon Dragon. But he's a little cutie, so I could never get mad at him. But I mean, he's a brick. You just need to have this guy in rotation repeatedly. That's all you really need. That's like that's the balancing, quote unquote, balancing aspect of this card. Straight to the U tier. Does what the field spell already, but this way it's hard to negate having effects on me. Yeah, the field spell's pretty broken. Their hand looks cute. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be a good card. That's the hope, right? If they balance it out with like needing a brick, hopefully the card is good. But this is that. Yeah, soft OPT is kind of silly. Anyway, point is, I just wanted to shout out that one guy. He still posts his opinions to this day, so he'll be fine. I know this one is a soft OPT set of trap, I think. The cat is not soft OPT. I'm pretty sure he's a Rhoda, but or does he set? But he's not soft OPT, so they at least do that much. Rib Bozo Bitch Falcon, yeah. This card's not soft OPT. And I think it summons a tune from deck. Yeah, these cards don't do anything because of the field spell. Yeah, field spell, yeah. I think the cat itself is a quick effect, now that I think about it. So you can't even hit the rabbit. Sorry, the rabbit is a quick effect. So you can't even hit it if you wanted to. I don't think there's any tune rep. It just came out. You might want to check the dates on the report. It like legit came out. This is contemporary news right now. We'll see. In best of one, it seems like a demon deck, though. I don't know if I really want to. We'll see. It was like sold out on JV Store. That's crazy. No one gives a shit about Witchcrafters, just tunes. I'm sure someone likes the really own the Bear overframe. Yeah, I don't want to fearmonger about tunes, but they seem very strong. What is it? What are they saying? 3-0. 3-0 dual standby. What does this mean? Spellcaster slot not top tier. I mean, don't overlook the field spell. That shit is crazy. But we'll see. No, my Witchcrafter. I think that means you lose. Ah, okay. Match 3-0. Okay, I see. Okay. Oh, next time the card will get banned. I see. It's not the match. I see. Ah, okay. All right. Thank you for this. Okay, we can hold off on the Karibo videos. All right, we can hold off on the new player one. Okay, we can hold off on any craft. I'll do the Pan the Cat. Yu-Gi-Oh should be less interactive. One bad take. From what I remember from the series, it's like basically Pan the Cat saying, basically taking like a. Like how roll 3-1. Yeah. Pan the Cat basically takes an unpopular opinion and then tries to make it sound palatable to the general public. Pan is the bait club guy. It makes sense. That makes sense. So is MBT. Can I ban all the plugin? Maybe best of 3 is fine. Yeah. You just made that up? Okay. You got me.
Okay. Let me start. I'm gonna activate Forbidden Droplet. Let me send a spell, trap, and monster for cost and response. Oh, right. right. Sorry.
True. I just saw it.
Okay, and then on a new chain.
Hold on. I gotta. Well, actually, I can just.
I think I'm gonna activate Super Pump. Response. Welcome to One Bad Take, the series where we take an immensely unpopular opinion about Yu-Gi-Oh, one considered completely indefensible, and attempt to defend it to our dying breath. Should we unlimit Shifter? Should we design every deck to zone lock like Kashtira? Is stun the best way to play Yu-Gi-Oh? Let's decide together. This is One Bad Take. Hi everyone, Kat here, and welcome back to another episode. Today we're expressing another opinion in Yu-Gi-Oh that I'm sure everyone will agree with. And that opinion, I think, is pretty simple. More cards in Yu-Gi-Oh should be unable
What is allowed to
be
breathe? My
responded
deck
to.
isn't strong enough.
This is a specifically relevant topic now, given that in Master Duel we're in the middle of Cool Tune format and super polymerization is everywhere. It's gotten me thinking that unrespondability is actually amazing for a card game like Yu-Gi-Oh. A game
Draw
that
for
normally
things, super poly
emphasizes
game loss.
interactivity through
True.
hand traps and other interruptions. So what do I mean by unrespondable? Let's talk about it before we get into the arguments, because I think Yu-Gi-Oh has different levels of unrespondable, and I think that in itself is actually really interesting. At the highest level, you have cards like Super Polymerization, which happen at quick effect speed and have a clause that says this card cannot be responded to. Then, one level below that, you have...
Obviously, that's like the most controversial part of that effect, I think. I think people are okay with losing monsters on their field. Which is, it is definitely unfair to just like lose 2 guys and then you gain a guy. I think that is definitely an unfair part of the card. But I feel like most people take ire. I mean, I don't know. Swingy blah cards are pretty tough to swallow anyway. Like if you get your board Raigeki'd, or Dustered or whatever, you probably are not gonna like that. I miss mine. Activate Shifter. Set 3 Jolly is best. All right. But I feel like the most common complaint I see, throughout the internet, it's like straight up, I can't respond to it. And it comes with a mixed bag because it's a card that wasn't meant to. It's the way the card aged. Part of it is like, I'm not justifying it, okay? Because back in the day, I don't know why it was printed in the first place. Because we didn't even have that many negates back then. I don't know why. But it kind of aged in its favor because we have stuff like Barone and I don't know, Naturia Beast, where that clause comes in handy. So I don't know. I feel like if you hate it, you can't respond because you want to negate the card or whatever. It's a little bit. I don't know. It's hard to say. Sure, probably just for anime reasons. Sure. Lava Golem and Sphere Mode are also responsible for removal. Yeah, that's true. People do hate kaijus in Lava Golem though. I don't know if the Venn diagram of Super Poly not responding haters and Lava Golem haters are the same, but there is overlap. What's the other quick play spell that can't be responded to? There's anti-magic arrows. But I don't know if yeah, we also didn't have good Super Poly targets. Now they're intentionally printing them. Do you hate on? I don't feel that strong. Yeah, no, there's people. I wouldn't say you wouldn't see a Judeo YGO or but a lot of like casual fans hate kaijus and shit like that because I don't want to I can't really speak for them, but if they summon a board and they can't do shit, they didn't plan out cards until 5Ds. Yeah, I think those cards. Yeah. Oh my god, some of those cards are fun. Super Poly has aged well into being balanced. It's weird. I wouldn't call Super Poly balanced because some right now it's tenuous because the Super Poly targets we have now are like not super crazy. It's not like you swing into Dragoon by Super Poly. It's like Garura, which does give you some benefits, right? Like a draw 1. But it's not like it's amazing field presence on its own. A lot of the Super Poly targets they've been printing are like they have generic materials, but they don't. The presence is either high stats or maybe a useful effect, but it's not really gonna run over anything on the board. Something like that. But it's very tenuous. It's hard to say. Super Poly did become limited TC. It got banned because Shadalls. They would use that shit. I would say it's a slower format than today, but you could just randomly OTK people with Construct. And like it really made mirrors super ass. Shadal mirrors super ass. Because you just like deal 5 billion damage between L Shadal Fusion in battle phase and Super Poly. It was Gordian Slicer. Gordian Slicer is interesting. I think people Ultimate Slayer you can't respond to, but that's with monster effects. Is both Disruption and OTK tool, yeah. It Ban Super Poly targets, problem solved. Garura gone. Moon Dragon gone. Yeah, but it's funny because they will intentionally print Super Poly targets. So I think it feels like Super Poly's here to stay. Guardian Slicer? Guardian's okay. It's just not as, like, the clause of your opponent cannot negate this is very specific. Like, it only beats, like, Barone. But it doesn't beat stuff like Hot Red Dragon Archfiend. But it's not a terrible card. It's just like, I don't know. I feel like cards like Illusion Gate are like easier to use. But also I think the thing I don't like about Guardians, I think you have to activate it during the beginning of main phase 1, which kind of sucks. How did you pronounce Moo Dragon? It's Mud Dragon, I know, but I'm sorry. Moo Dragon. Moo Doragon. Oh yeah, Exe's Encore. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's Mud Dragon. Guards, get my ass. Illusion Gate funny card to resolve, yeah. Mud Dragon. Yeah. You got me. You're gonna get my ass over like so many ways I pronounce Pokemon. There's a Pokemon YouTuber called Jimmy the Cool. He had to make a video about how I forgot how he says Gruden or something like that, and people like get upset in his comments and think he's rage baiting for interaction by pronouncing it Gruden. I'm saying it's a Ragan, not a dragon. I see. Moo Dragon. Yeah, Moo. Gruden or something like that. Grudon. I feel kind of bad because it's pretty clear to me that he grew up saying that. So like having to change that because it's the audience. Not that he did, but like getting a lot of flack because his audience happened to run into, I guess, the accepted pronunciation of Groudon. It's a little bit sad. All right.
It's like Forbidden Droplet, which happen at quick effect speed and are sometimes unrespondable. If a player sends a monster card, a spell card, and a trap card as cost for the effective Droplet, for example, it's effectively as unrespondable as Super Poly. A level below Droplet, you have a card like Dark Ruler No More, which says that neither player can activate monster effects in response to
no one can
And, of course, we should also mention in this discussion counter traps, which happen at a speed that only other counter traps can respond to. While not technically unrespondable, they can be in many circumstances. Now, these varying levels give a lot of texture and nuance to any argument about unrespondability in Yu-Gi-Oh! But for the purposes of this video, I think the highest of the highest level, the Super Poly unrespondable, is exactly what this game needs more of. Now, I know what you're thinking. But guess what? Even this argument is unrespondable. That's right. Comments are turned off for this one. Even this video is unable to...
Holy shit, that's a W bit. Holy shit. Fuck off. That would have been a crazy bit. Holy shit. All right. It's fine.
To be responded to. Disclaimer, I'm just kidding. Please go like, comment, subscribe, and follow me on Twitch. I want to hear all of your opinions. Thank you.
Oh, this person wants the interaction. I see how it is. Bait, I know.
Picture this. You sit down to play your favorite game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
That would have been an amazing bit, though.
Not to worry. You open a great hand. 1 starter, 3 extenders, and a maxi. You activate your maxi and draw. It gets
subscribe and click bell. Oh yeah, you're right. I have it pinned. You guys do that too. Where's the bell? Oh, there it is. Sure.
Draft. But it still might be okay.
That's a good bit, yeah.
Surely everything will be fine. Unfortunately, your opponent is on a combo heavy day.
When people call me out for pronunciation, see the pronunciation worse. Did you bell me? Yes, I belled you, of course. You want to see something? Oh my god, do I really have to prove my worth? Let me show you something. Oh my god, though. I'm getting fucking... can you guys see this? Oh, it's full screen, that's why. The Tree of Beast, my beloved, yeah. 0.01% YouTube viewer? That's crazy. I don't actually go on YouTube. Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing, that's why. Look at this. Subscriptions. Literally the only one. Literally the only one I'm subscribed to. No one else. I rest my case.
Every spell and 2 pops. You were waiting for your draw to see if it might save you, but that right gets you play it out until everything in your hand ate a negate, scoop while your opponent still has 4 interactions left, cry a little, and head to the next game. Was that fun? We talk in a lot of videos about the unbreakable board problem, but here's a solution I hear almost no one say. Just make more starters unrespondable. People talk about how amazing Draco Tail Ketu is as a going second card, and it's designed...
This guy's funny, because I think I understand the angle he's going for. Like, you want your normal summon going second to resolve, so make it unrespondable. I wonder if he's gonna address the other way around, where that same normal summon could be used going first and can't be like Bailored or Imperm afterwards. I think it's mostly a problem if it turns out to be like a trigger effect, right? Because then, like, holy shit, I have to wait for it to resolve that trigger effect, and then I can activate my Infirm Veiler. If it's like a normal summon ignition effect or whatever, then that's fine. That's just Magic Specters. Oh, you're right. Magic Specters already exist. Branded laws for everyone. So I'd be interested to see how he tackles this. If not, he could probably just say the easiest way is just say, if you normal summon a monster, it's only unrespondable going second. Which is kind of how Super Poly behaves, in a way. That's not true, actually. Going first, it's so bullshit. It's actually bullshit. When they flip Super Poly on your shit, and oh my god. Yeah, the stupid baby. Oh my god, I hate the gimmick puppet baby. That card single-handedly made me decide to not have children.
Is really good in that it's more
Fuck Rahu.
First,
Okay.
But ultimately, it's
make it a skill. Yes, buildings are unrespondable.
It folds to a negate. Of course, you can argue that a card good enough to force out a negate is already doing its job, but I would argue that to be effective going second, a card cannot merely trade for a single negate. That is, for the most part, not good enough in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, imagine a world where Ketu is unrespondable if you're going second. Is the game in a healthier or less healthy position? I would argue healthier. Think of the Nightmare board, the 6 Omni negate board. Not only would a card like Ketu being unreactable help to dismantle that board, it would also disincentivize players from attempting to make that board in the first place. It would encourage a diversity of interaction. On the side of the combo player, it would encourage building a more advantageous setup with a wider array of cards in hand, in graveyard, and in back row to sort of beta.
I'm 90% sure these are unscripted. Like, maybe there is like some cliff notes, some bullet points he's referring to. But I don't know. I have a feeling he's just like off the dome coming up with these, which is kind of impressive. It's not that easy to orate these. If he's actually scripting this, then it makes sense. Then, but like, I don't know. I get maybe I'm too much glaze.
Your opponent's interruptions. But ultimately, think of what Ketu does, right? It creates disruption, creates advantage, and establishes board presence. These are 3 things that going second players are in desperate need of, and for it to be stuffed by a negate, or even by an Ash Blossom in hand, is an aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I believe makes the game worse. You might also have noticed, in our little imagined scenario above, that there was one big game-determinative negate that happened before any monsters were summoned at all. That's right, it was when our Max C got Ash Blossomed. Now, I'm gonna say something here. Look at me.
I don't know if anyone's gonna like what he's about to say. I have heard this argument before. If our Maxi resolved going second, it would make going second better. Make Maxi unnegatable. I'm 90% sure this is the next. This is their next line. Thank you, Joseph Joestar.
I'm gonna say something, and no one's gonna get mad at me, okay? I'm gonna pitch an idea here, and no one is going to get mad. Are we good? Okay, are we good? Can we all do that? All right.
Use this card? Yeah.
If Maxi were unreactable, many games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Would be far more interactive, and less games would be instantly scooped to the Maxi minigame.
I can specifically, the My Maxi got Ash, and now the game is over for me, part of the game. Minigame. I like how, okay, fine.
But I also don't just mean Maxi.
16-year-old that one using countering Maxi. I did not see that.
And cards like Crossout and Called by the Grave are considered some of Yu-Gi-Oh's least healthy card because they remove hand trap's ability to do what they're supposed to do. I'm saying, if we made hand traps unreactable, at least for the going second player, then it would remove the toxicity from cards like Crossout and Called by, which would pivot to becoming niche options for mirror matches or going first cards for specifically graveyard-focused strategies. It would also guarantee that your interruptions are interruptions. Even if you are a fan of, say, dodging imperms or veilers by chaining removal to them, or responding to certain hand trap effects, there's at least an
Oh, hey, Pan, how's it going?
this card cannot be negated. Which would
Get Mog. We need that extra text.
Staples. I'm going to use this section to be a little pedantic, so bear with me here.
It's not rage bait. Well, actually, I guess
has always been a little suspect to me. Player 1 activates an effect that searches, and Player 2 changes an Ash Blossom to negate it. There was interaction there, but it was an interaction that prevented action.
I did get baited by the comments being shut off, the video being unrespondable. I did get baited by that.
There's a great deal of thought and skill put into these game states, and navigating decision making without perfect information is one of the skills Yu-Gi-Oh tests most. But I would argue that the most fun and enjoyable games of Yu-Gi-Oh are the ones where both players manage to establish some sort of board presence. Ones where at least a few power cards are able to resolve, and where both players feel as though their decisions...
It's a little ragey. I'm surprised you pulled this off.
There's an argument to be made, and I'm making it now, that a little bit less interactivity on key starters and extenders could lead to more and more meaningful interactivity for both players in more games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Even solely from a perspective of feel. Doesn't it suck to stare down a full board with your best starter and extender in hand and just know it doesn't matter at all because all they do is swallow some Omni Negates or be popped before activating at all? Doesn't it suck?
You make yourself bad.
Only to get ashed on your branded fusion as the last card in their hand? Oftentimes, I find myself thinking, if only something was able to resolve or stay on the board.
Is this a Squiddy video? Yeah, of course. No problem.
You go to explore in designing future sets. Once again, we're going to keep the counter arguments.
Is Squiddy? Oh my god.
Your counter arguments in your
Can I tell you something? I love how Squiddy is like making bank cashing in on all his Unk stories from basically like Duelist Grounds and I mean like I love Squiddy. He's one of the. Am I gonna have to unfollow Squiddy? No. He's one of my favorite trolls in Yu-Gi-Oh history. If you look into who Squiddy is, whenever he plays online, or sorry, plays on stream, he'll play everything upside down. Whenever he types, he has this very broken IDK. Who he is? Don't worry. He's an icon. he's Yu-Gi-Oh's national treasure. He's a cheese streamer? No, he's not a cheese streamer. Though he does have a SpongeBob avatar, which you can mistaken for cheese. All right. I'll finish this and then.
In the comments, but I will say there's kind of a very obvious one here, right? Is that if you don't let your opponents interact with cards, if you take away your opponent's ability to interact, you are taking them away their ability to counterplay. You are taking away their capacity to make decisions. Your opponent cannot interact meaningfully, for example, with an unknown copy of, say, Super Poly or an unreactable droplet. They simply have to let you make the decision of what you're going to do about it, right? That is a game state in which you, as the player, getting.
You use on chat? No. Though most people don't know who he is, because like all the people who knew Squiddy, like they're unks or moved on from Yu-Gi-Oh. So all the Zoomers, they just don't know what it was like when I don't know. He's an unk. He's a unk. Those who know, yeah. I'm just being like, there's a lot of esoterica. Some mysterious. I don't know. Yeah, personal. I don't have personal history with him, actually. But I used to be like browse forums where he would be in. He still posts on Pojo, by the way. New Squiddy from Dueling Arc. Kuruma Hasagawa, thank you for the follow.
Capacity to make decisions in the moment. And while I think that that's, a frustrating experience, especially in this format where Super Poly and Droplet are everywhere, I also think it's worth noting that there is counterplay to cards like Super Poly and Droplet. They just have to be prescriptive instead of reactive.
Oh my gosh.
Has a Super Polymerization or a Droplet, you can build a board that handles situations like that. In Cool Tune, for example, you can leave 3 monsters in board to swallow the Super Poly before going into your plays. You can leave 1 monster on board to stop yourself from being Super Polyed, for example. If you're playing against Droplet and your deck has trap cards and spells and monsters, you are able to chain block yourself if they decide not to send 3 cards. And if they decide to send 3 cards, that's 3 whole cards gone from their hand, right? Currently, the unreactable cards are pretty well balanced around the necessary conditions they need to activate and the setup required.
I will say Droplet is probably it's kind of like as close to balanced. The effect to not respond is very, very egregious. Like, I don't know if you have to be super careful when you have a effect like that. But I feel like I do like how Droplet, for 2 reasons. Droplet still relies on your hand quality to be good. Sometimes it's kind of a miss that you can't negate. Traps can still respond because there's not often times you'll be able to discard a trap to prevent your opponent from. If the opponent has layered board, Droplet doesn't do that much. You know, if they have a counter trap set, if they have some bullshit trap that negates a face-up card on the field, you know, you won't always have the trap to discard to prevent that. Also, having to discard that trap to deal with that card, to dodge that card in the first place, is kind of neg too. University of North Carolina. Elf no trap, yeah. Elf no trap, yeah. Going first, it's not like it does augment your board like Imperm does, but you don't go on. You know, you still have to pay a cost to make it go through to actually resolve the effect. So it's not even good in scrappy game states. If you're both top decking, Droplet is like worse. Like sometimes I've top decked War against Tempai, and then Tempai will like have to Droplet my normal summon starter, and then they're like they have nothing. Of course, you know, they can top deck Tundra, and then I'm out of there. But like Droplet just feels worse in those situations too. So I'm okay with Droplet. Like if your board loses a Droplet, it depends, because I've had Gem Knights Droplet me and it didn't fucking matter. But Droplet, I can. It's like an easier pill to swallow when you lose a Droplet. But going first, it's not that crazy. If you're going, sometimes okay. When Striker has it, and they like Widow Anchor steal, and then they have Droplet to like offset the monster they have in the main monster zone, that's pretty bullshit. But whatever. That can I don't know. That's probably the strongest it's felt going first. But yeah. Monster reboot, spell reboot, and monster reboot, bruh.
Required to activate them. And expanding unreactable cards could create an unhealthy game state, could create a place where the game feels just like you don't get to make any decisions at all. That having been said, on the counter side of the argument, with the way things currently are, how many decisions are you making into that 6 Omni-Negate board? Not to strawman the 6 Omni-Negate board again and again and again. How many games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Do you play at the moment where you feel like every decision you make matters? And that is like an interesting...
Talk about executing, I'm going second when it interrupts. Yeah, true.
Is trying to tackle. Is adding a tiny bit more uninteractability. Is adding a tiny little...
Oh yeah, Rysart does kill Droplet.
On your starter or extender.
I didn't read that text. I'm sorry for starting and stopping so much. There was this my desk takes some days. The words just don't want a word. Pan, if you're still here, do you orate this with just some like, or do you have like a script that you're actually like reading off of? Because it feels like, well, like your points are, you have like, maybe you have a sticky note or something, but it feels like they're off the dome. Needs to be scripted? I guess so. Yeah.
Little smidgen, a little bit more safety on your starter or extender, going to make the game unfun, uninteractable, or would it help?
It's like essay format? Fair enough, yeah, that's true.
Decisions did matter from both players. Oh, who knows? The capacity to react to each and every card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one of its greatest strengths, but also possibly one of its greatest weaknesses.
Can't believe Pan the cat is dead.
And interactions can be such an overwhelming wall to overcome that a player may not be able
it's
to
okay, Pan.
playing a seemingly interaction-filled game. Ultimately, I do think that interactivity is a fine...
I assume someone notified them that I was watching this, and they just popped up at the beginning.
Interactivity is better. The quality of
and then just
more than the interactivity itself, and adding some uninteractable elements would allow for greater interactivity in more games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Be it unreactable hand traps, or unreactable starters, unreactable...
6 more lives to go, true.
Any of the above.
What happened to the first 2?
Decision-making and nuance to a game that is already fairly complex. And I think that would be a great thing. So yeah, I'm gonna normal summon Dormouse. No, with the new errata, it's uninteractable.
Oh, hell no, we do not. This card already has that text. It's just, I don't know how to describe it. Like, it literally has to be Lancia. Imperm Baylor don't really do shit. No, it's 9, cats have 9 lives. Yeah. The adage goes 9 lives. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. When it's summoned, when it activates its effect,
Oh, they could have 6-7 lives. That's true. That, you know what? I'm sorry for missing an opportunity to say 6-7.
You can't interact. No. White Rabbit effect to summon, and then White Rabbit set the trap, activate the trap, No, you can't. You can't.
All right, that was interesting. That's you. I know. If when I use my likeness as a popular Yu-Gi-Oh card, I don't know where I was going with that, but okay. There was the Squiddy video. Okay, I'll check out the Squiddy video, even though it's not on the docket. How casual and humiliated 1325 salty. I don't think this is this might be one of those way more than I am. Squiddy might outrank me in terms of knowledge. I don't think I remember this at all. Do you copyright smoking a blunt? I actually made that. That one is me. I will lay claim to that at least. I don't know if I copyright. If I can claim it's copyrighted though. But you know, this is the next best thing after it wasn't AI generated. It might be too long since I shot. Gotta start getting ready. Okay. This was back in the day when they used to cheat so much. I've heard stories about that stuff, but I never really went to tournaments. But I have been privy to cheating documents that have been compiled, and I mean that in the sense that like maybe one of these days I'll find it. But basically a bunch of ways that players used to cheat that you would look out for, and it was compiled in a document. Skill drain. Oh, this is TG Sun. I remember this deck. TG Striker was limited when I first started playing the game. Oh, I'm seeing something. So this deck was already hit when I started playing. Blacklist. This is the deck. Yeah, TG Stun I remember being good. But yeah. This deck was very good. It was unplayable when I started playing, but I recognize I think it wasn't like I forgot what I think Jesse was commented on this before. I don't remember what he was saying. I don't know if this was like a well-known deck at the time, or maybe it was looked down upon because there was a little bit of elitism when it comes to like these kind of decks. You know, like if you play these decks, you have a helmet strapped onto you. Very, very ableist rhetoric back in the day. So even if this deck was meta, I don't think like there was a little bit bias against that type of deck.
Decided to enter on a whim, basically, and I ended up winning.
This is Marquise Henderson, a 16-year-old boy who has just performed the greatest
He just
upset
been cards
in
cost more
trading
equals
card game
bestest.
history because he just won a 1,400-man Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship out of nowhere. Even more surprising was the fact that this was the first large Yu-Gi-Oh! Event he had ever attended. A random kid who had never even won a local tournament would somehow embrace the heart of the cards to breeze through the top tables, humiliating pro players along the way, some of whom were so salty that they refused to shake the ball.
Oh my god, he got some Pojo. Is that really what the text looks like? This does not look like Pojo text. This looks like upscaled. This text does not think. Let me click on Pojo right now. Let me look at Pojo. I'm like looking at it. Maybe he's just super zoomed in.
His hand after the match was over. You see, while his opponents used decks that cost thousands of dollars, Marquise instead scrounged together a deck using only cards that he could afford. But he was
I have no
able to
clue what it
somehow assemble
is.
a
It's just
strategy
a
that would completely
forum. It's not just Yu-Gi-Oh. back then there was elitism around Pojo. If you played on Pojo and like if you posted on Pojo, you were casual, you weren't competitive, your opinion wasn't worth taking seriously. Like people will intentionally call you like like people would call Pojo Pooj. Generic might be text, yeah. What's the superior forum? It used to be Duelist Grounds. before the circle of people who would frequent that would move on to other things. It used to be Duelist Grounds though. Reddit, yeah. Duelist Grounds could not keep up with the times, I would say. Yeah, it was competing with Reddit. It also did not it was kind of hostile to new players. Like there's a culture around like they had a little like system. Where if you basically by a post would have a rating, basically not a rating, but like if you like the post, you would do +1. And so there was like a culture where if most of the people who were well established would get a lot of people, basically liking their post, so they get like 5. It was basically ratioing. And then if you were like a bad poster or you just had a history or there was a lot of bad posters though, like people who refused to follow the rules. You would get like negative rating basically, and you got ratioed. Yeah, +1. Yeah, reputation. Yes, it is reputation. Reputation. That's what it was. That's a reputation system. So like sometimes it was used as a way, basically ratios people. So like is a toxic system. Yeah. Okay. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So that kind of enforced, kind of like the circle, those. You pretty much filtered out opinions with that reputation system, and then new people also got filtered out by that. Yeah, if you got negged by it, you never leave it. Yeah, exactly. There's like I didn't want to look for them, but there's like famous Duelist Ground posts that have like thousands of negative reputation because they got like bombarded. Purely coin, yeah. I didn't want to find those out because they're kind of toxic, and a lot of it is there's a famous thread of a guy who went to a Pokemon, who went to prom instead of I forgot the story. Maybe I got it wrong. Oh my god. I think the Duelist Grounds thread was like the guy went to prom or something instead of going to a tournament, and the members were like, yeah, you would lose that tournament anyway, loser or whatever, and like. I don't know. I was reading that. I was like, didn't he he went to prom or something? I don't know. He went are people really that like socially maladjusted that we're calling him going to a social event instead of like they were just clowning on him because like he decided to do. Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely a circle jerk, and he got like a lot of negative reputation. I'm like, dude, this is so bizarre. The guy it didn't seem like he was like, maybe he appeared to have rub it in or whatever. Socialized instead of socialized, yeah, it's over. I don't really remember it that well. I'm too unk memory. But that's like one that I would this happened like a long time ago. This wasn't like a new member or anything like that. This was just like someone's like, I think he got made fun of a lot for a while. Like there's like a history of that. But yeah, that, it was just weird thread to read. My takeaway was like, hey, maybe these guys aren't as cool as I thought. If they're clowning this guy for like going to prom, it's okay to say like prom is not like worth it, But I think it was specifically them going like, yeah, you would have lost that tournament. Like, okay.
Counter the best decks in the metagame. Yet in the eyes of the elitist Yu-Gi-Oh community, not only was he a nobody, but he was piloting a mediocre, frustrating deck that they thought was terrible. So just how did he manage to conquer all odds and win a Yu-Gi-Oh championship? Well, allow me to explain. Our story starts in the year 2012.
Definitely worth it.
where
Yeah,
Marcus was a freshman in high school, playing Yu-Gi-Oh casually with his friends during lunch. Though highly popular, Yu-Gi-Oh is one of the most expensive trading card games. Rare cards were frequently short printed, creating artificial scarcity, with the staple cards needed for each deck costing hundreds of dollars on the secondary market. Needless to say, it was difficult for anyone to acquire these powerful cards. Never mind a boy in high school who had bigger priorities.
You would imagine
Now, Yu-Gi-Oh was also one of the
oh
most
shit!
complex
New Scrandal? Check this out.
cards. Never mind a boy in high school who had bigger priorities to save for, like hot lunch.
Holy shit, look at this Scrandal. Shoe? Air Jordan hot dog, the saddest hot dog ever. And I don't know what you're supposed to, what it's supposed to be like. I don't know what, it's like there's no like pork. Jordan's probably tastes good. Does it come with a pint? This probably is the pint. Wouldn't matter when fuzzy. Catch me. Shut up. Yeah, this is probably the pint. Oh, the shoey that Ray did. You see Squiddy's post? People were dogging on him for the Jordan comment? Really? What post? Is it on YouTube? Or is it on Twitter? You can link it to me if it's on Twitter. I'm going to go check the post. Addressing racial stereotypes? Oh! This? Wow. At least I'd be dripping when I die of hunger, yeah. Imagine paying $100 for Maxi. That's insane, yeah. I paid $40 for Vanity's Emptiness. Star Strike Bass Common. And you needed 3 of those. So I can't really talk.
Jordans. Now, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was also one of the most complex games, often with rules that weren't written anywhere in the official rulebook. Because of these reasons, despite the game being marketed towards children, the average tournament would still comprise mainly of adults in their 20s and 30s. So being only 16 years old certainly made things a lot harder. Now, Marquise would learn from his friends that there was a local card store in their area that hosted Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments every Saturday, with a flood of eager duelists occupying every square foot of the store. Though he consistently attended these tournaments for months, he would never win a single one.
I wasn't even really playing, but for like a year and a half, I just kind of started. But yeah, I never won locals before. I've been playing just with my friends and stuff like that.
Being a big city, the players in his local scene in Atlanta were much more skilled and had the budget to play the most powerful decks. Yet with each and every tournament, Marquise would slowly improve. After school, he would go online to research the metagame on forums and watch videos to learn the combos. Outside of drumline and basketball, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had quickly become his favorite hobby. While his skills were no doubt improving, being a high school student, he still didn't have access to the game's strongest cards. Popular decks at the time included the Dino Rabbit strategy, which leveraged the cuddly Rescue Rabbit to summon out 2 normal dinosaurs that could be combined into the Evolzer Logia and Doka to negate card and monster effects. It would go toe-to-toe with the Wind-Ups, a combo deck that could set up an army of toys and rip away the opponent's hand on the first turn with a loop that involved recycling the wind.
I played right after this card. And even when I played, I didn't even play against any meta. After this card got banned. I didn't even play against any meta. Like, I didn't start playing meta until Duelist Alliance came out. So I think that was like 4 years later? No. Might have been 2 years later. That's when I started actually paying attention to meta. So, I've heard people talk about this card.
Up Hunter over and over again. But they made these decks really hard to put together. Their signature cards were printed in the highest rarity, Secret Rare, which meant you would be lucky to even pull one out of a box of 36 booster packs. To give you an example, Rescue Rabbit and Evolzer Doka were both $80 each, and cards like Wind Up Zenmains were $150. And most of the time you could play up to 3 copies of a given card, so if you multiply that, it was pretty ridiculous even by modern day standards. But it gets worse, because there were 2 cards that were so powerful, every single deck would have to play them. Tour Guide from the Underworld was a generic monster that summoned Sangan from the deck, who could then search for all of the other deck's signature monsters when he was sent to the graveyard. But it also spawned 2 bodies for an instant XE summon, like Leviar the Sea Dragon to revive Rescue Rabbit, or Wind Up Zenmighty to summon out any Wind Up. And 3 copies of Tour Guide cost $450 because of its secret rarity, and of course, the waifu tax. Then there was Maxi, a shiny bug that let the user draw a card for every summon
Okay,
the opponent conducted on a
there's so
turn.
much
Mandatory
memories,
counters
I
and heavy
know.
combo decks like the Wind Ups, and one of the only ways to circumvent the turn 1 hand loop when going second.
And here comes the infamous alert, folks.
It's ironically still one of the most powerful cards in modern day, which justifies its $100.
There's some interesting. I've looked at some opinions back in the day for Maxi. There's some interesting ones. You know, a lot of people compared this to Valor, which was present at that time. I think in 2016, when the Monarch Structure deck came out, that's when it wasn't that crazy. I think before, I didn't feel like it was that crazy either. Because, like, I think their Shadal format, I don't know, was it good versus Burning Abyss? I feel like versus some Burning Abyss decks that, like, set traps, they didn't really care that much. Like, they didn't have to give you more than one draw. They could, like, pass on Seer plus whatever they special summoned. Or sorry, like a normal summon plus whatever they special summon, and then, like, set Fire Lake or some bullshit like that. So they didn't have to make Dante. But, like, they could also give you 2 cards. Okay, back to the example I was thinking. During the Monarch Structure deck format, it was good. But Monarchs were like a deck that only special summoned once, and it was through Idea, summon the little Erebus from deck. Maxi, Zodiac. Yeah, I think that's when I think Maxi got limited during Zodiac format, and it was pretty ass. Like as in like pretty ass to deal with. Like that's I think that's what one of the turning points of people like fuck this card, you know. I think it was semi then limited. I forgot. It's been a while. I think it got limited in what, like 2018 or 2016? It was 2018, I think. It got hit. Some Dino shit, yeah. Oh yeah, Dino Structure deck. Yes. As I remember, they like Lab doesn't lose. Oh yes, they draw 2 into red reboot. Hey, they have one chance. They might as well take it. Maxi. So I think during Zoo is when it actually like all the rhetoric you hear. Okay, I don't want to call it rhetoric because you know some of those points are valid or whatever. But like all the bitching. Sorry, I don't want to call it bitching either. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna go back to saying rhetoric. All the rhetoric you hear about Maxi nowadays, that's when it started to apply. I think 2018 Zodiac format. Funny as shit. People thought he was rage baiting because in the tournament he was reading people's cards, not understanding fully things. That's so silly. It's okay if you flip skill drain. I feel like you still have to read the cards to make sure they don't tribute to dodge skill drain or something like that. Like, yeah, that's funny.
Price tag at the time. In total, this meant that you would have to spend well over $1,000 to build a solid Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Without these staple cards, you were basically put at a significant disadvantage, a barrier that many players would struggle with at the time, and honestly that kind of continues to this day. Marquise would obviously feel a little discouraged, knowing that this was an issue that he and his friends had faced. But one day in their group chat, one of Marquise's friends excitedly shared an idea. A deck that had somehow won the national championship the year prior out of nowhere. It was a TG Stun deck.
My friend showed me, he's like, oh, like this deck is cheap, you can play this deck. I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot.
A strategy that
TG Stun, it plays very similarly to Primite Control. It's like the way like you normal summon a guy like Primite, you draw one off Necroclip. Oh, hold on, I gotta redress it. You seen this video? Nice. Skill drain at 3? I didn't use that with friends and oh okay. I mean I can see that, yeah. Skill drain being at 3? It was kind of funny because back then, like I didn't mind skill drain too much. I think I mained MSTs, that's probably why. And then like as soon as you knew about like I don't think this card was fair at all. But you know, when I was playing versus Klee, this is the only card I lost to. So I just held my MSTs for this bullshit. Or I did not just play MST, I played like Storm and shit. But yeah, this card is crazy. Isn't it still at 3 at TCG?
leveraged using trap cards to stun the opponent out from playing, like Skill Drain, which, as the name would imply, negated all monster effects on the field.
Skill drain stops everything. And in my head, I was like,
oh hell yeah,
I
Counter
didn't know too
Cyclone.
much. I was
Yeah.
like reading all the cards. I'm like, is this not the best card in the game?
Now, the whole concept of the TG deck was to stun out the opponent using the trap cards, while the Tech Genesis monsters would replace themselves when they were destroyed.
Yeah, this I don't know, like this slow roll until you overwhelm your opponent. It's very similar to Primite Fiendsmith. You played during long format? I didn't play during this format, but I played when he showed up the Wind Up Hunter. I played during the format after that. Basically, when Xyz were introduced. This, I think there was Xyz. I don't know. I don't really remember. When this deck got hit. Striker used to be limited, I think. And then they finally unban it later.
In combat, creating a cycle of near infinite resources while whittling down the opponents using the traps. And since these effects activated in the graveyard, they were unaffected by skill drain.
Yeah, this is
only negating
basically
monster effects on
Fiendsmith,
the
bro.
field.
This deck is like great. Like this is the one I just win the most with. I just played so much with it. Played it for like 5 or 6.
And they had like Horn of the Phantom Beast to make it big, and then you draw a card each time. Ooh.
Deck.
Marquis quickly jumped onto the idea. The cards were relatively cheap for the most part and easily accessible. The only problem with this deck was that its competitiveness
They
was
hit
rather
the
short-lived. This time, it had since
Oh,
been
there it is.
outclassed
Horn
for
of the
most
Phantom
part and
Beast.
easily
Here. This is like you gain 800 attack, and then every time you destroy a monster by battle, you drew a card. So yeah, you just slow rolled your opponent. Eventually, you were overwhelmed. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Is Runic a better example of a slow deck that you didn't OTK or anything? Maybe you could, but I just think of Fiendsmith control, Fiendsmith Bestial. You know why I think of Fiendsmith Bestial? Because of Branded Regained. That's why I think of it. It reminds me of Horn of the Phantom Beast.
accessible.
Paleozoic, yeah,
was that its
Paleozoic.
competitiveness was rather short-lived.
Yeah.
By this time, it had since been outclassed by newer cards and excessive power creep that was difficult for trap-based decks to keep up with, especially when going second. So the deck had been dropped by the rest of the player base. But Marquis would continue playing TGs. It became his signature deck, and he strove to make it even better, making tweaks to it day by day. This would continue for the next few months, and as time passed, Marquis would eventually participate in regional tournaments. These were events on a larger scale that would attract stronger opponents, often a few hundred, who would travel from other cities in hopes of placing in the top percentile to receive an invite to the national championship held at the end of the year. His best finish at these regionals would be a 7-3 final record, a career highlight. An impressive feat on paper, but not exactly notable in the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh scene, for you would typically need a 9-1 record to place in the top 8 and receive prizing. So naturally, no one in the competitive scene would know the name Marquis Henderson, never mind even in his own local area. But just
I remember the name Marquis Henderson, actually. What decks did he play later on? I actually do remember that name. Let me see. Damn. Does he not have a page? Okay, maybe I feel like I think he stopped competing. Okay. I feel like I've heard his name throwing around back in the day.
This would change completely.
Yeah, he doesn't have a name.
That Atlanta would be the host city for the next Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
Yeah.
It was a competitive tournament at the highest peak of the game that would draw over 1,000 duelists, including notable pro players who dominated the tournament circuit. Now, Marquis was rather unfamiliar with championship-level tournaments. His familiarity with competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Was limited mostly to his area, with regional tournaments being the extent of what he had experienced. So when his friends told him about YCS Atlanta, he figured it'd be the
Did he
size of
do an
regionals,
AMA
but
on
100 players or
Reddit?
two at most.
Maybe
but he had
not.
no idea that this would be something far
Very
greater
common
than
name?
you would
Fair
have
enough.
ever imagined.
My friend just told me about this event. Like, I didn't know what it was going to be. I thought it was like 50, 100 people. My dad, the first day I went to the event, YCS, he's like chilling in the convention center. He's like, oh yeah, we can go to the convention center. I'll go with you.
On the Friday of the tournament, his dad would drive him to the venue to pick up their entry badges. And only
The
upon entering
Yu-Gi-
would he be
the
shocked by the sheer
Yu-Gi-Oh!
scale of the event.
Oh my
Instead
God.
of a few hundred players, there was well over 1,000.
There were like a million people around. I'm like, I don't even want to enter. He's like, you have to enter already. I'm like, okay, I'll enter.
A robust hall filled with the most competitive, daring challengers, many of whom had ventured from the opposite side.
Is this YCS Anaheim? This is YCS Anaheim B-roll footage, I think. No, it's not. No, I don't think this is. No, I don't think so. It's not. The columns aren't thick enough. This should be further down. This is not.
Out of the country to test their skills. You see, the winners of this tournament in particular would receive
Came out
the
later
coveted
than the
Blood
finals,
Breakfast prize
nice.
card that to this day sells for thousands of dollars. Unlike the other prize cards,
Where I was
for
looking,
reasons
the convention center for YCS Anaheim does kind of look like that, like the open warehouse. Yeah.
unknown, the Blood Breakfast has never been reprinted. Rumors say it's due to legal reasons with the card's original artist, meaning that the only copies of the card.
I think it also because I've also heard that the word blood is in the name, so they can't reprint it. But I mean, the artist stuff could also make sense.
Existence to this very day were the limited copies given out to the winners of these tournaments, making it now one of the rarest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh history. So naturally, there was a big prize at stake. But before the tournament had even begun, these players had already activated their strongest card, the credit card. The vendors were completely overwhelmed, with players swiping left and right, forced to pay premiums on last-minute cards that they needed for competition the very next day. Most of them were using Dino Rabbit or Windups, with a few other decks in between that were equally as pricey. Luckily for Marquis, the expensive cards in his TG deck, like Pot of Duality...
Oh, I remember dualities being expensive. I remember that. It's crazy. This is a pot that no one plays nowadays. You cannot special summon a monster during the turn you activate this card. No one's playing this shit. Wait, duality is limited in Master Duel, right? Okay, Flu does play this. All right, my bad. Sorry. That was yeah. This was crazy. Dude, people were like, is there a budget? There was like so many threads. Like, is there an alternative to Pot of Duality? I can't afford this shit. Which is valid. But I think there's a reason why this shit's expensive. There's no alternatives, brother. Some morning? Yeah.
Had already been reprinted the year prior, costing only a few dollars instead of hundreds. But nevertheless, he still wanted to make important additions to his deck where possible. With only $40 left to his name, Max C was out of the equation, certainly putting him at a disadvantage, especially when going second, and he would perhaps be the only player in the entire hall that was not playing.
Why do ask that? I think it's because of Blue Hunter.
He wouldn't need it. And you know, saving $300.
I don't remember if it's like also because of stun.
Decided to finally splurge on a lone copy of Bryanak, Dragon of the Ice Barrier. A card that was
but it could have been an overlap.
But could be made in niche scenarios with a TG Striker, and was another step to optimizing his deck into the strongest it could possibly be for the tournament the next day.
Spent my last $40 on the Bryanak that I needed for my deck. I summoned it once, but it won me the game, so it was freaking worth it.
Lastly, in place of the Max C, he opted instead to run 2 copies of the Beast King Barbaros, a card that had never seen play before, though printed as a level 8.
Dude, okay. This is not that crazy. If you logged into Dueling Network, you go to low rated, they will normal summon this guy and flip skill drain on you. This is not... This is a classic, you know. It's 3,000 attack under skill drain. That's it. That's all it does.
3000, Beast King had an effect that would allow its user to drop its attack to 1900 and normal summon it without tributing any monsters. But while skill drain was on the field,
that shit ridiculous.
Drop back completely
OP.
and restore its attack back to 3000, threatening even
we might actually, but we'll see.
Capacity of skill drain, a card whose potential.
So this card spent 2k on Yu-Gi-Oh deck,
would stun the opponent from searching
that's
their
a
deck
lot.
for cards, while Horn of the Phantom Beast boosted his beast monsters and let him draw a card each time the monster trampled over an opposing one by battle. And last but not least, Reborn Tengu was a pesky beast warrior who could be powered up by the horn and also replace itself when it was removed from the field. In total, his deck would cost just over $100, and most of the players in the hall would scoff at the idea of this deck being remotely competitive until day 1 of the tournament kicked off, which would start off.
Yeah, I will say, like, I feel like there, like, back then, I mean, there probably still is today, but I feel like, I mean, I don't think the same elitism I'm thinking of, like, people hate man, you know, when facing it, but mostly it's because of the cards. Sometimes people will insult intelligence of the person playing it, but like, what I'm thinking of is people being like, I would never touch this deck because, like, you know, it's beneath me to play. Oh, does it only send fusion? It can send the synchro if I remember. We'll see. We'll see. I will try it out. I don't think the 2 extra deck slots is that crazy of a commitment. The card is very good. But yeah, I think you send Ecclesia synchro.
Extremely well for Marquise Henderson, who jump-started his event with 6 wins and 0 losses, with his friends shocked beyond belief. Marquise was completely locked in.
I ended up going 6-0, and that's when I was like, what the heck? So
he would only
was that wind up Insectors? Hey, it's Billy Break. Hey. All right, I don't know what the fuck this is. Wind up Insectors.
Marquise was completely locked in.
I ended up going 6-0, and that's when I was like,
well, I know what it is.
He would only drop his first match in round 7 to an empty jar deck. Another
but it's like
that relied on decking out the opponent
as baffling to me as like Cool Tune.
Round 7 to a very like insane opponent. I'm
like
reading like, is this work? Like, yeah,
I don't know what's the other analog.
I even flipped skill drain on him, and he's literally still killing me 3 skill drains. Like flip up and I'll chain book a moon. Okay, now it's face down. I'll dump your hand again. I was like, what? What are you talking about?
But outside of this, all of his other opponents had utilized powerful meta decks, and some of these opponents became perturbed, for Marquise would have to read a lot of their cards, which
I'll play a $10 Fairy Burn.
This dude was going around playing a frustrating rogue deck, but also reading the popular cards that they would have expected him to know with a 6-0 record at a major tournament like this. And both his opponents and the judges were especially shocked to find that Marquise wasn't familiar with the combos and rulings that they thought were basic.
When I say I wasn't really like that into the game, like I hadn't played for that long, like the judge had to explain to me for like a minute or two about like the rulings of wind up shark and wind up magician. So I'm like, how does that work? And I'm like, I don't know, whatever. I had to read a lot of the cards. Yeah, like it's just a lot. Like I didn't know like dueling was that much.
It also pissed him off even further that he was flipping cards like skill drain that nullified their expensive cards.
Some people didn't like the deck because obviously you just like stun your opponent, stuff like that. Yeah, it is what it is. Like obviously I drew
skill drain mean the go, yeah.
A lot.
These players were completely shocked, and word of mouth spread pretty quickly. Online chatter slowly begun with rumors of an unknown duelist who was playing in his.
Kick that wind up ass. I love how he got Pojo. He's sourcing all this shit from Pojo. There's a lot of history in Pojo, though, so. Bro with an uncle not knowing it? Yeah, he's basically saying exactly what people who show up to Master Duel. They're like, fuck. And then queue up to rated. Or rank match. They're like, fuck, I haven't read these cards.
first ever YCS with a budget version of an outdated deck idea that pissed off the pro players at the top tables. While many reveled in the chaos and cheered Marquise on, others were less than optimistic.
This is a very, I don't know. This is very, I don't know, very
pro players at the event
Pojo.
even refused to shake his hand after the match, as they were extremely.
See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, this text feels off compared to. Maybe I'm wrong, though.
Others were less than optimistic. Some of the pro players at the event even refused to shake his hand after the match, as they were extremely salty about the prospect of losing to such a player. And a deck that locked them down from
Just to play into it? I know, that's me too.
I don't know if he appreciated, like, I just kept drawing skill drain. I kept drawing freaking skill drain, and he actually MST when I flipped another one in response. So I just have freaking 2 skill drains. He killed when I just have another one. So he was mad about that.
Marquise would play against several opponents utilizing the Dino Rabbit deck, a matchup that he found to be favorable midway throughout the tournament. He would set as many trap cards as possible, and then use skill drain to lock out their signature Evolzar monsters.
What I was most afraid of was the Dino Rabbit deck, because they can just, like, it's like a free negate. I'm like, oh, well, you can't even get around that. There's nothing you can do. I didn't even know what Dino Rabbit did at the time. I was scared of it. Some of the matches were just like brain dead easy. It wasn't even me. It was just like a good meta choice.
And at this point, you're probably wondering how he did so well. I mean, it's his first major tournament. He's picking up cards to read them. His opponents are frustrated. What was the secret sauce that Marquise had implemented? Well, for starters, none of his opponents were really prepared, and many of their decks would lack adequate trap removal or ways to counter skill drain. You see, a lot of these players weren't even playing Mystical Space Typhoon, which was a classic way to destroy a spell and trap card. In its place, they instead elected to play high impact.
I know, right? I'm scared of it. I know, just this little bunny.
Comboing, like Effect Veiler to negate the wind-up combo. And ironically, these cards happen to be absolutely useless against Marquise's TG stun deck, which neither summoned a lot of monsters nor utilized their effects.
Because no one really cares about, like, the trap decks back then. Like, at least in that specific event.
You know about Radiant Typhoon? I know. Show someone from 2012 what a Radiant Typhoon
Since no one was
Swen
prepared for it,
does.
this meant that skill drain was there to stay on Marquise's field, allowing him to ultimately
And they'll
finish with an
explode.
impressive 9-2 final record.
Called my dad, like, oh yeah, you're just going to play in the tournament, have fun, whatever. And I called him after like round. I was like, oh, I think I have to come back. I think I have to come back to this. And he said, why? I'm like, well, there's like a day 2, and I guess like I made the day 2. So okay, we'll come back.
Also, if you guys are enjoying this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and touch that
Radiant
like
Typhoon is
button. After the
disgusting.
11th Swiss round, the standings were announced before the top 32 players would face off in a
That deck is very
bracket to
annoying
ultimately
going
decide the
second
winner of
too.
the tournament. And in 12th
For a
place
couple
was none other
reasons.
than Marquise Henderson. His
But
friends
by
were
itself,
rocketed
it
in
is
cheers.
very
Marquise
annoying
had
to
done
deal
the
with. I
impossible.
don't,
He had made the top
I
cut of
don't
the
enjoy
tournament
it
with
as
almost
much.
1,400 players and defeated multiple pro players along the way with his own
Have a
unique
read at
strategy.
Snake Eye.
But his job
They're gonna
wasn't
say it
done yet.
sucks.
He still had more Yu-Gi-Oh! To
Dude,
play. His
when
32
Snake
was
Eye
impressive.
Ash got revealed, people were like, this shit is ass. Why would I -1 to summon from deck? Or something like that. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. To be fair, Poplar was not legal. It was not revealed during that time. But I'm just like, I don't know.
16 matches would be against Alistair Albanes and Michael Lux, 2 pro players with dozens of prior accolades. The former with a 2nd place championship finish, and the latter a 1st place champion. Both players were using Dino Rabbit, which skill drain and a plus.
I think we had OSS.
I was in the top cut, and you know they like rope off.
I think it was just Poplar.
To play. And I'm like looking at the concession, so I won. Like, oh, can I go over there? And he's like, no, you can't go. You got to stay here and do. I'm like, oh, this is freaking serious. Like, what the heck? I can't believe they're like keeping tabs on you. I was like, okay.
On an empty stomach, top 8 would be an uphill battle, for his opponent, John Oxendine, would utilize a wind-up strategy that could spell doom for Marquise if he went second. Like I mentioned earlier, the deck had a signature turn 1 combo.
Okay, let me look up original Sinful Spoils. Because if it came out in Phantom Nightmare, then yeah, that's the same. No, it came out in Age of Overlord. I'm pretty sure Poplar came out in Phantom Darkness. Or not Phantom Darkness, Phantom Nightmare. Yeah. We had OSS before. I know because Poplar came in Master Duel like a couple days before it came to TCG, and people were already playing with the Bellstar stuff and the Snake Eye stuff before Poplar.
That could discard nearly every single card in Marquise's hand before he even had a turn to play, especially because his deck lacked the one defensive card that could refill his hand to prevent this, Max C. But luckily for Marquise, he would win the Dyro and go first, setting up skill drain more than enough to
Easy.
stop the windups from, well, winding up.
I did like, go second against a lot of wine. They just didn't have hand. Again, I just lucky. I don't know what the statistics with that are.
Narrowly avoiding disaster thanks to a little bit of luck with the dice roll, the semi-final match would once again test his fortune. It was another wind-up opponent, a pro player by the name of Anthony Pasquarello. Now, Anthony's deck actually played 2 copies of Mystical Space Typhoon, and though Marquise would open the dice roll once again with a set skill drain, Anthony would open with both copies of Mystical Space Typhoon. But the rest of his hand didn't contain any monsters, allowing Marquise to simply beat him down. Even more interesting was the fact that Anthony had anticipated the existence of rogue trap decks, and to account for this even further, he would also side deck copies of Royal Decree.
Oh my
a continuous trap
God.
card that negated the effects of all other trap cards. And in the second game, he would open with a copy of Royal Decree and Mystical Space Typhoon, the perfect cards to counter Marquise's strategy. But just like in the first game, the rest of his hand was rather weak, with a lone wind-up rabbit as his only line of offense, which wasn't the card he needed to initiate the wind-up hand loop combo. And not only this, but Marquise would top deck his own copy of Mystical Space Typhoon to destroy the Royal Decree, allowing him to to set up his army of
Easy.
trap cards and ultimately win the match. Marquise's guardian angel was evidently working overtime. Ironically, Hanse Aguero, the winner of Nationals a year prior and the pioneer of the TG stun deck, yes, the very man who Marquise got his idea from in the first place, would also make the top cut with Dino Rabbit. But he would be knocked out early by another player, so the two wouldn't cross paths. But he would give Marquise a few motivational words for what would be the most important match in his entire life, the finals. His opponent would be the last remaining Dino Rabbit player in the tournament, and the stakes were higher than ever.
The guy in the finals, his name was Roman Rodriguez. I still remember him. Great opponent. It was a great duel. He actually said, and then there was don't take my picture. And the staff was like, well, we need a picture. So, no, I don't need a picture. I don't need a picture. So like, you won't find a picture of him anywhere. So had he come in first, you actually wouldn't have a picture of the winner at all.
Miraculously, Marquise would go first yet again and set up the deck's most optimal opening play, a Beast King Barbaros backed behind 4 powerful trap cards, with, you guessed it, one of them being skill drain. But the icing on top was a Starlight Road that would protect his field from being wiped away by Roman's Heavy Storm.
Oh my god,
With
Starlight
his back
Road.
against the wall, staring down his worst nightmare in the form of 2 Ovalsarlagias, he would somehow top deck a Pot of Duality, revealing the top 3 cards of his deck to add 1 to his hand.
I used 2 traps, made 2 negates, but I'm still like dying. Did duality and I got Dark Hole. I freaking cleared it. So like, it was like the double Agia, like the thing I was most afraid of. I ended up like somehow getting out of it. I was so lucky.
With the last revealed card miraculously being the Dark Hole that he needed to wipe away his opponent's entire board. This was a game-winning move that would raise a trophy and the Blood Mephist into the air by the newly crowned champion of YCS Atlanta, Marquise Henderson.
I'm Marquise Henderson.
Speak a little louder, bro.
I'm Marquise Henderson. I just decided to enter on a whim, basically. I decided to enter with TG stun, and I ended up winning.
I didn't even like realize after I won. I was so locked in at the end of the day. I was like, at the end of like the finals, I was like, I don't know, like I didn't know what to do. I was like, we're still no more dueling. Like I actually was just in the thick of it. And I called my dad. Like I ended up winning.
With word of his victory, the entire Yugi net erupted. While the reaction was generally positive, many people couldn't.
Yeah, see what? Hey, don't run away, Squiddy.
Word of his victory, the entire Yugi net erupted. While the reaction was
This is Squiddy. Look, this is how this motherfucker types. This has been his persona online. Awesome, Cinderella story winning a big 1400. He didn't even type. Look, the zeros are O's. Person YCS. I like the guy. He's innocent, nice, honest guy. Deserves to win. Broke the meta with a. This was his whole entire personality online. This is. People would try to copy him. And it was extremely unfunny, but for some reason he like started Facebook Marketplace grammar. Yeah. I don't know. There's some using O's instead of zeros. He's mastered this.
generally positive, many people couldn't fathom that a nobody had won such a prestigious tournament, especially a first-timer, and of course with a strategy that no one felt was playable. Now, funny enough, there would be another TG stun deck in the top 32 alongside Marquise, propelling the deck to finally be respected once more. But the pros were angry. They felt that Marquise's deck building was suboptimal.
He
It
can't
had a
skill
budget-friendly
drain, though.
alternative to the optimal build, foregoing important metagame cards like Max C that, in their opinion, was a non-negotiable. It was the only way of winning against windups when going second. Beyond that, they also said his ratios were incorrect, like playing one lone copy of Solemn Warning, one of the most powerful trap cards in the game that could negate.
I mean, from what I understand, I wasn't gonna be like to scrutinize his deck list if he was just some guy who decided to show up and win.
Any summon. Then they molded at the fact that Marquise had side decked 3 copies of Des Wombat, a card that was played for the sole purpose of countering burn decks.
Alright, nobody probably knows what this card is.
What the hell is this, man? Read this, please. Gotta continue.
That's Wombat. No effect damage. It's gonna be burned. I never signed I'm so happy about it.
Except that burn decks were rogue in particular, and it was highly unlikely that anyone had entered a championship
A role
tournament
player
with them,
goes
meaning
to
Marquise had
intro.
effectively wasted 3 critical slots in his 15-card side deck to account for a non-competitive deck that he'd encountered once or twice at locals. But it gets even worse. One popular rumor would spread online saying that Marquise was autistic, which wasn't true at all, but okay.
It's actually funny. During the tournament, they
Spread online saying that Marquise
What the
was autistic.
fuck? Okay. Is this verifiable
True at all,
information?
but, okay.
it's actually funny. During the tournament, they did start a rumor that I was autistic. And like,
This is what I'm talking about. This ableist shit. It was only started because he's playing. 90% sure this is only started because he's playing fucking Stun. It was definitely derogatory. Okay, I mean, these people were praising it. You know, they probably saw something. You know, they were trying to, like, I don't know how to describe it, but relate to the win or something in some way. But I'm 90% sure that people only brought it up to be derogatory or whatever.
Which wasn't true at all, but okay.
it's actually funny. During the tournament, they did start a rumor that I was autistic. And like, oh, this autistic kid won the event. It's like, great, blah, blah. And it's freaking... I thought it was funny. But no, I'm not autistic anyway. But they started that rumor.
Their only way of rationalizing that Marquise had won.
Oh yeah, it's a rationalization. That's what it is. The only way for someone with stun who could win with stun, that's the only way for him to win. He had to be a savant. It couldn't be like they were unprepared, you know? Which is it's more likely to be true because, you know, when you queue it to man, and you don't play main deck outs to man, you're gonna lose probably. And that's like I wouldn't say you should be prepared for man, but the part of the reason why you lose to a deck like that is because, you know, your on engine just doesn't work. You know, only Savant can beat me. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's the rationalization, I guess. It could be harmful, it could be derogatory, it could be, I don't know, like, but people just need, for some reason, need a random reason for it to make sense. Man, it's so popular as it is. Yeah. Like, you open Fua versus Man, fuck me. You open Maxi versus TG Stun. Well, I guess Man is for 9 to 5 hours. That's like the nicest profile of man players I've ever seen. Okay, then you censored job, so now I'm not sure.
Being a savant, someone who had become a Yu-Gi-Oh genius overnight. Some would accuse him of cheating, saying that the only plausible
Well, it's either the kid got lucky, cheated. Yeah, see, lucky, cheated. Everyone's bad. The kid is not Yugi. The deck is ass. I mean, people still pull this rationalization bullshit anyway today nowadays either. Like when people talk about Tasaku, like there's some interesting rationalizations people come up with for Tasaku. Dinky makes oh yeah, bad user. Yeah.
explanation was sleight of hand or rigging of the game and not talent. After all, he had completely shaken up the expectations of what should have won. In their eyes, only a pro player should have been able to win, and using a deck that cost thousands of dollars. A lot of players online would complain about Marquise getting extremely lucky.
So you mean he got extremely lucky? To say that he didn't get a turn 1 wound up during... I mean, there is probably luck involved. Like, you know, if he went first and won the die roll versus bad matchups, that's still... I would still consider that luck. But, you know, I'm not going to be like... even Jesse will say on the record that some of his wins are due to luck, right? Because in Swiss, he didn't prepare for a certain matchup and he didn't face it or something like that. Or he won the die roll versus that bad matchup. Or, you know, I mean, obviously he's got into the finals very consistently, like pretty a crazy amount for one person. But I think that, you know, like it's pretty hard to win to begin with, you know. That wind-up game in top 8 would have knocked him out if he didn't win the roll. Yeah. So I think that is luck playing a factor. But I think people are I don't think he's that nuanced. I think this person is like, he won the die roll 12 straight times or something.
He almost uncharacteristically. One commenter would say, just gonna throw this out there, but the 2 feature matches they put up, his opponents had pretty bad hands, and he had outs to everything. Dude has Yugi level luck. He would frequently win the dice roll and go first, which was a crucial way of winning with a trap deck that could set up an army of defensive options before the opponent got a chance to play. They explored every possible angle to discredit Marquise's victory, but at the same time, others would defend him. Excited that a rogue strategy had won the event, piloted by a new player who had put the rich and the mighty in their place.
Marquise have a lot of
Yu-Gi-Oh
RNG
wasn't just about
manager,
activating the credit card.
I think way more people were just like, hey, listen, like this is a cool deck. You know, I didn't expect to win. This is a nice thing that happened. So honestly, it was way more positive than negative. People came up after, it's like, oh, I really want to play this deck. I think this deck is cool.
Ironically, after his victory, many players even adapted and would begin playing the TG Stun deck. If a 16-year-old kid who had never entered a championship could win with an incomplete build, then the deck had certainly outperformed in some capacity. This was short-lived, however, as the deck was almost immediately hit on the ban list, with both TG Striker and Reborn Tengu, 2 of the deck's main monsters, being restricted.
Bruh.
Though not necessarily due to the TG Stun deck, for both of these cards were also abused in other decks around the same time, catching it in the crossfire.
But yeah, that was like my first big event. The stars aligned. That's all I'll say. The stars aligned. I tried to play well, but it was a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh going on. A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh moments. But that was the only YCS I ever entered, and I ended up winning.
At the end of the day, it seems that all the stars would align for Marquise to win the championship on that fateful weekend. A combination of fortune, his opponents being unprepared, and the power of skill drain were all factors that played into this. But regardless, his skill was what mattered the most. No matter how lucky you get, you still have to be extremely good at the game to win a championship of 1,400 players. But all of this would come together perfectly to allow him to achieve the greatest monumental feat in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh history. Nevertheless, this would seemingly be the most fortuitous weekend for Marquise Henderson, as he would never again perform in a major Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
To this day, actually, that was the only YCS I ever entered. That was the only YCS I ever entered, and I ended up winning.
Instead, retiring from play and starting his own trading card vending booth in Atlanta at the popular card show.
Now, that's a crazy hustle.
Charlie's Collectible Show.
I ended up just vending mostly just Yu-Gi-Oh, but it just became more and more. Well, I have a booth in Charlie's Collectible Show, both in the Atlanta and the Houston locations. I can't say enough about Charlie's Collectible Show. They're insane. Like, the owners don't lot for me. Maybe 60 or 70 like card vendors, anime, sports.
60 or 70, eh?
video games.
With a booth called Trading Cards LLC, so if you're in the Atlanta or Houston area, definitely go check out the show. Who knows, you might even see the legend in person. And what happened to the prize Blood Mephist, you might ask?
So because I was 16, I was kind of broke. When I realized that card was actually worth money, I sold it on eBay. Somebody told me it was $1,000. I'm like, I'll just list it for $600. Someone bought it like that day, and I was like, somebody got a good deal. There you go. Hopefully somebody still has it and they're taking care of it. But I still have the trophy, of course.
Regardless, his accomplishment would forever be ingrained as one of the greatest miracles in Yu-Gi-Oh! History, with the community recognizing that Marquise had overcome every possible adversity to embrace the heart of the cards and achieve the impossible.
Oh, that was really fast. That was really fast. I'm not used to these abrupt. All right. All right, cool. Yeah, Heart of the Cards is real. What's next? All right, Enneacraft. When is the... All right, we can look at the Enneacraft later. All right, this is Genesis. Oh, we're not watching Glasgow Yu-Gi-Oh! More of a deck profile than discussion, really? Well, okay, losing is good, actually. Okay, I assume this is gonna say like learn from your mistakes. Failure, the only way to learn is failure. Which are, you know, can come off as platitudes. But I guess I'll say, like, with Yu-Gi-Oh! Specifically, a lot of the pro players were lost a lot. Like Patrick Hoban, he's one of the first like notorious pros, you know, for different reasons. But I mentioned Duelist Grounds before, but they used to make fun of him, Patrick Hoban, in those Duelist Grounds threads whenever he would talk. He had negative reputation, and then they shut the fuck up when he started winning. But you know, you got to start somewhere. I'm interested in the shapes. All right, 20 more minutes, bruh. You sure they're not gonna extend it? But yeah, like losing is actually as long as you don't give up. Pretty much, that's probably what the idea is. That's what I'm assuming, but we'll see.
Losing seems like the simplest concept in all of gaming, but if you delve deeper into it, you realize that it's a lot more complicated than you might think.
But undead, how could there possibly be anything more complicated about it?
Don't interrupt me. And well, as I was about to say, sometimes losing is actually the right thing to do. First of all, losing can actually be a teaching moment. This is the simplest aspect of
Yep,
this
learn
aspect.
from your
If you lose
mistakes.
a duel, then you can look back on it to see if there's anything you can do different to be able to win more in the future. A lot of the time, you played your own deck wrong. You made the wrong plays, and by looking back on that duel, you can think to yourself, what if you made a different move? What if you made the moves you made at a different time? Maybe the combo you did was the wrong one for that matchup. A lot of the time, you didn't account for the opponent's
Yes,
they
it's
did
copium.
something that surprised you, that gave them the win because you didn't plan for it.
Yes,
You have to
yes,
map
it
out your
is.
plays
You
according
gotta
to what
have
the opponent
copium.
is capable of doing to stop you from doing what
Coping
you're
is
trying.
healthy.
Your plan has to keep in mind everything the opponents have or could have. You even have to be prepared for things you don't know for certain, like face downs and hand traps. Preparing for the worst means that you aren't going to be caught off guard.
I just think of Book of Eclipse, and last month when I was like climbing, and I got cooked by Book of Eclipse. I mean, they caught me off guard, but I don't think I was winning through those anyway. But it was probably the worst things that could happen.
Be on their
I say my
best
opponent got
because
lucky, I
they
simply
can't
got
get a free
sacked,
win
or-
out of you. At least as far as smart gameplay is concerned. If you don't consider what the opponent has or could have, they can take advantage of that very easily. Like if the opponent has a face down cards but no cards in hand, I can be sure it's not Raigeki Break. If they have a card in hand that causes a delay when I put any card in
Oh
hand,
my
and that
god.
delay can't have been
Hey, that's my meme. You can't steal my meme.
the card that they have, it could be a DD Crow. Study popular cards and how they work so you can check for unknown information using context to make it known. Sometimes you have no way of knowing.
Was that a Master Duel meta plug? Hold on, we need to investigate. Duel Links meta. Close enough.
cards and how they work, so you can check for unknown information using context to make it known. Sometimes you have no way of knowing what the opponent can do because you just aren't very familiar with their deck, but by losing to them, you can become more familiar with what they are trying to do and what they're capable of, so you can prepare better for it. Why should I care about Shiranui Spectral Sword engraved? Well, it gives them a free synchro, but
oh, this is a
if you don't know
Duel
what
Links.
the synchros do, there's no
Yeah.
reason to care. But if you're afraid of a free Shogun Saga or Sun Saga, you should stop the Spectral Sword. That's information that you'll gain from losing to them, and it'll make you more likely to win afterwards. You might have built your deck wrong in many different ways. If you find yourself breaking often, you should include a higher concentration of consistency pieces or
This is like, okay, these are just like platitudes. Okay. This is literally the this is literally when Master Duel at the bottom gives you those tips like you're losing a lot, build a stronger deck. You guys know which what I'm talking about. Extended an hour? I thought so. What'd I tell you? I told you.
skill. Maybe your deck has cards.
I wasn't on my knees praying. It would
you'll
take
feel like
longer.
they're just dead weight whenever you use them or try to use them. You should.
If you
cut
have
those
dead cards, take these. Okay. I don't know if I'm the target audience because these just feel like so simple.
out of your deck. Maybe
I
there are
called
big
it
threats in the
too.
format that your deck
Nice.
isn't prepared to deal with. You should include ways.
Oh my god, these okay. I'm just gonna say it. These feels like how ChatGPT delivered like advice. Like it was praying you were doing. Okay.
Deal with them, or adjust your overall game plan to play around them. It could be that no matter what changes you make,
Your deck might just be washed. This sounds like a ChatGPT-ism. Oh my god. Or it just isn't well positioned. I mean, that's more closer. I'll take out my chair. My bad.
you've been playing just isn't positioned well against the most popular decks, and you should play another deck for that format that has better matchups for better overall opportunities for taking dubs. Just to show an example of all these different changes to your deck, I'll take a look at one of mine, Dark Magician back when Dragoon came out. This deck list.
Alright, this is Duel Links, so I can't really speak too much on Duel Links, especially I don't know what this skill does. That's a nice rarity, though. Lancia and Mullis. I know. How do you deal with Malice? How do you deal with Lancia? Just. Oh my god.
Had a solid game plan that Dark Magician players.
You
could
call
use.
AI
Instead,
scripting
he inherited
asexual
seals of
slot?
introductory
Oh, that makes sense.
Breakers
Yeah.
to make the Dragoon land a bit safer to the field. Problem was that even though this game plan was solid and it worked, as time went on, more powerful decks came out that really didn't give a damn about it for one reason or another, giving more bad.
I don't know. This doesn't feel like. I feel like this seems very disassociated from basically being. Like, okay. I think the beginning made sense, right? Because, like, oh, yeah, you can learn from your mistakes or whatever. It's a little bit, shallow. But this is basically saying, like, why your deck is ass, basically. And, like, going through all the. Which is, like, doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. At least I'm just looking at the title. I'm just like,
matchups to the deck. So I needed to find out what the problem was and how to solve it. Was the deck bricking? Not very often, but enough that I decided to play more Illusion of Chaos. Did the deck have dead cards? Yes. Navigation was no longer useful unless I already had everything I needed. It was the last thing I'd ever search for, so I cut it to brick on it less often. Were there threats in the meta I couldn't deal with? Yes. I had no hope going second against Tachyon, so I devised a game plan to play through Transmigration and Spiral Galaxy in a way.
There are just some matchups you can't win, though. Like, you kind of also have to accept that. Like, there was a time when Malice was legal, and I was just like, you know what? It's not worth it to Lancia these guys. They still, like, my deck is, like, still loses to, like, maybe, like, 2 non-engine. Or something like that. Eventually, I still kept the Lancias. But... Oh my god. Yeah, there's just some...
Still win that turn. Despite all these changes, I couldn't realistically play through Droll. So, because of that card's popularity, I had to pick a different deck to play that could win more often against the Droll being dropped on. I felt bad that I couldn't solve every problem, but I enjoyed the process regardless and saw people doing well in tournaments with some of my...
I don't know, this just doesn't feel like... I know it's like something you don't want to hear, like change your deck, but like... I don't know, I feel like on the other side of the coin, you just accept those matchups are unwinnable too. That's also... I don't think they're unwinnable match. I think there's boards you can't beat. That's fair. Doomsday has 10% matchup against Chaos Rituals. RIP. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like that's like... I don't want to say it's like bad advice, but it's just like... And also, like I said, it's probably what you don't want to hear either, but... I don't know. It just feels like... I don't know. I'll just keep
Never would have
watching.
made that progress, learned the matchups, made my deck better, and sorted out a solid plan for the format had I not allowed myself to lose to Tachyon as much as possible to examine every aspect of it, to a point where I could legitimately devise a perfect counter for the game plan, including staples that aren't a Droll. And I wouldn't have made the decision to pick another deck if I hadn't lost to Droll so many times as I had. Losing gave me the tools to win so much more often because I paid attention to the lessons that those losses were giving me. I always like to say in the Discord, the only L's we take are lessons, and with that philosophy, myself and others are able to not only become better duelists, but better duelists are able to prepare themselves for their plan in the format. Planning your approach to a format is something I don't see people really discussing because typically most people will just play the decks they like and just switch to something else that they like if that doesn't work. That's totally fine, but it's not optimized. Before you start playing the month of ranked, or you start playing the tournament, or you start playing the format overall, you shouldn't just consider each duel win or lose. You should instead consider your overall goal and what is needed in order to reach that goal. There is no goal other than delusion that requires you to have a 100% win rate. The best duelists in the world don't have a 100% win rate, and you aren't some special exception who's going to eclipse them all. That's because the high win rates that they do have are actually as high as they are, not in spite of how many losses they get, but often because of how many losses they get. I don't mean this in the way of, you know, those
The real way to win at Yu-Gi-Oh! And in Thunder, right? Win her back after divorce, bruh. That's your Yu-Gi-Oh! Channel. You should reflect on how to win all your games. Yeah, I think accepting some losses is fine. Because there are definitely games where you just couldn't do anything about. Or, like, if you try to patch... Like, it's not just that. If you try to patch how you could have won that... If you try to create a solution for that, you might open up another... You might create another opening in other matchups that you don't account for. So you're kind of like chasing your own tail. So at some point you have to just be like, stop. I'm going to. That's what I mean. You have to accept some games are just like, okay, there's nothing you can really do about it, and that's fine. Because you could run a Nib to be one, but you're just taking your average win rate to do it. I guess that's just another way of what you're saying. I think I'm on the same page as you. Yeah. Like, oh, okay, I lost because I didn't have Nib, right? But then there are probably other matchups where like Nib doesn't do shit. But yeah, you could just be chasing your own tail. That's something that's also very hard. And I feel like, I don't know, I didn't really expect this video to do that, to mention that, but that is something that that's kind of poignant that people don't really bring up.
The format. In this case, I'm talking about their win rates after they figured out their plan. You see, if your goal is King of Games, you don't need to win every game. You just need to win 5 times in a row at some point while you're in Legend 5. If your goal is to win a tournament, your goal isn't to win every single duel, but to win 2 out of 3 duels against each opponent. And if
that's how I felt about Luna Light. Sure, I'm gonna probably lose every game going second into it without having an out. But how often am I gonna really run into Luna Light? Probably not that often. Which I don't know. I just don't feel like that. It is something you could respect, right? You play Kaiju, you play main deck Goddess or something like that. No, sorry, extra deck Goddess. You could do that. If you have flex spots, it doesn't matter, right? Because you're always gonna miss out on something if you prioritize something in your flex spot. Your flex spots can't cover everything. But I don't know. I just peg Luna Light as a deck that I'm not gonna respect anymore because it's not. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna accept that I'm gonna lose every time, but I'm not gonna run into them that often. And I'm gonna use whatever's flex spot I would have played, whatever's flex spot slot that I dedicate towards a Luna Light out to something else. And probably I'm not gonna run into that matchup that often either. But maybe it has more applications. Hello, Voltelleric.
To top the KC Cup, your goal is not to have a 100% win rate, it's to get as many points as possible. None of these goals...
I just bring up Luna Light because before Luna Light came to the game, it sounded like it was mandatory that you needed a Liger out.
Strategy that is so much better than everybody else.
But if I didn't have one, I think it's like, oh, okay, it's fine.
At some point in your perfect win streak, the people you duel against are going to catch onto your strategy. They may adjust their game plans to be better suited against your perfect deck, and you may start losing to cards that counter you specifically because you're the main threat now. If that doesn't work, they'll start playing your deck, and at that point, they'll have a great streak going too. But you'll eventually
win when they win more than others.
Or who drew better cards. Maybe you get lucky and win anyway, but if you keep dueling, more and more people play your strategy and counters to your strategy, you're going to lose eventually. It's statistically impossible not to. You have to accept that losing is inevitable. So, what can you do from that point?
What is it, like switch deck?
Since every deck has situations in which they'll win and ones in which they'll lose, you're going to have to pick what you would rather lose to. For example, if I have to...
That is something when I say, you choose what you lose to. It's a little bit... But I usually mostly talk about non-engine. when it comes to that. Not every non-engine card you play can cover everything. But yeah, like maybe you play Nibiru to cover generally all the general decks, right? You accept that it sucks ass into I don't know where I was going with this, but point is, your non-engine can't cover everything. You could hyper focus it on one matchup, let's say Cool Tune, but it's probably gonna have some like hole that you didn't count for because there's probably some deck that like in the meta that is counteracting Cool Tune as well, but also plays well under your non-engine too. Like I can just think of Man, fuck Man, that deck is so annoying. And I imagine any craft will be something similar. And you just accept. You don't. Yeah, we do that already, right? When we just like don't play any MSTs or back row removal into like Sun decks or whatever. We already accept that we're getting our ass beat by them. It's frustrating though, but I think on some level we do accept that. Die-Fi gaming, Die-Fi gaming.
Let's say Live Twins and Lyralust.
Yeah,
I know
right.
that Live Twins can pull off an amount of interruptions that can stop absolutely any deck in their tracks, and Lyralust can't do that, but has near perfect consistent access to guaranteed survival and follow-up. Live Twins isn't quite that guaranteed, so Lyralust may lose to a deck that has an easy outwards consistent game plan, while Live Twins may lose to unfortunate draws. There are legitimate benefits to both, but which way would you prefer to lose? On a bigger scale though, the best players often consider either their game plan into each matchup or their statistical matchup spread, or both. If I play Photons for example, I could play against every single other deck that people are actively playing as much as I can, until I optimize my game plan to efficiently deal with all of them equally. After that, I play, let's say, 10 games against each deck, and note the win ratio I have against each of them. Here, I'll figure out what factors led me to
These
losing,
statistics
whether
are
it
all
was
fake for teaching purposes.
certain draws or inherent unavoidable aspects of the matchup. A mistake you might make at this point is looking at all the matchup data and trying to increase the win rate against every deck to make it as guaranteed as possible that you win. It's nice when you have a guaranteed matchup that's basically a guaranteed win, but that's not what you should be expecting. Looking at all the matchups, you know that some of them favor you and some of them favor other decks over yours, but this is not a bad thing because not all decks are equally popular. If hypothetically you had a 70% win rate against Tachyon, a 30% win rate against APC, these are just examples by the way, not real statistics, then you may think, damn, if I go to duel, I have to hope my opponent is playing the right deck, or I lose. But not all decks are equally popular. If Tachyon is the most...
Yeah, so this is actually something valid that is worth bringing up. And it's something that's kind of hard to illustrate. I mean, he's making up random numbers for the purpose of illustrating, you know? But, like, yeah, I guessing this is like, okay, if you have a 70% win rate versus a deck that's 50%, okay, this sounds really fake. As far as I know, Tachyon was really strong during this format or whatever. You probably have a deck that's well positioned. But obviously that deck, even though it's well positioned into like the majority of decks, there's probably some deck that or board you can't deal with. But you just take that risk. Or actually, I don't know what the 70%, 30% is referring to. I just assume that's win rate. But now that they're both adding to 100, now I'm very confused.
The game and ABC
I'm reading into these differently now.
Win rate will be higher if you choose to play a deck with a good matchup into Tachyon. Instead of trying to beat everything then, if you want a high win rate, you should prioritize...
I've been always saying this too. Like, you don't need to win every game. There's like a 5-hour VOD of me going through all these matchups. Fuck, can I find it? Let me see if I can find it. Oh, this is gonna be weird because I just need to... Let me see if I can find it. Fuck. There is like where I go into 5 hours just talking about how like matchups or something like that. I think it'll be faster if I but basically I know
having good matchups into the majority
Let me see if I
of
can
what
find
people are
it.
playing. This doesn't just go for one deck either. If 7 decks are meta,
I know how to narrow it down.
Then you would only need a minimum of 4 good matchups within those 7 in order to have more wins than losses. But most of the time there will be a few decks far more popular than the rest, so depending on the meta, you could have good matchups against 2 of the 7 most popular decks, still end up with a positive win rate. This goes back to the point of choosing what you would prefer to lose to. If it means I get a high win rate as a result, then I will happily accept the losses to the more unpopular stuff that will beat me. Sometimes even the most popular deck could be outweighed by the combined weight of the rest of of the meta. So if you have good matchups against the rest of the meta, but a bad matchup against the best deck, as long as the end result is a high win rate, then that's all that matters. In this scenario, you're actively choosing your losses in order to give you a better chance at winning, meaning that losing is an important part of winning competitively. But what if I told you that losing isn't just good for teaching you and isn't just good for preparing you, but can actually be a tool you use in the moment to get you closer to your goal? Duel Links and Yu-Gi-Oh! In general, our deck lists are hidden until the duel is
I
over,
found
ranked,
it.
or
But I do a similar exercise. It takes a long ass time though. I think like it's like, oh my gosh. Here, let me see if I can find it. I'm just gonna mute myself. I don't want to hear myself. But yeah, like some deck building. Illustrate some concessions, assumptions. You need to win most matchups, not all, i.e. Luna. Do I need to play an out? Do I need to respect Luna Light? Main point here is I don't need to win every matchup, so I can concede this one to improve the rest. And then, oh, this is just some bullshit. What is this? Oh, this is when I start like proportioning how often I'm gonna run into these, you know, based on like what's coming out next. So right here, I will likely face this very often. Mitsurugi. I will likely face 10 plus Orcus. Probably face 0 to 1 because Shining Sark and AFD were in the pack. It's all like I end up proportioning like, okay, who will I face into? And you know, once you start, it's kind of bullshit though, because you don't know. You can never predict what's gonna happen. But you kind of have like some intuition, you know. Double Reggie, I know. This exercise takes a long time. And again, it's just speculative, right? You can be wrong about some things, but you should have basically some idea after going through this how to like adapt because you go through this exercise. This is me going through all the non-engine, you know, but I have some poor. This is kind of bullshit too because non-engine doesn't exist in a vacuum. When it's paired with under the cards, you know, Ash can be actually very powerful. On its own, it's not, but you know, Ash plus, you know, Charmy can be strong. We reading to ourselves, yes. This takes forever. I'm not joking, and this is just to make it easier to talk about, right? This isn't actually how you should. Like I said, this theory doesn't describe the actual game. Me going through one by one and going like, oh, is Maxi good against all these? Okay, this goes without saying. Look how good Maxi is. Is Ash good against Onomat Ryzeal? It actually is not good paired, so that's why I put a big X. Versus Mitsurugi is very good paired. Same with Striker, because it trades so well with 0. Blue Eyes, it can be good if you hold. Again, it has to be paired. So you just go through all this. Point is, it's just an oversimplification just to illustrate. And then eventually I narrow it down to what I want to play because you know you can eliminate some choices like, oh, do I really have? I eliminated some because these are like basically what I expect to run into for the most part. Onomat, Mitsurugi, Orcus, Malice, and Ryzeal, right? And then anyway, point is, long-winded story. This whole talking about, you know, like actively choosing your losses and all that stuff. You can make a whole. I think, to be honest, the faster way is just to play games with other people, right? To figure that out. I said just reactively. Yeah. The faster way is just to play. But this was during maintenance, before the deck came out, so I didn't really have that option. But yeah, I think just faster to play because you actually get a lot of info
until the tournament is over in KC Cup and in normal tournament. This is different to some other games where decks or teams.
Yeah, whatever. What am I gonna do during maintenance? Huh?
Because of this, there is some element of surprise that can be taken advantage of in this game. They may not know which hand traps to play or what face down back row you have. A lot of the time, smart players will be able to use context clues to decipher what back row or hand trap you might have. But even then, there are some situations where you can obscure what kind of quick effects you have. Like for example, when you have an ignition quick effect in play that can activate in almost any scenario, making it difficult for the opponent to read what your other interactions could be. In a best of one game, clicking the surrender button wouldn't give you any advantage.
Is it main over? No, it got extended.
Or in the high levels of Casey Cup, where you're going to be going against the same person again anyway, if you're in a position where you are guaranteed to lose and the opponent uses a card that would in some way give them information about your hidden cards that they do not already have, then by pressing the surrender button, you are taking away some of the knowledge that might have benefited them.
Are you pulling? I'll look at whether I pull.
Also on a timer, so you might surrender early.
I might build branded on the alt, but we'll see. Maybe I just do build it. I have like 10k gems, so it's not like
specifically in Casey Cup, surrendering as soon as.
Does it mean bundle? Okay, I mean I could get bundles on the other account. On my main account, I could get bundles. I have 4k on my main account.
Could actually give you an opportunity to get.
Yeah, definitely more branded.
This is a strategy used in most Casey Cups by a lot of the best players, depending on the format, and sometimes people will play decks that can force the opponent into a grind game just to get quick surrender. So like I said, winning and losing is actually a lot more complicated than you might have thought, and I think that even some of you who clicked this video agreeing with this might have still been surprised about how complicated it can be. If you learned something or just like the way my voice sounds, then like the video, subscribe if you haven't already.
I think this video's okay. I don't know if it like was a strong example of those concepts. Oh my god, he has like a little outro. This is like some, I forgot his name. The Sonic Boom Duel Links. He had an outro like that. Also, resting is important if you lose too much. Yeah, I mean. All right. All right. That is one. All right, Enneacraft deck profile. I guess we could look at this and see what we could learn from the Enneacraft. I mean, we could just read the Enneacraft cards, but okay, who really believes we're gonna run into Enneacraft? Do you think? Okay, do you think Enneacraft will replace all the man players? I can't imagine man players dropping the deck for no. Oh my god. There's people that want this? Yeah. No, I mean, there's people that will play this deck. It replaced the RB and Heka type players. No, okay. I think we will run into... I ran into Heka hands like 3 times during my climb out of like 170 games. So it's a non-zero chance. You think it's going to be more than NTR? Like I said, okay, now that you mentioned, I just brought up Heka hands. Maybe 2 to maybe equal, you know? Yeah, we're gonna see it. Yeah, three, maybe 3. People play it because it has a good KT matchup. Okay, but there's more reason to play it. So I would, based on that, I would expect it to be more represented. It replaced the Ratmech players. There's literally only one person on Master Duel meta playing Ratmech, and that's me. I'm kidding. There's other people, but specifically Master One. I didn't run into Hegan, but I see Man. Yeah, I think you see Man more often for sure. I think I don't want to call this like a stun deck, but it plays on a similar axis where your non-engine doesn't do shit, right? Like to it. I imagine it doesn't, except for Droll. Oh, losing to Droll is kind of a bad thing. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if Droll becomes bad because of branded, then maybe that's a good thing for Enneacraft. I'm gonna make it to Master 1 after the first week. That's why you didn't see it. My bad. Sorry. That's right. You're right. I forgot about that. I forgot all the crazy Hekahan players like Maguro and Yei Yozakura and Tasku getting Master 1 immediately. There's a lot that hate KT. Fair enough. I think well, okay, I'm not opposed to reading these cards. That's like, it's kind of a meme to not read them. Because, you know, if you run into them, you don't want to, like... If this is a free deck, then you might as well take the freebie by reading the cards. But building for them is something else. That's why I'm asking whether... If you think that's awesome. If you'll see them more commonly. Because if I build for this deck, that's a commitment. Against player getting stuck with FK bots and that flat, bruh. I don't know. Maybe it's about a... I have a feeling we'll see if we run into it in stage 1. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know if I'll build for this deck. I'll just accept it. They can... All right. We'll see what they have to say about Hack Hands. Hello, Pesta.
Hey guys, Santoli here with Matt, who went 6-2 at the Toronto Regions with Enneacraft. This is
I got Hack Hand players in gold. I ran into Hack Hand players for sure.
And I'm mainly bringing this profile.
The new out of characters video. What is it? Okay, I will check out. I'll take a look. I'm not gonna watch it, but I'm just gonna be like. At least I don't think I'm gonna watch it immediately. But I'll keep it on my radar. You watch it, it's short. Upstart Goblin lives in low income housing. Oh, this coffee pasta or whatever.
That goes by the government name of Section 8. Me and a group live in a low income housing environment that goes by the government name of Section 8. Me and a group of my allies control certain areas of this section.
Let's go,
in order
Goblin
to
lore.
run our illegitimate business. We possess unregistered firearms, stolen vehicles.
I prefer the one with
non-gun
Osaka though,
inhibitors, and only
or
use
you know what I'm
cash
talking
for
about.
financial purchases. If anyone would like to settle unfinished altercations, I will be more than happy to release my address. I would like to warn you, I am a very dangerous person, and I regularly disobey the law.
Nice. You remember YouTube Poop? Yeah. Justice was, hey, I'm an up-and-coming VTuber, and I was wondering if you could help me get my XP up. Sykkuno has returned to streaming with an update on his relationship. I'm working every single day to make things better. We're in a position where we can be happy, and we're headed in a good... Okay. No, I was gonna say something, but I'm just gonna keep it to myself. Oh my god, I'm gonna say it, and I'm good.
Off the deck, but to kind of give you guys information on it, because I think a lot of good players have a bad reputation towards this deck, or bad opinion on this deck.
My
where it's
body
just
is
something
PG-13.
weird that you shouldn't learn, and I think that's just a horrible way of approaching understanding the deck. Even if you don't love the deck, even if you don't want to play it, that's fine, but it is by all means a solid deck, and just because it has a different play style doesn't mean that it's something you can just ignore. I think it was Jesse said to me once that people really hate playing against decks that force people to play differently, and that's this deck. Just
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I think when I played Hat format, Hat was kind of that deck. It wasn't like stun or anything, but if you didn't know your rulings, they would goob you. And like once you knew about rulings and shit like that, it wasn't like an oppressive deck. I think it was like also kind of sloppy. So the first iteration I remember is artifact, hands, trap tricks. Personally, I thought that deck was ass. Well, it was a good combination, but like it was one of those decks that had to out resource you to even win. And if you like I said, if you knew your rulings and like you could like out perform that deck. It wasn't that bad. But like, you just had to play really defensively sometimes. You get to summon things in defense. So the hands can't just crash for free. You could take advantage of missing the timing. Anycraft lose to Maxi? Oh, that is true. You can Maxi Anycraft. Or Perulia. You can Perulia the Maxi. That's actually pretty strong. We'll see.
Because it plays differently doesn't mean it's not viable. It's no different than playing against something like Flu or some trap decks that just set 5 and you have to have a grinding game like that, playing through floodgates. Maybe it's not the most enjoyable for you, but it's a completely valid strategy in the game, and I think it's very important for you guys to learn how to play against this. So we're going to go through the deck profile first. We're also going to talk about how to beat it, its meta matchups, and I'm not overly familiar with the deck either, so I'll let Matt take it away from here. Thanks for being on here as well.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I finished, I think it was 22nd at the Toronto Regional, which was last Saturday. I played Aneacraft. I think this deck is like, it's okay. It has a really good Cool Tune matchup specifically, which I really did appreciate since I played 3 Cool Tune in my 8 rounds. But it has some very, very big fundamental issues in terms of how the deck actually operates. I think that kind of keeps it from being like a top deck. And I think one of the big things that a lot of people.
I hope it's just
realize
like if
is
you
that,
read the card,
if
it's
you
not a
know
big
what all the
deal.
cards do, the matchup gets a lot easier. Most of my matchups were just because my opponents would play into cards they didn't know existed. And they would, and the thing with this deck is that when you play into specific cards that, like, especially the big guys, you do just kind of win the game on the spot, unfortunately. Like, cards like Spia, cards like Pixie are just like extremely evil floodgates that you have to like kind of play in a weird way to beat. And if you do kind of, it's kind of weird to say, but if you play it like slow, it's a lot easier to just kind of manage. So I'll just get into the profile real quick. So I played 3 of the most important searchers. So that's these 4. This one is good to branded because it lets you shuffle 3 cards from your opponent's grave into the deck. But for the most part, like, the blue one is going to be on most people's end boards because it triggers when any card is activated that would special summon. And the important thing with the Anycraft cards is that because they trigger as mandatory Chainlink 1, it's insanely good setup for some of the big guys, specifically Spia and Leon, which is one thing to keep in mind. This one negates, it's pretty bad for the most part because it's mandatory Chainlink 1, but generally it's just there to trigger as Chainlink 1, which is the most important effect. This one...
That's good to know.
has
It just
pretty
doesn't do
relevant effect,
anything
which is
else
the hand
besides
loop.
that.
This one is the one that is generally going to be set first. If you open a lot of names, you'll see people set the red one because it triggers if your opponent activates a monster effect in the hand. So a lot of the times, if they open a lot of little names, they'll set this, and then if you chain like Ash or Change Rule, they get to flip this and search. So generally speaking, like, this is usually the first one that they'll set if they're going to set something like while they're searching. I played 2 of the new one, Expetitia. This one's easily the worst one because it only triggers if your opponent activates an effect that would set a spell or trap, which only triggers off of like Draco Tail effects and branded cards, specifically Albion and Thrust, I guess. But everything else it's doing nothing on. But it's there because you need names for searching and you need consistency.
I don't know if you guys can see it, but
Big
like
guys,
Santoli's like
Tori
Giga
Bar,
Chad
is, like, the
staring
obvious
into
one.
the
It's just one
camera
negate. But key thing is it only triggers for card effects on field,
while this guy is talking.
which means you can draw them, you can activate cards in grave.
Like
use
he has
Veil
not
or,
moved besides
like
blinking.
Chain Ash,
Okay,
which
now he
can't
moved.
flip,
All
which is
right,
very
he
important for
positioned
playing
himself.
into the Atorimar, especially when they go second and start setting things before they start playing. Usually because it's pretty obvious it's going to be either a Torimar or the next one, the Spia. This card is New Blazing Dominion. It says if you activate a card as Chainlink 3 or higher, like if your opponent activates a card as Chainlink 3 or higher, you flip it and it gets everything in the chain. A lot of Cool Tune players will go Chainlink 1 Rotary or Chainlink 1 Q and then Chainlink 2 Rotary and then Chainlink 3 Trackmaker and just auto lose on the spot because this flips, stops their searches, stops the top deck stacking, and they lose the body with the Trackmaker. So a lot of the times, if you want to like just get this off the board or slowly kind of pick apart the board, if you're playing into the board, especially as Cool Tune, you want to use a removal effect as Chainlink 1, and you want to use any effect that doesn't trigger the Anycraft cards as Chainlink 2. So like you can't really get around dodging something like the Grave effect of the green one, but you can go like Chainlink 1, like Rico pop like a spell trap, or like mix pop a spell trap, and then Chainlink 2 like Q, or Chainlink 2 Rotary, or Chainlink 2 Clip. And that's usually like a great way to kind of get started on clearing the bodies, just because you don't want to flip the guys just because they will basically just make your life infinitely harder. And if you can't clear the board, a lot of the times you will just lose on the spot. So there's that. And then
What was that part?
You don't want to flip the guys just because they will basically just make your life infinitely harder. And if you can't clear the board, a lot of the times you will just lose on the spot.
All right, noted.
So
If you can't reward break,
this
you
one
lose.
is the best for going second, Leon. It triggers if you activate any card in response to an Anycraft card. So if you're worried, if you, for example, see this as Cool Tune, and I start trying to play and I have a set, or you suspect I have a set and I have a monster on my pen scale, one thing you can do is instead of trying to chain things to stop the pen scales from searching, you can, on an open game state, try clearing the pen scales or negating them instead, because that way you don't have to contend with the threat of this bouncing 3 cards on target, which is insane for, especially when it's going second. 2 ofs, 2 Pixia, 2 Archtail. These 2 are really bad, to be honest with you. Well, Pixie is really strong because it triggers if your opponent targets anything you control, but these 2 only trigger when that thing is the most recent thing in the chain, which is why chain blocking, especially with decks like Mitsu, and especially with decks like Draco Tail, and especially with decks like Cool Tune, is so important, just to prevent these two from flipping, especially the Pixie, because the Pixie stops you from targeting anywhere, either whether on the field or in either player's graveyard, which comes up quite a bit. Especially because most of your removal minus the Trackmaker is going to be non-target. Archer Tail is awful because it only triggers when a card effect would destroy card on the field, but not optionally. So cards like Sky Striker 0, for example, will not trigger Archer Tail, so you get to just pop cards for free. Cards like Urgula and Pan would have done that as well, but I suspect that there's going to be a lot less Draco Tail in the future. So it's for spells, 3 release because it's the consistency card. This has a Grave effect that is just follow-up for the next turn. 3 Rebirth, this is the draw spell. The Grave effect is the more important part of this because when you normal or special summon a monster, you can banish it from the graveyard to either flip a face down Anycraft monster face up, or special summon an Anycraft monster from your hand face down. A lot of the times, what people are going to do is they're going to have the Atori Mar, the whale, on their end board, and if you play into it, they can flip it whenever you normal or special summon a monster, and the Atori Mar is going to book all of your monsters on flip, which is also why decks like Cooltoon have such a rough time into it, just because you trade a lot of the times with normal Q, for example, especially because it's so hard to kind of interact with just Chainlink one mandatory Atori Mar effect. For the field spells, I played 2 of the field spell and 2 of the reset that gets the field spell. This is the better one to get off of the search, but the issue is that you don't want to play too many of the field spells because they start to clog your hand, especially going second. This has an insane grave effect, which is just if your opponent activates card effect, you can banish it from the graveyard to flip monsters on your field face down, equal to the number of Anycraft pen monsters in your pen scales. This is extremely important for your targeted effects when you're trying to play into the board. I had multiple opponents try Imperming or Veiloring while this was in graveyard, and you just chain this, reset your guy, so the Imperm or Veiler misses, or like even like cards like RS. And sometimes when that happens, you just kind of win, and like you're just wasting cards for no reason. Especially like because it's one of those cards that a lot of people do tend to forget just because they read the first part, which is just okay, place the field, and then it just sits there, right? And then my non-engine, I just played 3 Fallen Virtuous. This card was okay. It's just a 1-for-1 kind of card. It's fine for going first, fine for going second. These days, you don't need floodgates with this deck to win the game when you're going first. You just set 5, and a lot of times, as long as especially if your opponent doesn't really know how to play into it, you will just kind of stun them out of the game a lot of the times, like with your in-engine flip guys, and then just kind of burn them to death on the following turn. This deck doesn't kill very easily, thankfully. So a lot of times, a lot of people that I know who actually know how the cards work, what they'll do is sometimes they'll just let me play, and they won't do anything on my turn because they're afraid of me flipping and getting my effects and getting my counters, because my win con with the field spell only triggers if I get to start flipping guys, start burning with the field spell. So, for example, my round 5, I believe it was, my Sky Striker opponent,
my body's flipping. I don't know if I'll play.
He went first. He passed on like set 3 +0. Let me play my entire turn, and then on his turn, he started to like pick apart my board instead of trying to play into the unknowns or the Atori Mar, which is also only a negate on my turn and not my opponent's turn. So, for example, into that matchup, you especially don't want to give the Atori Mar value because like on your turn it won't do anything. So, then for my side deck,
before moving on to the side deck. So there's some general tips you've already given. So be careful of your chain links ordering. So we want the non-targeting effects last because of the one guy will negate things at target, or will respond to things at target. We want to keep things less than chain link 3, so don't get greedy with.
If they provide a loner, I will play it. But this deck doesn't strike me as like. I've played Cleaforts where they do the pay 800 search a guy, and this thing does the pay 900 search a guy type thing. Except you can do it more often as modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks have evolved. I don't like Cleaforts. And I'm not calling this a stun deck like Cleaforts, but like it's a pendulum deck with a gameplay loop where you activate a scale and search a guy, and then you just summon guys, and then that's it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. This is not. Yeah, I'm not a. I love pendulums, but this is not a deck that speaks to me.
How should we even approach that? Is battle phase fine? What other effects can we use to remove things? Here's other tips of playing into the board.
So generally speaking, most of the cards are fine to kind of punch into. The exceptions being
you're in. Oh, it's actually on.
Because
all right,
you punch into it,
I'll check it out.
But you can't like out it by battle. Like if you have like big guys, especially like things that are over 3,000, if you at least have an idea as to where the Atori Mar is, for example, or you have a negate for the Atori Mar, you can just beat it by setting up guys and then going to battle. But if you don't have big enough bodies to clear the 2,500 defense guys, it's very risky sometimes, especially if you're playing a deck like Cooltoon where your RS negates, for example, are in the main phase only. So like if you punch into an Atori Mar and you flip it, and they just flip your
XDD,
board, you will lose to that as well. But aside from the Atori Mar, like punching into like Archer Tail, for example, doesn't do anything because when it's flipped up, all it does is it just burns your opponent every time a monster goes to their grave.
Extended arts? No way.
If your opponent can't target anything, doesn't matter if you're just punching over it. Same with the Spia, like it's a big guy.
I would have said you're coping if you said it was like Mirror Jade
don't
coming.
Do anything when they're flipped. other than their like floodgate effect. So like if you can put bodies that
Like
are on the
before
field into a
this.
battle phase and start clearing them, it's so much easier to kind of like work like play into, just because you no longer have to worry about like the crazy like.
That's
flood effects.
insane.
Same with like the little guys. The only one that's an exception. would
Did you
be-
post it on
and
Discord?
Same with Leon as well, where Leon is just also another burn card when it's flip face up. So like just punching into it means that like you're just simplifying things a lot easier. Like these just pop a spell trap when they're flipped. This is the only one that's like real because it pops a monster on flip. Alazania banishes a card from your opponent's hand when it's flipped, but generally speaking, like if you're already getting to a point where you can put the bodies on the board to start punching, this should already be face up. And if it's not face up, it's probably flip face down by reset, which means that you probably have a good idea as to where it is. And a lot of the times you will have a good idea as to where at least some of the cards are, just because you're always going to be activating the same guy over and over.
I'm dialing better not be trolling. I don't think please trolls.
Where they're being set, especially if they like keep activating it, and then as their last set, they set it. You know exactly where this one is now, so you don't have to play around that.
If he does,
like things like that kind of make it a lot.
Certainly
easier to
not.
Figure out what you're playing into and how to play into it, I guess. Like this one negates a monster on the field when it's flipped, but if you're attacking into it, it's not that big of a deal. Same with like the Grave Shuffle for decks like Cool Tune. Like the only thing that's going to actually affect is like your RS attack.
Too many people logging in, I imagine. Okay, I'm not gonna.
Which can come up, especially when you're trying to clear the bigger bodies. But generally, I don't like the idea of using RS to clear bodies in battle into Cool Tune, just because they can't RS negate during the battle phase. So it's very much, I think, to their detriment to leave an RS on the board when things.
Where
like
Master
Sailor
Duel,
would be
I'm
a
still
lot worse.
logging on.
Okay. And last question is just when you're trying to clear the board, what is your goal to keep a minimum follow-up? So maybe you're trying to play it slow. What do you ideally, as the opposing player, want to leave the Enneacraft player with if you can't clear everything?
If you can't clear everything, clearing. So generally,
But yeah, I know.
In their one,
That's
combo rotation,
my.
they burn
I'm
either
also
3,600 or 4,500. That's
feeling
going to be
quite
4 or 5
buh.
searches. So if they get through their combo, generally speaking, they're only going to have so many searches left on their next turn. So just clearing as many guys as possible is always good. Like clearing scales is also helpful. The field spell is always scary to a lot of people, but the thing that people don't realize is that the field spell doesn't do anything if you don't actually have scales that have counters. So clearing the scales will do is that it's doing double duty on both clearing their
Before
follow-up
copies
searches now,
be
but
ready,
also
what does
clearing
split up do?
any counters that they might have accumulated on your turn, so that they
Destroy
can
all
use
tapped
the field spell
creatures.
to just burn you to death. One thing one of my opponents did in the regional was that he had this like fixation on just clearing the field.
Buying
spell,
my shit
constantly
aren't no cap
popped it
true.
once, banished it another time, and because he let me keep the scales on board, they just kept getting counters. And then as soon as I finally got my field spell back up, I had more than enough counters to just burn him for like 12,000 damage in one turn. Whereas like if he had focused on clearing the scales instead, he probably would have had a much easier time because I would have a much bigger problem with generating enough. He would get more turns because I would have to set more guys and then flip them on my next turn or flip them on his turn, start getting the counters to OTK. Because with 2 scales, you only need to flip 5 monsters total, which kind of sounds like a lot, but it's not that bad in this deck because you get to reset your guys and you can.
I know. I would have said you were coping. Well, I actually don't like saying that to people because
clearing the scales,
maybe I'm like too
I
woke,
think is
but
like one of the bigger priorities. Releasing graveyard as well is like.
But
if you can just kind of if you have
I resent the fact
clear cards in the graveyard, like clearing release is great because it keeps you off of like even more follow up. And then after that, like the
cannot be generated.
I think that's what my priorities would be.
Yep. All right, sounds good. We can continue with the side deck and the all important extra deck.
Yes. Side deck, 3 of the balls.
So they're just all tarts.
In place. This also means that you don't have to play around anything in their extra deck the moment they activate any crap cards basically because they're locked. They can't special summon anything except face down.
And they're probably limited time, right?
Because
I see. If that's the case, then yeah. Anyway, point is, if you had told me that they're happening and your prediction was extended arcs are coming because it's branded, what kind of extended art? I actually don't even know. Is it even a branded extended art? Because I imagine people want extended mirror J. But I would have said you're lying.
They don't have a way to
go back to the future because it certainly won't happen here.
Try to guarantee the 5 monsters.
Go back.
And if you do it that way and have
Mirror Jada, Michael Jackson, MJ.
Makes you really good into this. Where if you drool any
this motherfucker.
Go like Murakuma 1 and a guy 2. You will always win the game on the spot just because they have no.
Wow, you're so.
And as long as you don't play into Spider with
your
Mitsu chain.
You're a very large individual. Wow, this motherfucker just posted in Discord already.
2 solemn accusations. Shout out Michael Tran for lending me these because I don't own these. This card.
You're huge.
Fine. I negated an engage. The life points don't matter that much because if you can retain your. Just flipping your 5 guys.
You're huge, brother.
For,
wait, you can't see it.
And then the funny card on my side deck was 3 cherries because you don't use your extra deck, which means you can kind of just put whatever in there. I've seen some people put.
There you go.
Just like utility links and
you're huge, brother.
They will never come up.
It looks better than Royal. I'm not gonna lie.
If you do, something has gone horribly wrong.
It has the royal
like, for example,
finish
if you
like
suddenly keep all your
border.
bodies, but you have no way to keep playing or search, then it might come up.
Mirror
but
Jake,
then it's, like,
he can
so shitty
pop.
that
You just
it's
have
not
to
worth it.
moonwalk into your opponent and crash into
And
them.
then side deck.
I am
RG
not
mod,
paying
it's only
attention
one
to
round.
any of this because now.
I kind of threw it in there.
Any new
because
animation?
I was just
We'll
kind of
see.
brainstorming what I owned the night before the regional that I could use as like a Reaper target. 1-0, 1 Kagari, you play 2 because
I'm in.
if you
Welcome.
if you activate
I'm
Reaper and you
still
chain Kagari,
fucking
you
clicking.
just
I'm
Reaper
still
only
getting
heals on
surged.
resolution, so if they summon Kagari,
Everyone's
you
log
get
out
0 on
of the
resolution.
Master
If they summon
Duel.
0, you get Kagari on resolution.
My
This
ass
matchup
can
is
get
really
in.
bad for you because if your opponent knows what your cards do, they will.
I am
play
logging in.
which is like
Immediately says I'm
so
logging
having
in
a way
after I
kind of
told you to
cheese the
log
matchup is
out.
really important. 1 Graflario because I couldn't find a Drastrius. 1 Wave King because Wave King beats this deck pretty hard since you just negate 2 of the summons and then.
I might pull
whatever other
branded.
options you
We'll
have,
see. We'll
like,
look at the.
Probably will trade fine into like the much smaller hand now. 1 Liger Dancer.
Getting
so
milked
I have
for
a waste of
branded
summons for
and
Hero
Elven
Cannon,
Note
which I don't.
sucks.
1 Crimson King because I saw a guy with a Red Dragon Archfiend deck. I don't know. I thought it was funny. 1 Access Code. This is the real cherry.
But the
sauce
extended
for
arts
balance
look really
because you don't have any
nice
ways to
because
interact with
they
the
have
action.
that royal
1
finish
Protector,
border.
1 SP.
And
1
none of
Defensive King,
the
I'm not sure if this is correct
what's
anymore,
called.
but
I guess
it would be
I don't
more
want to say the foil
and you can kind of see, like,
bling
how
of the
those
royal
work in
finish
matches.
is
I'm just
kind
kind
of
of throwing things in
know.
here. The important
I
ones,
am
though,
locking in.
for
Yeah,
Cherry
might
are
make
also
branded real
Trapmaker and
nice.
The RS can also be Zaylin if you're afraid of them just negating
Let's
the
go
effects
fusion
in hand
swap.
to that activates special summon from your hand face down. But I found that it's also funnier to just play the RS because you also can like banish their RSs and stop them from like using like an overtake, for example.
It comes in royal too.
I always
Really?
you can still
Okay.
mix, which is like fine, but it's like mix is like a lot like weirder, I think, to start with.
I
Like,
don't
Rico's
know if I
Trackmaker
want
is-
it royal
It makes so
though.
many hands insanely awkward if they don't Trackmaker. It, like,
Kind of they're all
and their
branded
first action
lines.
is like okay, normal like Rico grab Rotary or like normal.
Yeah. Maybe I learn branded. Branded seems like not a terrible investment either. Well, it depends on what they have in the secret box. I'm still getting freaking surge, by the way.
You summon Rico, grab Rotary. Like I had the only person I got to Reaper on Saturday when I Reapered him on normal Q, ended on like Loudness War and had no way to get any of his effects kind of trigger, which is really just awkward for that deck. So I like that a lot. And then my last 2 cards are 2 Albion. They should have been probably 3 Albion or like 2 Albion and Ecclesia, but I don't own an Ecclesia. The third target would have come up one time because I played a Pyramid 2 player where I went through all 3, or at least got to the third Fallen and Virtuous, and it ended up just being like a Murakumo discard because I didn't have the target in my extra deck to send. Like you can probably cut, the D-mod spot or any of these like random like joke ones. I think the only ones you actually need are like the Striker ones for sure, the Cool Tune ones, and the Liger. Everything else I think is just flex.
Okay.
And that's the extra deck.
Any closing thoughts on this deck overall in the meta?
I think this deck is a lot worse, I think, actually, after the ban list. It had a solid Dracotail matchup now with the new Blazing Dominion cards. It already had a really good Cool 2 matchup. Like, to be honest with you, it's like 8-2, maybe 7-3 if your opponent actually knows what they're doing. It's just such a rough matchup for them. But decks like Branded, for example, and any deck that can basically abuse non-target, non-destruction removal, like Mirror Jade.
Okay, non-target, non-destruction removal. Okay, so if I summon access code, this shit's cooked. That's all I'm hearing. I'm kidding. There's probably some like mechanism to prevent the climb.
Decks like Branded being like popular into this coming format just makes this deck, I think, infinitely worse. Especially because you can't play a lot of the cards that are like conventionally good into Branded. You can play like Lightning Storm, which I think I will do instead of these Fuas going forward, but it's just such a like a bad matchup that I don't think it's like particularly well positioned. But as long as like Cool Tune remains like a popular deck, it's still like a very strong option. I think the biggest issue with this deck is actually the fact that all your combos and your OTKs or whatever, they take forever. And especially when you're trying to go second breaking core with engine, your games will take really, 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 really long. Like the more complex the boards, the longer it's gonna take. But this deck, especially because you can never like OTK, right? Unless you have like some insane miracle where you have field up and you have the pen scales up and you start flipping and your opponent starts playing into it while you flip things. And as a result, like most of your games will go to time. And before this tournament, and before I started playing Anycraft in general, I don't think I'd gone into time in maybe like 2 years. And I've played
XZ Shark? Ah, that's a structure deck.
But this deck has basically put me into time almost every other round, I want to say, or at least close to time, which I think is like a really big concern. Just because like decks like Branded as well are also going to take forever, and a lot of these combo decks like the Elf Node deck are also going to take forever to do their combos and stuff. So maybe it has to do with like me not scooping fast enough, but a lot of these games are very winnable, especially, which is like crazy to say because you're just playing with engine most of the time. But like the cards are very, very, very strong going second if your opponent is willing to play into them, which I think is the big thing. So I personally don't think I would play this at a YCS in the near future, or Nats even, but I think it's like fine for like a regional or like a local level, and I think that's where I would leave this deck at.
Okay. Well, thanks for profile and explanations, and make sure if you like this video, like and subscribe down below. And until next time, guys.
All right. Well, I mean, I didn't get that much out of it, but non-target, non-destruction removal makes sense because I think I remember they would die to, Mitsurugi. That is something I've heard, people brought up repeatedly. Oh, I'm still getting staggered. I'm going to cry. I'm actually going to cry on stream. And it's all Master Duel's fault. Royal Dogmatica, Flora, and Ecclesia are available in bundle? Nice. What do I do? Okay. I'm like legit getting destroyed. Oh, you have a speaky? Did you just commission that? Yeah, nice. It's cute. All right, nice freaking free pack. This guy's flexing his free pack. This guy also is flexing his free pack. Yeah. Your Vi's not ready for FNV. I know, I'm about to get cooked. I'm still getting cooked. I pull Vola Kemi. Whoa, bro, think he's on the stream. You are, brother. Trust, he's broken. Actually, the card is kind of broken, but Gemini's. I think I still need to craft most of it. Bruh, are you serious? I mean, that happened to me too with Elf Note. Okay, please. I want to cry. Did we get the thrust alt art, by the way, and the fusion deployment alt art? Oh, dude, if they have that, that's actually giga milking. That's crazy. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Literally getting milked. Oh. All right. Maybe there's something we can... How many recent... I don't know. Alright, we'll put it on the Gen TCG. No Dark Lord? Okay, makes sense. For what it's worth, I heard that the secret pack update of removing Dark Lords was like not necessarily indicative of a new pack. Which I don't actually understand, but I got it from someone who's reputable or whatever.
I've been playing card games ever since I was a child. Over the last 20 years, I've played Pokemon, Magic...
So this game is hard. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! For a month.
Hearthstone, Legends of Runeterra, Riftbound, and even a bit of Star Wars Unlimited. But I've been learning Yu-Gi-Oh! Over the last month, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been by far the most challenging game I've ever tried to learn. Between needing to read a lot of complicated cards and figuring out how they all work together...
Okay. Cool. It works. If you have guaranteed royals, how much is the bundle? Okay, I'm not gonna purchase bundles on this account though. So might as well put on the music. 1600? Okay, that's not too bad. That's actually kind of okay, this is for the Shark extra decks. some shark bullshit. All right, what do we got? Holy shit. Accessories now permanently available. Why? I mean, this is cool, but why? No. Oh, okay. Hey, Arya, how's it going? It's done. It's finally done. I mean, it was done for other people. Who wants Carbuncle? Oh, Jesse wants Carbuncle. So you don't need a gacha? Yeah, these don't look like gacha anymore. User account transfer limits. Transfer limit. This prevents cheating up to 5 times while participating in the regional qualifiers. That does not sound very limiting. Okay, that sounds fine. Or you get into the game and get debated, true. Okay, so new structure deck at the shop. That's cool. New accessories. Okay, we're gonna get Rafflesia. Or it's Flower, I guess. Not the worst deluxe accessory. Okay, we're not buying from this, though. The new accessory. 3 secret packs. Mimiga. Alt art. So we got a reprint of Fallen Valbez. Another reprint of Fallen Valbez. Which one's this? Okay, we got Crystron. Bruh. Alba Abyss. Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. This is actually fucked. I'm pretty sure Alba Abyss has 8 URs you have to get. You have to choose from. Okay, Ecclesia came back, Altar. Wait, which Altar is this, actually? No, this is the one with the... Because I confused it with Dogmatica Ecclesia. Never mind. Altar cards, Luber, Cartesian. Okay, Fusion Deployment. Fuck off. Oh my god. Okay, so I guess I'm going to ignore this one. Because I already have these two. But I have to get Fusion Deployment. Added cards Master Pack. I guess these two, but these are. For a limited time, the following cards will be different from usual when pulling from Master Packs. Fallen Valbaz, Aluber, Blazing Artesia, Fusion Deployment, Triple Tactics. Oh, okay. Mirror Jade, Extended Art, Mirror Jade, and Dominus Impulse. Holy shit. Finally in, let's go. They don't even play Fusion Deployment anymore. Well, I mean, I'm only picking them up for collection purposes. I don't even like the art for the Fusion Deployment. Like, it just speaks to... It does not speak to me. I get the emotion they're going for, but... Alright. So this official announcement, Fallen Virtuous. Okay. Dominus Impulse. Road to Worlds. Okay, limited time gem pack, sure. Yu-Gi-Oh! Worlds. Okay, yeah, June 9th. Okay. They didn't announce this. They didn't announce this officially. I had to like dig kind of. Earlier today. Nice on the surge, yeah. So yeah, they confirmed it. Yeah, it is June 9th. At 9 p.m. I think this is an hour off. Regional qualifiers. June 18th. I knew it was June 18th. July 2nd. 1 week after Full Links, bruh. Alright, we already know all this shit. Okay. Road to Worlds campaign. Just the login. Oh, I forgot about it. Extended art cards are here. Extended art cards featuring artwork that extends beyond the card frame are here. Relax, I'll be the one winning it. My bad. I know you're taking me, right? Extended art cards get unique animations when their effects are activated or when they are summoned. And cards with a summon cut-in get a special effect too. Oh! Now that's interesting. I kind of want to see that. Royal Silent Iron? Yeah. Currently, Extended art cards cannot be obtained through card generation. If you generate these cards, you'll obtain the regular version with the standard frame instead. Alright. Double warning. For a limited time, when Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, or Dominus Impulse cards are pulled from the pack, they will appear extended art cards. Mirror Jade, Ice Blade Dragon featured in the Albabiss Secret Pack, and Dominus Impulse features Challenge Collection. Okay. Hear me out. Alright, what do you got to say? Extended fart cards. That is the worst thing I've ever heard. I wish I could unhear that. Or unread that. Bundle. Bundle. What the fuck is this? This is a mate? This better look shy. Alright, let's check the shop. Okay, we got free pulls. Alright, no new animation. Oh, we have Sargass, but I already have him. Royal Ayaya. Overframe Impulse. Oh wait, what the heck is this? Thrust? It looks a little bit weird, but I like the... It does look sick. I think Shrek dropping in looks weird though. Thrust, yeah. Everything after that is fine. It looks insane. Like Konami's so expensive. This is how they keep everything else free to play. Albaz is the mate? I know, it's time to Doro. Tri Brigade Roar. Stop being freaky, I know. Oh, I see. The effect is okay. I get what they're going for. This I don't like this one. What's killing me is Albaz's arms like just hanging there. Is Vermogging? Yeah. I want Cartesian to do that to you. Man is going through some shit. Yeah. I've seen enough Manosphere podcasts to know that all you gotta do is go to the gym, take a bunch of Tren, Freaky Artesia Spider-Man Kiss, yeah. Junora, Pumpkin Fever. Okay, we're not getting any of these. Enneacrab. Okay, it's nice that they give this to us. Let me look at the Challengers collection. They reran a bundle? Oh, okay, I didn't realize. Oh, that's a nice effect, actually. That looks sick. Okay, Order the New World. Let me see. What am I missing from this? Oh, motherfucker. Well, I mean, Fallen White I'm not supposed to have already. Fallen Virtuous, Fallen White, and Springen's Kit. I imagine you need to cleave the Dark Dragon. Let's see the mate. Okay, we can look at the mate. Alright, he don't got all that aura. Come on, bro. He does not have all that. He don't got it like that, alright? His fit is like... No, I'm curious what Mirror Jade looks like. Look at them. Oh my god. Bruh's trying to charge up. This looks sick. I like the little ice shade swords that he has. That like orbit around him. You know what they say about Short King? Yeah. Bro, Aura laws. What was I looking for? Let me look at Alba Abyss. How much do I already have from this? Okay, I'm just okay. This is just overframe Mirror Jade, right? I should still have regular Mirror Jade. You can't bait me, okay? I might need an Alba Lenatus. Yeah, this is all baiting me. I think I have most of this stuff. From the 3 structure, yes. I think I got at least 1 structure. Let me look up branded. And then filter for SRUR, because that's like... Yeah, it's just following the Virtuous that I'm missing. Let me type in Albaz. Got 2 Royal and a Overframe, nice. Okay, so it's just this, which we know. Abelonatus, this is super? That's not bad. Okay, I'm missing Quem. How do I obtain the Quem? Ah! Ah! I have 3 Cartesia at least. Alright, this is bad. I think I need Quem. Is it 1? Rafu NTR'd me, sad. Raw Dog Clan, sad. Okay. Oh, we're not playing that. I will attempt to... You just need 1? Okay, that's not that bad. Okay, if that's just it, then I think I feel comfortable opening from this pack. If I get Enneacraft, I'm going to screen. 4.6k gem tax, yeah. I only have like 3,800 on my alt account, so okay. We'll start opening these. I don't expect too much. Okay, let's see. Let's assess the damage. Oh shoot, I gotta check for something. Is there a new structure? Yeah, it's like sharks. So we need at least 3 Fallen Virtuous, 1 kit. We might actually need this. This isn't in TCG, right? This seems very easy to make. We need one of these. Is that a good deck? It's on the weaker side. It's playable, but it's a little outdated compared to... If you're going to compare it to the meta, then no. I think it's like a very normal summon reliant deck. It doesn't seem like that very good into removal. Okay, I'm going to open the packs. Okay, I'll open. Alright, so this is 10k. Let's see how much we have to craft after this. Yay, reverse jar. Extended Mirror J requires OG Mirror J for collector bundle. Bruh. Yeah, I have to pick him up. Okay, let's see what the UR we get. Mouser. Yes! Fall of the Virtuous, #1. Who got a branded list? Because I literally, on a whim, decided I could play branded. So I didn't bother like doing any research today. Pull new overframe, nice. Light work, no reaction. Light work, no reaction. Who the fuck is this? Time reloader? I'm assuming that's like some random Anycraft reagent or something. I made this? Okay. I will click on it. Nice royal. Oh, right. You only need 2 because of the name limitation. Okay. Dogmatica Lawbringer. Oh, it's still blocking. Sorry. Thought I took it out. Alright, next UR. Come on. 2 URs? Yes. Ecclesian the Dark Dragon? Yes. I mean, this card's pretty good. It's not what I'm looking for at the moment, but it is very good. This list is bad. What are we missing, KBJ? Let us know. I don't have one. Fuck off. Okay, you know what it's missing? 3 Unicorn, 3 Sheena. Ooh, nice. I don't know how to play branded. Nice speaky. Thank you, speaky. That's what it's missing. Unicorn, Regina, and Sheena. My bad. Alright, Kit. Pretty good pulls. Light Beast Pog, yeah. Alright, pretty good. Now it's a matter of whether we push our luck. I love the art on this. Like how she's just like... Albaz is just like nonchalant. He's like... It's so good. It's so good. I gotta grind solo for gems? Uh-oh. I don't like grinding solo because it takes a long time just for 200. But it feels bad to like leave it all there. If you, but it just piles up, so... Alright, 1 UR, come on. 2 URs. Alright, fine. Another Ecclesian the Dark Dragon. Whatever. You got a mod? Okay, I see. You gotta grind OECQ for Jeff. I mean, you're playing that anyway, but I guess you can't save. Grinding solo for gems is my emergency fund. The time and effort it takes is so much, man. But I get you. Brandon extra deck is almost full UR? True. Oh, it's shipping Archfiend. This is cute. Just hate the sweat vest. Yeah. Oh my god, what happened to Jin releaser rituals? Oh my god. What is happening here, bro? Ah! He gets what he deserves? True. What is this name? Archfiend Playtime. Oh, they are juvenile. You know what? I take it back. It fits. Oh yeah, Archfiend Eccentric. Dude, these Archfiend cards. Get me out of here. So far, nothing has leaned towards... So far, we've had some branded URs. Using like 9 URs. Ugh. I have like 255 in reserve, so I should be able to pull everything. Or like by crafting as well, but I don't want to, man. You are? Yes! Second Fallen the Virtuous. Handicraft is a hard matchup for Branded. Is it? I can't imagine. That's true. Hard if you can't read. 3 URs, nice. Okay, we got the 3 champions. Oh, we got a second 3 champions. Will we get a third? Only 3 URs? That's not bad. Okay, let's see how much we've gotten so far. No Albaz, Fallen of Albaz. Okay, so I guess what I will try to do is try to get Fallen of White here. Technically, the URs that we could pull, we pretty much pulled the majority of good URs. We could shoot for Albion. I will try. Three brave, yeah. I know about that. What is 3 Brave Sword Souls condition? It's like level 4 or 8 spellcaster that is it attack matches its own defense or something like that? And yeah, Aplos is super. Huh. Okay, 3 of the sharks is 2 enough. I wouldn't know actually. I haven't looked at the contents. I imagine they built it so you can build by 2. But I haven't looked at the contents. But also, I'm not like the resident resident shark player. There is in chat sometimes he'll show up. Well, I don't think he's opened Master Duel in a while. So this is he's built pretty well. Nice. At least it probably gives you all the UR stuff that you. So if you're missing stuff, you can probably craft. I guess that's the important part. Fallen, yes. Oh my god. I don't even think we pull anymore. If we get another Fallen of the White Dragon, I don't think we pull. Why is Medi's not a spellcaster? So I can add him with the Champion Sword Soul. The 3... Yeah. He's clearly a fairy. The hip windows don't lie. Okay, that wasn't a royal, but... These pulls are very, very fortunate. I am not unhappy. Okay, I'll do one more pull and then be like, I'm out of here. I think I got away with with all my Fallen and Virtuous and no Enneacraft, like sniping my URs. Are the overframe craftable? No, they're not craftable. If you do craft, you'll craft original. Bro's casting a spell. That's true. Harry Potter. I imagine there's some symbolism with Dark Fairy. It feels intentional because of like the power matrons. Sunset Beat, fine. All right, I'll do one more because I'm pretty sure after this, I think it's like negative neg. I'm okay crafting one of these if I don't have to craft any of these. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. All right, let's try again. Okay, we might actually have to pull again, because if we get an SR only pull, I'm gonna be so like, damn. I don't think it's worth it after that. I think they play 3. How much spent gems? Only like 5k, which is very, very atypical. Earlier it was 4k, but this is the 5k, I think, where I'm starting to regret it because of the potential of having to invest another 1k. No. But I wouldn't say like 4k. Like, I don't think that means. I think I just got away with it, you know? Like my luck was very high. I don't even think 10k is enough to get what you want. No, we're getting all. Just give me one UR, bro. I don't want to have to spend another 1k. Just give me another one. Not this stupid Mimiga. You got all my URs? Yeah. This is payback from the elf note. I pulled like shit and I had to craft everything, which pissed me off. I think I got like one Lucina. Oh my, thank goodness. I mean, if this is a bum royal, sorry, bum UR, then it's like, okay, yeah. We should have quit while we were ahead. Or we can still quit while we're ahead, but... Matriarch. Emperor. Okay, bum. Bums. Alright, bum. I'm not getting baited. Okay, this is 60 UR. Alright, alright. Oh, we have a bunch of legacy packs. When? Since when? Yeah. So this is good. Because I think I feel better going to the next pack. And saving. Hopefully that means I don't have to craft more. Let me see. Dude, I need to delete some of these. Oh, hell nah. What the fuck is this? This is not even Malice. Oh, hell nah. Alright, let's just... I don't think I'm going to play Hero, even though I was kind of a little bit invested. Any reason to play 2 Lebellion? I don't think so. We'll keep Fake Salad. Skull Emoji. Okay, we can delete the Malice decks. Damn, bro. I wanted to build the Zexal deck, but it's fine. We'll get rid of you. Oh, we do have a branded list ready to go here. I wanted to build Pendulum, but I don't think it's going to happen either. Gone Blacker was nice. Okay, we can delete the Dragon Link deck from a long time ago. We delete the Jesse Cotton deck. I will keep it. I mean, it's a structure deck. It's not a big deal. Well, okay, like I was just told, no one plays Yeah, so we have most of branded. We just have to craft some of the structure deck stuff. They were fortunate, kind enough to give us the Dragon that Devours the Darkness. Super. That's really nice. Oh, Jesus. Alright, hit them with the Red Dragon Archfiend so they don't know what we're on. We'll hit them with the Synchro structure deck. Extra deck protectors. We can keep the Synchro. Field parts. Oh, let's get this. We just got this. Oh, we're not taking up. Two Synchro Monster, I know. Yeah, so we don't. I don't think we need Omega. Okay, we're missing a third Nifdir Servant. Right here, that's not that. Oh, we're missing Quem. Fuck! There's a Fallen of White in this? Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 URs is not good for a secret pack. This is like asking to get gawked. This is not good. I think I'm not gonna spend 4K and get 1 UR that's in this pack. 7, 8, yeah. You got it? No, no, I'm not. I'm gonna spend the 90 UR. I can't complain. So this is really nice, I will say. Did you not have branded? We have branded. Look at this. We have most of branded. It's just I didn't keep up with all the URs. I bought branded when it first came out. It just Quem came out later. It staggered. I think this also came out later. So I just didn't keep up with all the URs. I was like, you know, it's not worth it. I'm not really gonna put in the time. But now that now I'm a tourist, I'm gonna hop on when the getting is good. You know, I'm a 49er trying to reap. Also, this is just someone's link deck list, so I'm gonna use this as a reference. Zaba and Zaba. Alright, there you go. Actually, I'm just gonna call it Zaza. There's an ongoing OCG joke of like referring to Branded and the Virtuous as the. Okay. This looks pretty okay, I don't think we play this shit. As what? The. Like people don't like they don't like people calling. Oh, they don't like, but they were like FNV doesn't make sense as a acronym, so let's just call it Zaza. Or it's the that what it translates to, but the phonetic is Zaza. So this person's just spamming the. Story of what story? Yeah. We're just fallen virtuous. Yeah. Is this Athena's theme? I like this part. Alright, let me go to YCS Colombo. What do they got for me? What does Lucas Sacco come up with? Alright, so he's on 2 Aluber. Okay, he's on 2 Aluber. 2 Cartesia. Okay, fine. 1 Quem. Do I have Mercurier, by the way? I do have Mercurier. So if okay. If needed, I can add it. 1 Ecclesia. He doesn't main Ash Blossom. I've seen people not main Ash Blossom, actually. I think in the, Shunping's Doom Zealous, he didn't main Ash Blossom. Okay, I'll do this for now. Obviously, I'm net decking. Okay. Saronir. He's not on kit. We pulled this shit for nothing. Quem. Okay, Quem we kind of know. He's on 3 Nadir. Is this Echo Chamber Nation? I don't think that's worth it. I think I'll just craft it. Okay, branded is limited, but I don't think we have that issue. Though you could be like, okay, he's on 3 Forbidden Crown. We don't have that. Okay, I'll just keep the droplet. He's on Sword. Where's Brandon's Sword? It's a trap. Really? Oh, I see. I have it filtered for SRUR. We got fucking full arts? Yeah, we got fucking full arts. It's called by and cross out. Okay. Gold Sart. Okay, please tell me I have my Gold Sart. Yes, I didn't even craft the second one when it got limited. You can't, Sag. So we have Brandon High Spirits? It's not even in this? Okay, there it is. I'm stupid. Okay, we have Queritus. No, this is okay. There we go. It is Quer. Bumbleclot. Yeah. I'm glad we have 2 Albion. We have 1 Mirror Jade. We need Albalanatus. We have 2 Grand Wignall. We have this Titaniclad. 2 of these. Okay. I've seen. Okay, we can. For Royal Full Art? I'm not sure if Royal Full Art is possible, but we'll see. Oh, you know what? He plays Furious Dragon? Does he play Moon Dragon at all? He does not appear to play Moon Dragon. Okay, Theseus. Sea monster Theseus. Da, 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 da. Why do I have 2 of these? Da, 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 da. Oh. Random opponent used FMV to dodge Called by the Grave on Maxi. Bruh. Really? Did he use the Grave effect revive? That's insane. Maxi going first, eh? You gonna see a lot of Enya running around? Probably not. You think of Alba Lana's being attack? What do you mean? Maybe you'll run into like 5 every 100 games or something, which isn't a lot, but that's like more than I could say for other decks. Albas, yeah. Okay, I don't know. There was something that Jesse noted that Lucas Salco was missing in this list. You know what this is missing? A Maxi, bruh. This is missing Maxi. Lunatus is so niche? What? It appeared on the YCS like twice. Like, I don't understand what you guys are trying to say. Do you guys like not like the card, or are you guys cutting it? You can finish Shark Deck, nice. I feel like I should keep this as like a starter, but this card's broken. I heard. All right, let me read this card for. Send 1 monster that mentions Fallen Albas from your extra deck to the graveyard. Target 1 face-up card on the field, destroy it. Ah, face-up card. That's a little bit. Because it's just used for combos. I will not be running at Lenatus. I see. Okay. Well, at least your stances are clear. Well, I don't think it's like meant to be like a. There's like some unique interaction with its like summon requirements or whatever. I guess I'll learn some other time. I've heard the golden. Oh, you know what? I know someone I can net deck. All right, let me see. I think no replay redeem. I guess I didn't expect to do Master Duel. What's the best way to beat the branded deck? I don't know, honestly. Genuinely not sure. Because I don't think there's a silver bullet for this deck unless you go first, and going first is kind of just trivial anyway. Like, it doesn't really matter. You could do a lot of things going first to counteract branded. I guess you just have to watch out for Super Poly. That's about it. Oh, his branded list is very interesting. That is Thank you for the follow, Rain Man. Okay, someone's like talking to me about the back rooms. Like, he's on some movie analysis shit, and I'm like, okay, I don't know if I have like he's like, I've thought about the movie a lot, you know, the back rooms, because of I think it was a pretty solid movie. A little goofy. Bro, he's oh my god. I'll keep his this guy's build in mind. Here, this is what I was here. I'll show you guys. Very interesting build. I think I need more explanation. If you guys click on the list, you'll see what I mean. It's not even the desires that puts me off or anything like that. It's like, I don't think I'm good enough to understand why they're making these choices. I think I need training wheels when I play this deck, which this deck seems to provide. But whatever, we'll figure it out. Goes beyond understand type shit. Yeah, I feel like something they've been testing and they figured out some shit. Magnet's probably pretty good. Oh, Magnum Mood. Oh. Why is he on 1 star in here? Oh, it's probably for a Grand Guignol line. That's why. That's why. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Magnum Mood is probably something worth considering. He's not on Maxi, which is pretty funny. Alright, so I think I'm only missing 120. That's like half my UR reserves, so. But I don't think it's efficient to like fish for these URs, so. He's not on Sanctifier, which is interesting. I will just bad generate. No alt art key, no alt art, no frame break, unk swipe it up. Alright, I'm gonna play a few games. I don't think I'm gonna put that much time into this. Hoverbet, yeah. Yeah, I'll play a few games. I kind of want to take off. Oh. Yeah, this deck is by no means optimal. But as usual, I'm just learning. Yeah, when Power Patrons come... Okay, hopefully no Power Patrons come next month. I don't want to fucking... Oh my god, it clicked on the wrong thing. Alright, Zaza. Yeah, Ratka Piano Time. Ace Attorney is sick. I fucking love the soundtrack. If I'm understanding this correctly, can I normal summon then rigged? Okay, how crazy is this line? Do we go Blazing Cartesia, send? Let me read the Ecclesiastic really quick. Eat opponent's card and normal summon judge for deck check. True. This is such a good card. This is a really good card. What the fuck? Very amazing showcase of this deck. How's the poll? It looks like I missed it. With 5K, we got quite a bit. It was actually not a... Branded sucks? I know, we gotta... You know what? Okay, we gotta warn Nifroth before crafting this deck. This is ass. Heart of the Cards. We'll be fine, to be honest. Turns out his deck also sucks. If he Ash Blossoms, I think we are cooked, though. Is it Quem? Or is it Albion, Send, Set, Second, Fallen of Virtuous? I feel like... Why the overaiming put separately from... I know, they're fucking diabolical. Okay, we'll just do Albion. Damn! That's Aura, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe this card is broken. Branded Sword. I actually don't know the line with Branded Sword. Ah, I see. Is that what you're supposed to do? I think he really wants to summon this card. Oh. Uh-oh. I see what he's trying to do. He's gonna be like, Quem, revive this Fallen of White Dragon. Okay, I guess we could trade with Sarunu here, but I don't know how good that is. Wow, this is a pretty good trade for me, all things considered. I mean, what does Branded Sword do? Engrave? Banish this card. It has to mention Fallen Valdez specifically. Okay. Okay, what do I dump off Sarunu? It's definitely not Fallen Virtuous. High Spirits, I guess. Oh, I guess Retribution. Maybe I need a second Retribution. I feel like that's a Sacco thing where he learned to play without it. The second copy. What are you freaking banishing, brother? Your second Albaz. I mean, I guess you could shuffle it, but... Bruh. 2 Albion is mandatory? I think... My understanding is because it supports Fallen of the Virtuous. There's probably other benefits. What is going on? Golden Sword Soul? Album, seeing all the slots for my angels. I know. What is this, brother? It better not be a Taya. Golden Sword Soul I've seen is Shiest. Okay, I can't do it. Fallen Virtuous. Unfortunately, I have to figure out a way to... Oh, Brandon High Spirits. Okay, I guess it's the second. So, okay, I'm reading this as Fallen the Virtuous. Droplet? Okay. Okay, I think I can normal summon this. Or I could go Cartesia, force the fusion. And then special summon Cartesia after with Fallen Virtuous, and I trigger. I guess trading with this is kind of nice. I guess I think it has to be Cartesia first, and no fusion. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. How do I send? I already drew the sword. Okay, I need a Quem in rotation. Oh, the Baldrake is kind of annoying. What can you revive? Okay, Albion. Okay. It's just Grand Guignol. Grand Guignol send. I think I'm just gonna normal summon this. Okay, so he's gonna trigger Quem this way, but still, he needs to trade with my Fallen here. Sword Soul base? He just searched the Golden Sword Soul. Okay, what is this? Sand Grand Guignol. I feel like he's gonna have a lot of advantage here. Freesia. He just discarded Golden Sword Soul. I guess we'll take the +1 here. Oh. There's no Ash, which is kind of funny. But this... probably could have played this a little bit better, but we'll see. Called by. That's what I don't want to see. Wow, that triggers. Excellent. So you just decided not to... I understand. That's not great for me. Well, he needs to get to Lubellion now. Oh, he gets to use here. A second one? Okay, Ecclesia into Albaz, I'm assuming. Bro. Sure. He's gonna go into, maybe I should have killed this, so then he's forced to synchro with the Guiding Clam. Bashia. Okay, this is actually just... is he targeting? I could send this and then just negate the Quem, but I'm worried about him going into Bashia, Revive. Play new branded? Yeah. I'm seeing what's up. This is a really scuffed game, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, I guess I have to send too. This can send Retribution, and I can get back my Fallen Virtuous online. You have the detail core? Yes, I should have detail. I guess I could check out Jesse's version. Yeah. He's gonna box you. Yeah. Fuck off. Okay, I don't know what this will send. We'll grab. This is. I feel like this is a very atypical game of Branded. I don't think this is. I think my opponent is already wilding with the Moye, but whatever. These cards. Oh, so he's playing Lulu while it is. Sure. Oh, this corner theme. What's it from? Oh, we don't have. This is a different. This is just Albion. I don't have song requests on because I wasn't planning on. Is this Apollo Justice? This card is sent to the graveyard. Gyakuten Kenji 2. What's that? I think I win? No, because of Grand Greek, no. Miles Edgeworth. Aha. I see. I have to. I could go Mirror Jade. Okay. We're getting greedy. I don't think we should be doing this. Oh. Okay. So I kill you, and then I think I kill you. Oh, I don't think it matters because this is still gonna trigger. Oh my god, this is bad. Oh, it still went through. Never mind. Oh, I guess I win. I have no words. Oh, does Grand Guino have to be monster special summon by monster pack? I don't know. Alright, this game is not great. I had no clue what I was doing, and my opponent was on some bum shit. One second. No suffering. Okay. I think we start with Albaz. I feel like we start with Sart. Are we facing? No, Ray is like in Master right now. I have no idea. Assume Cartesia. It's like one of these two, but let's go Cartesia just to... Okay, I figured we'd have Droll. This can set Fallen Virtuous still, or we summon deck. I mean, I'll figure it out, but I don't have access to Fallen Virtuous, and maybe there's a way to get to Titanic Knight. There's spreadsheets in MDM. I'm not gonna look at them. I prefer, first of all, like, I learn better with just by messing up. I should have normal summoned Blazing, by the way. But if you, I'm okay with messing up. I don't want to. I'm not like. I'm not afraid of failure that I need to. What's called? I guess this could get Fallen Virtuous instead if I already have. Oh, okay, I guess I'll learn. I learned it. You picked a bad time. Also, this doesn't feel like a spreadsheet deck anyway. Okay, so I guess I could have gotten... Whatever. I guess we can set Retribution. Oh, I'm under Droll. You get an overframe? Nah. Okay, I was just under Droll, so summoning this is kind of lame. Alright, what do you do here? Under Droll, banish this if you special amount. It was basic. They didn't announce anything. Well, they did in the comments. Dana Deer sucks that I can't do anything here. Yeah, when you try, I'll see. They're not that hard to obtain from what I've seen. I think he has an Ash Blossom. Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, we can send... Okay, we send Titaniclad. Okay. Okay, now we have Quem in rotation. I don't... Oh, I can add back the Ecclesia with Nadir. I see. Okay, so I went through 4 summons. I kind of want Ecclesia. To threaten Albaz. I don't have Albaz in deck. Okay, this is... I'll just set the Branded Fusion for Aura. Alright, main phase 3 and all that. Oh, this could threaten Quem, huh? I just realized this also threatens Quem. Maybe I should have played into Nib. That makes sense. So he had Ash that whole time. I mean, he still... I feel like he still has to deal with some interaction here. Maybe I could have fused with the Ecclesia in my hand. Yeah, I should have just used the Branded Fusion. I was playing conservative for nothing. Yeah, that's probably bad. Imp Orm. That's not good. Uh-oh. Dogmatica. One Despia. This doesn't threaten anything. I have... The Imperm just cooked me because I'm a bot. There's... Is Lulu Walilith a thing? XCD. This is from Great Despia. Okay. I guess I can summon Fallen of White Dragon. Which one is more consistent after Brandy or Detail? I feel like Branded Draco Tail is still strong. But I'll learn the branded cards first. But yeah, I have all the Draco Tail cards on this account, I just realized. But I feel like... I do like Jesse's reasoning for branded Draco Tail. Like, you still have the branded cards, but like, you have the mirror. In the branded mirror, you have like bombs in the form of Ketu and Rahu. Yeah, my field doesn't do shit. But I don't think a spreadsheet would have taught me this. Like, would have taught me like how to navigate these hand traps. I feel like these were beatable. The droll for sure was not a big deal. Maybe I should have activated my Branded Fusion, but I wasn't. I didn't realize Ash plus Imperm cooked my shit. We'll have detail. I mean, maybe you can with Fallen Virtuous and I don't know what Jesse. Let me look at Jesse's list since I have like a better idea of what Branded looks like. I think the only URs he's playing are the extra deck. Yeah, you're gonna get gouged by the extra deck. Yes. But arrive, hello. Hello, Kasuki. RS is not a big deal. I guess it is a big deal if I want the option to attack. So it could go into a Synchro 8. I feel like my opponent isn't too crazy right now. I don't know, I feel like they're having difficulty over what's like the middest board ever. There we go. What rarity you are? 100% you are, yeah. Oh, okay, bouncing that? That's fine. See, I feel like this is not the board you set up. Versus the board that's just 3 vanillas. Dude, how do I get rid of this? How do I get this out of the... I don't play Intis. Let's go Nadir, summon Ecclesia. Oh, I don't have a face-up card on the field. How do I get Albaz? How do I even get Albaz back in rotation now that everything got cooked? We go normal summon, special summon Ecclesia, normal summon Blazing. Or is it normal summon special summon Ecclesia? I guess it's still special summon Ecclesia. Now is it normal summon Ecclesia? Then chain. I'll do this. Alright, let's figure this out. Let's see if this he didn't even make... The crazy part is he never made like Zalin, so you can resummon it, which is just like bruh. Okay, resummon RS, that's fine. You pull the overframe? No, because the overframe's on a separate pack. In the main pack that people are running, that you're supposed to with the Enneacraft, that there's no overframe in that shit. Yeah, I'm actually really that different. It's okay. There's like an outline of the frame that shows in the background, which is okay, which is cool. But it's like, I think the actual overframe looks really nice because it does have the royal finish border. If you know what I'm talking about, like the kind of like the. All right. Look what I sent in Discord. Nice royal. I see. You got a royal, 3 champions of Sword Soul. I don't know if you guys can see it. Oh, there it is, yeah. Add 1 dogmatic. Ooh, I need this. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. You finished the book? Yeah. You should animate the openings like in Duel Links. What do you mean, like? I saw the Dark Magician overframe. It looked like it looked AI generated. I don't know how else to say it. What did he add? Mixed. Sure. Droll. Obnoxious. How dare you? While I'm making a chain cool tune synchro. Whatever. Clip. Alright. Clip mix. Is this the most? No, you can't make Zalin with this. This is like. He's just gonna pop a card. But I think he's just gonna go Giga Neg here then. No, he's gonna pop a card. Okay. Remix. Okay, remix is something. Valor, I see. I can't chain this. Bruh. Oh, that's how I get Quem back. Oh, I messed up. I see the line. It was Albaz here. It was Albaz. Oh, I'm an idiot. Revive Albaz, fuse his shit. Oh my god, though. I mean, I could do that next turn. Oh my god, he has an Ash Blossom. I'm an idiot. I'm so bad. I got punished, Giga. Okay, we lost the winnable game, basically. We got overframes? I know. I was about to say, like, oh, this shit's cope. We can send Ecclesia. Wow, okay, you can add back this. I see. Alright. We lost the winnable game. That's my fault. Okay. It was summon Albaz in battle phase, and then hold on, let me see. I call my okay. That was like the easiest. That's so easy. How's that like? How's it? Okay, I'm sorry. Like it's like giving yourself a gold medal. Okay. All right. Should I play Diabels? Should I play the Julian Kahan special? I branded opening. I feel like this is fine. You were coping at White Albat. Really? Okay. Genuinely. That might not be. I don't know why they thought that. this lock to fusions? No. Well. Well, I guess if it's not obvious, you don't have to tell me that that shit is. Alright, that was easy. I wonder if you wait for the synchro summon to cancel out the potential of branded fusion. Not that you need branded fusion to play. You think that's better? Okay, okay. I don't know. I feel like brand fusion being at 2, people are going to be more inclined to play it. I don't know if at the higher levels, you know, that becomes like a thing. Ecclesia alone is a lot. I'll find out eventually. Is this worth just using my normal summon here? I feel like, yeah. And then we fall in here. You know the deck better? I am literally just picking this up. I know the individual cards well, but I am legit just straight up learning the deck here. I'm not by any means very accomplished yet. Maybe it was Sen Quem or Titaniclad here. Okay. Well, okay. Because the reason why I dumped this is because, oh, it guarantees the Fallen Virtuous. But I do have in rotation with this. Okay, cannot special summon. Pull third Brandy Fusion, nice. One from attack less assistant very cross with less turns. Craft is cheap, really? I didn't think it was cheap. Hello, cool. How's it going? But like, I was hoping not to pull the URs. 9 URs? Okay, that's pretty standard then. Okay, summoning this locked me out of shit, so. 3 URs is pretty cheap, as in like 3 total, or I suppose we can draw a card. 3 3-ups, okay. I mean, yeah, it's not that crazy. At least for me, I'm thinking that's like... Oh, is there like an end phase thing I could do here? Dear Servants. I'm thinking like maybe I could make use of this. Okay. Well, I lost my opportunity to. Well, okay. You know what I can do? It's a little. I don't know. I don't like this. Okay. You know what? We're just gonna stick to our guns. Two waves. Brand is crazy. I don't even trap F and V. I'll probably be doing that on my main. Oh my god, I fucking fucked up the spoiler. Okay, I think I remember this being good to set. Like, this is not a trivial card. Oh my god. Is Tribrade new support? Yes, we got all the new support. It's actually kind of cheap. That is actually seemed pretty cheap. Do we do the Ecclesias? Fallen Virtuous set? Okay. I don't think we do it, to be honest. If I'm being honest, like, I don't think we need Waxy to win. Oh, maybe we should have used Cartesia. Oh, Branded Sword? love Brandon? Let's go. Remember when I crafted Brandon, Konami started the free Albaz structure campaign. I know. How dare they make it accessible to folks. Favorite archetype got support? What's my favorite archetype? I have a feeling you mean that to say... Okay, I'll see what this does, because I actually don't know. Mimic... Oh, the flower. I understand. It's okay, it's okay. I forgot what that card did, if I'm being quite honest. I didn't get Quem in rotation like I was supposed to. But I locked myself out of the extra deck completely intentionally. He's more consistency? Ah, okay. Mirror Judd, yeah. I don't know if he can beat the... Bruh. You pull 3 overframes? Crazy motion. This is what... Maybe this should have been an extra Monster Zone. But... That's amazing. Overframe playset. Holy. You guys are very lucky. Give me a second. Let's see if this technique works. Alright, Quem, do your thing. We have Fallen Virtuous, so it's not a big deal. Send the Graveyard, we can send the Ecclesia. Do you have a Grave Effect? Do you have a Grave Effect? What the fuck? Did Mr. Ray de-rank him? Yes, he did. He actually basically ended the stream basically like, fuck this game. Basically. Yeah, he did. Ah, this guy thought I would activate Brandon Fusion. Understandable. He didn't know that I set this up. He thought I wouldn't. Sure. Was that pinned link? I forgot. It was probably like a video I was reacting to. Is it like weird? Oh, I mean, it's just a Squiddy video. He's chilling. You could get Jesse to react to that. Actually, that's, you know what? Is those also expensive? Yeah. Continue your main phase? No. I just wanted to know. You know, I was reacting to that earlier. Well, wait, I guess while waiting for main phase. Yeah, we can get Jesse to react to that, so he can weigh in with his Unk. Is it, like, it's an Unk story. We gotta get Jesse weigh in. Casual that deletes the YJ community. True. I'm 1-8 in coins, bro. You aren't even like. You got stuck at him too. He I don't remember the details, but I think I was half asleep while he was getting his ass beat. But I think there was something along the lines of like him misplaying, and then it led to a D rank or something like that. Or he almost got the rank up and he misplayed during that rank up too. So one of the, maybe both, maybe one or two, the other. But yeah. I'm trying to think. I'll do one more game, and then I think I'll call it. Let me think. What is the... I ranked up and then D rank. I hate Maxi, limited to 1, my ass. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you specifically. I'm just like, damn, it's rough. Yes, yes, I was laughing at the duck emote, unironically. Okay, I'll do one more game and then I'll call it. I can't do like another 10-hour stream of like my butt. What's up, Nevion? Why duck ass? Yeah. Feels good, man, to be bronze all the way to gold. All right, good luck. I just won like 4 coin clips in a row for what it's worth. Do I just chain? Do I even have a play that's not in the tier? Yeah, okay, this is fine. I think we only give him 1 draw at most. 1-9, really buh. I can send Fua? Oh, I guess there's no way. I don't know the line for I'm sure this is something here though. What do you add? Quem? I guess so. You can add Quem. Okay, let's just do this. Will you stream both account under Q? I'll do stage 1 for sure. I won't be doing Master Duel until stage 1 appears. Nothing against Master Duel or anything like that. It's more like I guess I could do. What do I even send with this? I kind of want to set the. I'll send the branded sword. I imagine you don't want this. I think it's just 1 draw. So we go Nadir. 6-7 wins on Foolish Bup, yeah. What do you do again? this card's in the graveyard, because if sent this turn, you can add 1 Dogmatic card from your deck to your hand. I guess I could get Mercurier. I kind of want to send this, though. I'll just see if adding Mercurier is worth it. I think I'm gonna send Cartesia here. Something tells me I summon Ecclesia with Titaniclad. Oh, but this could already send Dogmatica. Yeah, sure. I don't think that's correct. Okay, we do have Clem in rotation, which is good. And we have the Cartesia. Okay. Alright, alright. So this is working out as intended. If he has Imperm, yeah, okay, he's fucked. It's just one draw off Fua. Maybe you can, like, cheese people with Retaliating Sea, but I feel like only people dumb enough to activate Brand Infusion first off the rip are falling for that, though. Oh, shit. Fraud alert. I will say, this Master 2 was with Super Quants. That deck was fire. This was with Elf Note. I think this was with Vanquish Soul K9. The deck that I feel like I'm like proficient at, I just didn't even bother to play. Okay. Don't net deck this deck. It's the Lucas Sacco deck, but I don't feel it doesn't feel good in my hands. I need more practice with this. The changes I made to make it Master Duel specific was like legit Maxi and second Brand Infusion. I think I played this card too, but too much you are, yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to send you all off. Thank you for joining me. This was fun. I think I just sent opening for protection. Nice. Tomorrow I probably won't be playing Yu-Gi-Oh, even though it's a send to Mr. A. No, I'll send you guys to a new person. I just found out about them a week ago, and Nifrat shared their stream with me, and it was pretty fun. I think if you look at their model, you'll notice something. The mugger. That's not how we describe. Yeah. Raid. What's up, Raid? So I don't have a raid message. Just say "buh raid" or "really buh." Really buh. I don't know. Sub raid, yeah. Mega Man, either Star Force 2 or we're finishing up Pokemon XD, because we got that game. If we don't play Pokemon XD, it's going to be pushed till next month. Hey, maybe we finish it and then we play Pokemon Star Force 2. We have like 5 days until Star Force 2, until the Duelist Cup, I think. We have a good amount. We have like a little bit less than a week. We'll see. Okie dokes. Bye-bye. Buh. You gotta see this person's model who we're rating. You gotta see it. Even if you stay for 1 nanosecond, you gotta see it. You'll see why I'm rating. Also their title too. Actually, I'll talk to you after. I have some I just want to follow up on some things, that's all. All right. Thank you for joining. Yeah. No Yu-Gi-Oh until stage 1. No.